What's the most faked up thing you've seen someone do at work and still not get fired? We hired this woman to my team. Her job was to do exactly what I did. We work from home, but we have constant conference calls and a ton of work to do. It's simply not possible to slack off without being noticed. I trained her, and she shadowed me for a couple of months. She should have been ready to go off on her own, but she kept asking the same questions again and again. It's like she wasn't even sort of listening to anything we said, which was super annoying. But then, about 3 months in, she disappeared. Like stopped logging into calls, stopped logging into Skype, stopped everything. We emailed, texted, and called for a while, until she finally responded that she had been in the hospital with a hernia. Now my mother had hernia surgery in her 70s, and was home within a few hours. So, red flag. We were also stunned, and deeply offended, that she never ever bothered to call, text, email, anything to say she'd be out. Never in my 20-year career have I seen anything like it. In my personal opinion, I thought she should have been fired right then and there. But our boss didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She didn't want to tell the big boss, for some reason. I'm still baffled by that, but that meant neither the powers that be nor ours had any idea it had even happened. So eventually, after having fallen off the planet for about 10 days, new hire finally came back. Both our boss and I counseled her a lot about communication. Things happen, we get it. Just talk to us. Let us know what's going on. Benefit of the doubt, right? Yeah. A little over a month later, she did it again. At first I noticed she wasn't joining calls or logging into Skype, and she kept saying she was having connection issues. Fine. Once again, tell us. And for God's sake, call tech support. But then she was offline for an entire week, so we tried hunting her down again. Nothing. No response, no communication, nothing. This time, the issue was escalated, and ours got involved. After a total of 2 weeks, she apparently told ours she was having medical issues. She was counseled that she had to log on and fill out her timesheets to reflect she was out of office for all the time she was gone. She was given a deadline of a week to do this. This never happened, and she was still employed. Please note, at this point she had still not spoken a word to either myself or our boss, so now we are at 3 weeks of radio silence, and our contacts our boss to say new hire had reached out to say she's filing short-term disability. Fine, whatever. We wait and wait, and obviously, she never filed. So finally, a month after disappearing for the 2nd time with zero communication, she was terminated. The amount of work I had to pick up thanks to her disappearing act was madness. I'm talking upwards of 80 hours a week for more than a month. I'm still bitter about it. At a factory I started working at, someone on a far more advanced piece of machinery asked me to take their place, since my team's machine was down, and he was needed elsewhere. Point being, I say sure thing. I arrive at this machine, me 18 years old, and everyone on the line is about the size of a dumpster truck. I proceed to bust my ass lifting 50-pound stacks of material for 12 hours. At the end of my shift I felt miserable, and I was in so much pain I called in sick the next morning. I even explained I was on a machine I wasn't trained for and it must have been too much. Months later, I get fired on the spot, a week before Christmas. The reason? I had accumulated 2 missed days. The other one being, when I got sick 4 hours into a shift and went home. Here's the kicker. I ended up working on the other machine numerous times, a machine that I later learned people were being paid $4 an hour more to work on. The guy whose place I took, because he was needed elsewhere. I later learned every time he did this, it was so he could go sleep for several hours in a dumpster for cardboard. TLDR, I overworked myself to the point of being fired from it. Also another employee, who received more pay than me, could sleep on the job. I did not know. Unlike most of you I suspect, I'm an older man, 47. Been a working man since I was 14. I've had all kinds of jobs, but have worked primarily as a coder for the last 25-ish years. I have seen so much shit on the job. A good story from early in my career was working at huge corporation on campus. This was in the late 90s, probably around 97 or 98. Anyway, this dude sat in the cube across from me. His name was James, but he called himself Web Dog. Web Dog knew all the right words: SQL Server, Java Servlet, Six System. But unfortunately that was where his knowledge ended. He didn't know how to use any of these technologies. Despite being a senior programmer, Web Dog would roll in at around 11ish usually. He'd try to slink in quietly, but his silence was always deafening, if you know what I mean. He'd go to lunch, off campus of course, at 12, be back by 2 and leave at 3. They did actually try to get him some work a few times, but he never delivered, and always managed to find excuses and pass the work to someone else. This continued for way too faking long. And eventually, like after a couple of years, it caught up with him, and they let him go. Thank God. Now I don't have to pick up the slack for him anymore with no thanks, while he works his 2-hour days. Fast forward, a phrase which surely dates me, a few months. Like maybe 3 or 4. We are migrating the entire company back into Java. We need tons and tons of contractors to help us re-architect the entire backend all the way to the mainframe. And we only hire the best consultants, like big 3 consulting firms. Won't name names, and there he was. His dreadlocks rakishly held back by an oversized scrunchie, his backpack slung over one shoulder, his cargo pants and Doc Martens letting all of us know just what a cool dude he was. Yeep. Web Dog was working with one of the schmanciest consulting firms in the country. In a way I kind of idolize him. I mean, how big do your balls have to be to walk right back into the company you just got fired from a few months earlier and act like nothing ever happened? Chutzpah. Web Dog at least has that much going for him. Sometimes I imagine where he's at today. Probably a CTO somewhere. So, this man isn't my boss directly, but is technically my boss several layers of bureaucracy above me. But anyway, this guy's nuts. He constantly makes irresponsible decisions that affect everyone that works for him, goes off over the most insignificant things, and will generally just take everything way too personally. It's like he has an inferiority complex and a superiority complex at the same time. You can make a comment completely unrelated to him, and he still feels the need to jump in and make some blowhard why comment about why he's great. Anyway, let me not get too far off track, because I could definitely waste way too much time ranting about stupid shit he's done. This man, let's call him Don Juan. He thinks he's something of a hit with the ladies, lol. Often tries to make purchases that would lose us tons of money, even when all of our sales and financial division try to convince him otherwise. And sometimes Don Juan listens, but lately he's been a little hung up on outclassing one of our market peers, so Don Juan has been insisting that our company needs to spend a ton of money on this harebrained scheme to prevent any competition between this other company and ours. We are talking a ridiculous amount of money, enough that it would put us into the red for at least the next few quarters. And Don Juan's somehow gotten it in his head that it's a good idea to refuse to sign off on any of our paychecks or allow any decisions to be made until this frivolous purchase is allowed to go through. Morale is terrible across the company. The board of directors keeps suggesting that he should be ousted as president of the company, and yet there are still enough sycophants on the board who defend his every move that we can't do anything. Honestly, I don't know why Don Juan thinks that this $5 billion border wall will help things, but all I can do is hope that we can get him removed before it's too late. Alright. So, here we go. TLDR below. I used to live in a small town and worked at a local gas station. One of those half gas station, half subway places, as in sandwiches, not transit. We would usually have between 3 to 5 people on shift at any given time. Now, the town is small, and this is one of 3 gas stations in town. But, even by those standards it's pretty busy usually. At one point in the evening, we all noticed one of our coworkers was missing for a while. This happens often, and we all would always notice, roll our eyes, and go about our business. It's getting near closing time, and a couple comes in. The woman in tears, male customer, "Hi, we were in here earlier today, and my wife thinks she left her phone here. Did anyone turn anything in?" Me, "No, no one turned anything in. But let's retrace your steps and see if it turns up." We start walking around looking, check subway counter, floors, seating area, around fountain drink dispenser. We found nothing. The girl who disappeared returned and was sweeping the store, despite it having been swept already. Weird, but okay. Work is work. Point me. I'm so sorry. Is there anywhere else you stopped? MC. No, this is the only place. We are passing through on our way north for our honeymoon. Point female customer. Crying. We just got married and all of our wedding photos were on my phone. MC. Is there any way you can check the cameras? Me. Of course. I and 3 other staff members go in the back. I have someone take my register while we look. The sweeping coworker also comes into the office. She sweeps the office while we are in there. Again, weird, but alright. Point we are all huddled around the cameras. I back up the footage to around when they came in, get to where we see them on one of the cameras, and begin retracing their steps. They go to Subway, during which the woman looks at her phone. They go to the checkout for Subway. She places her phone on the counter while she pays, but picks it back up after the transaction is over. She then goes to the fountain machine and sets her phone beside the machine while she fills her drink. Point she finishes filling it, but doesn't pick up her phone and leaves the store. Okay, so we know she left it there, but it's gone. Point we keep watching, and immediately after they leave, our sweeping coworker is on camera slowly walking to the fountain machine. Point she grabs a cup and fills it, but also scoops up the phone very quickly and walks to the back office. Point she then goes outside. Remember how I said that she was gone for a while? We are all huddled around the computer watching this footage, the culprit included. In unison, all of us stop, turn around, and look at her and say, no joke, this happened. Rachel. Pointer. Response. Sorry. She was beet red and looks like a deer in headlights. Me. You need to go get the phone and give it back right now. Pointer. I can't. Point me. What do you mean you can't? Huh. I took out the SIM. I broke it. Point me. Well, you need to tell them that. Point I'm pissed at this point. You don't do something like that ever. We all force her to go give the woman her phone. Point she didn't tell her she took out the SIM card. Her photos of her wedding, all faking gone. Point the couple, very rightfully, were pissed off and yelled at her. Normally I'm the type to protect my co-workers and employees from abuse from customers, but not this time. Fact no. Point we tell the store owner, but she receives zero punishment. Worst of all is that her family is very wealthy. She has zero need to sell stolen phones. Her sweeping, it was her way of following us around to listen to what we were doing and to see if anyone noticed. She allowed a woman to bawl her eyes out and had no remorse. Point she's an awful person. Point TLDR. Coworker stole someone's phone that they left behind at our gas station. She removed the SIM and snapped it, wiped the phone because she was going to sell it. Couple came in, asked if we could check cameras. Phone had all of their wedding photos on it. Now all gone. She was in the room while we reviewed footage and refused to confess up until we all watched it happen together. No reprimand, besides a pissed customer, grammar, typus, due to mobile and laziness. Someone at my work crashed and destroyed a liveried corporate vehicle because he was distracted by his phone. The police were called and he got a roadside ticket with points on his driving license. Point what have we got here? Destroyed corporate property and caused the company brand and reputational damage. Point committed a road traffic offense while in charge of a company vehicle. Broke all of HR's driving policies because of the police involvement and license endorsement. Point fell foul of the law, which also gets you put on internal disciplinary. Point the company's insurance had to pay out. Point and what happened? Well, he was middle management and considered highly competent at his job. Senior management thought this was a complete laugh and didn't care, while ours just burped and farted it for a few months. There was debate over what to do and decided to let him off with a 6-month written warning despite this being several counts of gross misconduct. Point fair's fair when someone 2 pay grades below him was sacked for being 2 weeks late with a corporate charge or repayment, right? When I was working as a phlebotomist a million years ago, I straight up saw one of my co-workers pour one patient's blood into an empty tube and label it with another patient's label, faking ridiculous and easily the most unethical thing I've ever witnessed. Point she missed a tube earlier in the day and didn't want to call the patient back for a recollection because they were fairly difficult to collect from. When I confronted her, she was so nonchalant with her bullshit excuses, which led me to believe she'd done it before. Point she had a squeaky clean record and was very popular with her patients. According to her it was. Your word against mine. She was right. I was pretty new at the time, and unfortunately, I was never able to prove it to my manager due to the main lab discarding samples once testing is completed. The real kicker? The patient had ESRD, end-stage renal disease, and when I called the PCP, primary care physician, to renew the patient's S/O standing order, about 3 weeks later, I had learned the patient had passed. Was my coworker to blame? I'll never really know for sure. I can say with absolute certainty that the patient I'm referring to received their last draw at my facility though. I ended up transferring out of that facility and leaving that field altogether after graduating college. That psychopathic beach still works for my old company, but now as a team lead, facility manager. Long story short, when you go in for blood work, please watch your phlebotomist closely. Especially if you suffer from anything debilitating. Ask your doctor about the panels they order, so you know for sure what tests you'll be getting. Also, I know most people are busy as hell these days, leaving them ultimately consumed with their day-to-day, but it wouldn't hurt to learn the tubes necessary for your specific tests. The phlebotomy order of draw is super simple to learn. I was working at a company that was supposed to be in the business of making induced pluripotent stem cells. Problem was that the couple of people working there did not know what they were doing. It quickly ended up being that I was the only one working there. Problem was that the workload meant I was working 90 to 100 hours per week. At my insistence for an assistant monkey off the street, the CEO hired a young blonde woman with a somewhat relevant degree. She started on a Wednesday and the CEO did nothing more than introduce us. There was no opportunity for me to train her. After working there 3 whole days, she took a 3-day weekend, even though I had not had a day off in over a year. When she returned the following Tuesday, she made it clear that she was not interested in doing the work, that she was hired to do the work that I was doing alone, but needed help with. Instead, she sat at a table 10 feet from the CEO's desk and knitted for 6 weeks. She had decreed that she had realized that she did not want to do cell culture, aka the job, and so refused to do it. Apparently she figured that, as long as she showed up at work and knitted, rather than doing the actual job, she still would be paid. Apparently, she was right. I busted Mars to generate revenue for the startup company, and she sat there knitting. Meanwhile, my workload increased, and I was working 100 to 120 hours a week. She on the other hand, spent her time flirting with the CEO. She did nothing to contribute to reducing my workload, but because she stroked the CEO's ego, at least, she was paid to do nothing. Fast forward a year, and she still was not doing any of the actual work, but instead was allowed merely to be practicing. This meant she had no real responsibility. It also meant that there was no expectation of her ever working a weekend or holiday. This meant that every weekend and holiday remained my responsibility. Fast forward another year and I asked her to modify her LinkedIn account to stop taking credit for the work that only I did. I was fired for that. She never ended up having any responsibility other than stroking CEO's ego. I earned the company over $5 million, but she flirted with him. That's fair, right? A floor supervisor followed a black family around not so subtly, basically watching them, because she suspected them of being thieves. They weren't doing shit, and I know, because she called them out to us, security, and we watched them not do shit. It was fairly obvious they weren't doing shit, so we dropped surveillance pretty quick, and went on to other stuff. But she kept following them. So one of the family says something to her, and she called them ghetto trash apparently. Problem is, none of us heard it. We only saw video of 2 of them flipping their sheet. So we know she said something, and I'm sure it was what they said. So then she goes behind a counter and calls police. No one has authority to call police except for security, except in extreme situations. I told her to hang up and she refused. I and a different supervisor spoke to the nice, remarkably calm family and advised we would handle. She slips out and has a tantrum about how we are not keeping her safe and blah blah blah, just yelling on the floor. I'm not a supervisor, just security, but I calmly, not so subtly told her to shut up. We are not having this discussion on the floor in front of people. Then we went upstairs and reamed her and she threatened to quit. Bye. Police showed up, and I told them what was up and nothing had happened. Couple days later and all she had gotten was a talking to because no one could prove what she said. Me. I worked at a car dealership as a salesperson, and it was maybe my 3rd month working there, and when I arrived at work I see someone had traded in a nice 2011 BMW 135i. Usually when someone trades in a car, we are supposed to remove their tags and take the traded-in car to another lot we had strictly for trade-in vehicles, but sometimes we left the car in front of the used car department if we are one of the last people to leave before closing. That way we can move the car the next day. I always took the fun cars for a spin, and since this was a really nice vehicle in good condition, our next step would be to take it to service so it can be inspected and sold on our used car lot. Before I did that, I asked the sales manager who I was good friends with for the keys so I can test drive it before we inspect and get it cleaned up. He tosses me the keys and I head straight to the BMW. Damn, it's a manual. I wasn't great at driving manuals at the time, but I decide to drive it anyways. One of our porters wanted to tag along, so I tell him to get in, and we head out to the highway. After stalling a couple of times at the lights, before we reach the highway, I decide to rip through the gears to see how fast I can go. I blow past a red Mustang GT at maybe 140 miles per hour and I look in the rear view and see the Mustang starting to gain speed. He was trying to race, I assume, but I decided to slow down since I already got my thrill for today, so I downshifted from 6th gear to 1st by accident. We both shit ourselves. I had to call the sales manager to have someone pick us up and to send a tow truck because the car would not start back up. Got a shitty coworker that works day shift, and she's frequently so rude and mean to patrons, not to mention outright lazy, and never gets into trouble for any of it. I've witnessed her multiple times, flat out shouting at people. She's told me proudly about how she's rolled her eyes right at certain regulars she doesn't like. A month back, one of the regs she doesn't like asked how'd they get you to work a Saturday? In a totally friendly and conversational manner, she went off at full volume, shrieking at him. I don't know why we have to go through this every time. I work every other Saturday. I've told you this every time, and you ask every time. He goes, no, we don't go through this every Saturday. She thinks it's a protest, but given this guy, I know what's coming next. She says, yeah we do. And he says, no we don't, we go through it every other Saturday. She stormed back to complain loudly to me about him, even though I was sitting right there, within eyesight and earshot. Like 5 feet away. She's been so mean to a group of kids who come in and use our computers. They don't do anything wrong at all, they just are nerds, and she's a grown-ass woman that hasn't grown out of being a snobby high school preppy beach. Not kidding, this woman is almost 40 and won't read much of anything that isn't in our 4th-5th grade section. She's obsessed with Disney, and she's childish AF that some of these kids just don't even come in anymore. I know this because I approached one of the kids after she left and gave him a talk about how he doesn't have to put up with her shit, and while he does need to be respectful, he doesn't have to put up with her telling him he isn't allowed to get up out of his seat for any reason, including bathroom breaks. I'll let him know if he's doing something wrong. He'll know it, and we'll know it too, and let him know. But when he's just sitting there playing faking Roblox or whatever, he isn't harming anyone and deserves respect. So after this talk, he came up to me in front of my boss a few days later and let me know she's so mean to them that at least one friend doesn't even come in anymore. My boss said some stupid shit that was basically like, no, don't go to her, come to me with this stuff, since he was talking to me. It's like, why would he? You sit there and don't do shit when you hear this going on. Your office is right there. You have to know this is going on. You work the same shifts. I made a point to say, please tell your friend we'd love to have him back, and then she trips all over herself to repeat it, like, yeah, tell him we want him to come back. My boss is a pushover and hates confrontation and refuses to actually be a boss, but she'll sure happily sit at her desk and be on Pinterest and take the, what, $19 an hour So I worked at a movie theater in high school, and this dude always used to come in every day to work either stoned or hungover, and every day he would pull out a huge box mod and vape in the break room. Fast forward to Valentine's Day. This is one of the busiest nights of the year at our relatively large sized AMC's, and at around 9:45 p.m. prime date night movie time, this guy goes into not the break room, but the customer bathroom and vapes, thereby setting off the fire alarm. This would be fine, but instead of our GM just disabling it, we had gotten a brand new system set in place by the city government about a year prior. This new system could only be disabled by the fire department. So here I am, 16-year-old me not knowing what the fuck happened, and now we need to evacuate all 14 screens of everyone inside, wait until the fire department came, and offer refund tickets to every single guest who stayed around for one, ultimately completely negating any revenue that evening. My 8-hour shift became an 11-hour one, and all that the guy with the vape got was a right-up point TLDR guy vaped in the bathroom at a movie theater on Valentine's, setting off the fire alarm and causing the theater to make no money due to refunds, and he just got sent home with a warning. In a barber shop I used to work at, there was a girl who seemed like she was trying pretty hard to get fired, but apparently nothing she did was bad enough. On multiple occasions she would smoke pot while on the clock, then offer to share with other employees. When she got ratted out it resulted in a suspension. Then another time she left the shop unlocked after being the first and only person there so that she could have sat in the parking lot with one of her clients. This was not an unusual occurrence, and we ended up getting a lot of dramatic calls from previous clients she slept with. Anyway, she would brag about these encounters and again got told on, but nothing happened because it was hearsay. So then she got pregnant and shortly after filed a workman's comp claim stating that she supposedly hurt her wrist meanwhile taking another job, being the second time getting caught working elsewhere while being contracted to a no-compete order, the first time resulting in zero consequences outside of a warning. She was eventually caught again, and while our employer knew the entire time, she still was not let go, nor was legal action taken despite the fact that what she did was fraud. Ironically, by the time she was booted off workman's comp, it was time for her to take maternity leave anyway, almost as if she planned it or something. So basically she got paid to take almost a year off work. Eventually she returned, only to end up take a third job at a different salon, and then would come to our shop wearing promo hats and shirts for the other place, and soliciting to our clients. Additionally, this entire time we receive constant complaints about bad haircuts and inappropriate topics of conversation. That is, complaining about her 3 different baby daddies, or cussing in front of children. Several employees quit saying she was the reason because of all the drama she started. The employers knew all of this, and yet still to this day, years later, they are entertaining her delusional demands for the management position because of her seniority. Really glad I don't work there anymore. Back to school bus onto the hood of a state police car. Inside the bus garage, we had our annual state police safety inspection, and the lieutenant in charge is a notorious douchebag. It's always a long stressful day, and we had finally finished all the inspections. The last bus was still sitting in the middle of the garage. All we had to do was put it back outside, bring in the 6 nice ones that stayed indoors, and go home. This jagoff hops in the bus, checks the mirrors, and backs up about 8 feet right onto the lieutenant's car, rolls the hood up, breaks the grille, pushes the headlights in. The jagoff hadn't noticed that the lieutenant had pulled in right behind the bus, too close to see it in the side mirrors. The overhead mirror was tilted. Lieutenant was dumbfounded, but our inspections were over. No problem. Head mechanic straightened out the hood as best as he could and zip-tied the headlights in. Our body shop repaired it that week. I didn't get a ticket or even a 1-day suspension from work. I worked at a buffet a couple years back, worked my way up from a dishwasher to line cook. One day we had a guy from the same restaurant at another location switch to work at our buffet. At first he was cool, very funny guy, witty, and a bro. It turned out he even has history working with my boss and some of the managers at this branch. One day we get slammed. I believe it was a Veterans Day, and at Old Country Buffet, all veterans eat free on that special day. We could hardly keep up with the mob. As soon as we were putting food out, people were wolfing it down their mouths. Staff morale was at all-time low due to some drama. This new transfer guy made it worse. Things got so bad, he threatened to leave and started yelling at everyone. He called out our boss for how inefficient he was running things and actually made him get on his knees and beg for him to stay and cook since we were so slammed that day. The level of disrespect towards our management was something I had never seen before. It disgusted me, and to my surprise he was still working there after that confrontation. A total douchebag. There was a guy I worked with, in his 40s, who shat his pants at work, not like as an accident, but as a protest. Granted, it was a factory, but it is a very big, respected factory in the US for a major car company who prides themselves on professionalism and high standards. I was working with him one day, and after bragging about how much beer he had drank the night before, he disappeared for about half an hour to the bathroom. While he was gone, his job didn't get done, and the line had to be shut down, which is a big deal. He had a history of just going Meyer and just faking up in general, and he got super chewed out for it and came to me complaining about it. They won't even let anyone take a sheet around here. Maybe next time I'll just sheet my pants. No dude, just tell someone to cover for you, a supervisor or a team member. In the IE body, there's a system set up for this. It's like he didn't even hear me and says, someone has to sheet their pants around here to get anything to change. I'll just sheet my pants, that'll show him. So I had to look a grown-ass man deep in the eyes and say, no, dude, don't sheet your pants. No positive change has ever come from some pointy and sheeting their pants. That won't show him. That won't show anybody anything, except that you're gross. Gandhi and Drive. King weren't organizing peaceful sheet-ins at diners and universities to stick it to the man and affect positive change in the world, but lo and behold, not a week later he sheets his faking pants on the job. Our supervisors didn't even flinch. They just sent him home to change and shower, told him to be back in an hour, and made him use PTO to cover it. He was back in an hour, acting like it was no big deal, and as if it never happened. There is a 20-year veteran who works at the same plant that I do. We deal with pressurized water, air, and chemicals like hydrochloric acid, etc. Prior to my employment he has shut the plant down twice because he mixed the wrong chemicals together which could cause an explosion. So he was demoted to the entry-level position. Here's a piece of sheet lazy clock watching individual to paint you a picture. Everything has done since I've been here. 3 years is too long to list, but here is the most recent. A few months back he pressurized a trailer with about 100 C of water pressure, leaving some caps. Caps should be taken off prior to being pressurized, in a pressurized state for me to take off. After almost having it explode in my face, I raised concern about it. Now multiple meetings, safety stand downs and JSAs, task steps, were implemented because of the dangers. Basically a huge deal. Less than a week later, it happened again, and after bringing it to his lead's attention, I was told to just write on the board a reminder about the caps, because he doesn't want to pick on this person and single them out. The guy has almost got me killed multiple times now. They don't want to pick on him. I've never hated someone so much in my life. Piece of shit human. He's the type of person that knows he won't get fired, so he does shit like this on purpose constantly, but then just plays stupid like he doesn't know. With 20 years of entry-level experience, he just don't know better. We had a maintenance guy that would come in and either be drunk when he got there, or would get drunk on lunch. We have a floor scrubber machine. He would ride around the store, looking like he was asleep or passed out. Every now and then he would hit something with it. Like he hit a register one day and pushed it out of place about a foot. He had a few DUIs. I'm not sure how many, but he had an alcohol interlock installed on his truck. He would have to sit in the parking lot for a couple of hours after work before he could start his truck. Our store manger blocks out dates we can't use our vacation time. If this guy decides he wants to go on vacation next week and be gone for 2 weeks, even during blockout times, no problem. Approved. The rest of us, can I get 1 day? No. It is blocked off, because we need you. Edit, same place. One of the managers got arrested an hour before we came into work. The police had a helicopter flying around the store and several police cars. They raided his house and his girlfriend told them where he was. He was in the back room when another manager was approached by the officers. They asked him on the radio to come to the front. He didn't want to, but didn't know what was going on. The other manager told him it was the police asking, and he needed to come up. He threw his keys on the desk, said something about he wasn't going back to jail, and headed up front. Halfway down one of the main aisles, police came out of two side aisles and got him. One was a K9 unit. Police took the manager's workstation computer. What did he do? Child born. He was running an FTP off the workstation computer. They charged him with 96 counts. He ended up with 5 felonies that were listed to run concurrently, and $50K fines, 5 years in jail for each, but concurrently. A company I worked for many years, a home electrical retailer, employed a new delivery driver who was a player on the manager's football team. Apparently he was quite a good player. It became obvious rather quickly that he was stealing when out on delivery runs. He would come back from deliveries and say that he dropped a television or a home theater system or something else expensive from the back of the truck and broken it, then taken it out the rubbish dump. He would get another of whatever it is he broke and go out and deliver that point. This happened every day, and our storeman was onto it pretty much straight away. He would tell the manager that the delivery driver was stealing and he must have some amazing equipment at his or his friend's house. This went on for about a month, every day. I wasn't close to managerial status, but was told by the floor managers that the general manager would rather put up with some missing merchandise than lose a good player. Dude got more bold though, and store manager came back from lunch once to find delivery guy loading expensive hi-fi components into his personal vehicle in the car park. This thankfully was the straw that broke the camel's back, and Mr. Delivery Guy was finally fired. No police involvement though, and still kept his place on the football team for bonus points. I once accidentally transferred $1 million into somebody's bank account at small banking agency. I didn't lose my job. I worked with a guy who was a Department of Defense contractor. He was a system administrator for a TS/C server and its clients that military intelligence were using. Point on this particular job, we had a 6-month rotation to deployed locations across the world that paid fantastically. For instance, a 6-month rotation to Iraq or AFG could easily net you 120k. Stay for a year and get 240k. So we send this guy over to a remote base to support this system. He's there by himself with no supervisor. About 3 months after he arrives in Iraq, we get a phone call from the military unit. They're saying, "Can you send us a system administrator for this system?" We say we already did 3 months ago. So the military unit sends people to find him. He checked in and got a housing unit, so they go to the housing unit and find him sitting there in his underwear, playing video games on his laptop, surrounded by weeks worth of piss bottles. He never checked in with the unit and never even so much as looked at the server. He made 60k in 3 months sitting and playing games in his room. Point instead of firing him, they play a shell game and swap him to a location that requires 2 sysadmins so the other one can make sure he shows up to work. The problem was, our jobs are in really high demand with nowhere near enough people to fill them all. So they fire this guy, and it could take months to replace him, and meanwhile the company is losing all that money they could be getting for his slot on the contract. So rather than lose money on the contract, they just moved him somewhere supervised to make sure he showed up to the job. I was a victim advocate working for local government, and part of our job was to help out the police on death notification/tragedies. We were called out to the scene of several children who had carbon monoxide poisoning. They were all in the same house and all but one ended up dying. They were black and everyone in our little department was white. Important later. Their surviving relatives, uncles, cousins, who lived in town and showed up to the scene were, totally understandably, in shock, grieving, very upset, feeling guilty. It was horrible. I'll never forget seeing the firefighters bringing them out. At the time I hadn't seen a dead child before, and there was nothing I could do but pray to God. We had some crisis response training, but nothing really helps you cope with that or know what to say to people in that situation. and my boss was a racist, the kind who claims they aren't, but uses thinly veiled code words like thugs for black people point. So we all get to the accompanied by all the cops and firefighters in town, and at the time there was hope that the kids could be revived. In the chaos, my boss also got into a pissing match for no reason with a lady who worked at the hospital. That just made it harder for everyone, but that's getting away from my point here. We were told some hadn't made it, but didn't tell the family. We waited for the doc to come in. So the doc, who has been struggling to save these children, and is about to do the hardest part of his job imaginable, comes into the room to tell the family that 2 of the kids are gone. My boss dramatically stops him, while the family is holding their breath waiting to hear if their loved ones are dead or alive, to demand that she needed her guys, the cops, in the room. Because she was afraid of these people / their reaction. She admitted that later. Because they were black. The unbelievable disrespect and complete lack of professionalism completely blew my mind. I lost all respect for her then, and though I miss the work and some of the folks, I reflect every day that I'm blessed to be away from her. I heard her recount the story many times, like she was proud. I told the doctor, stop pushing her hand out in a dramatic motion. I need my guys in here. So, yeah, she's still the boss there. And her boss is an elected official. Edit. Oh, and she later criticized people for contributing money to a fund to help out the family / the surviving child. I do industrial automation, usually dealing with advanced motion control stuff. The majority of my job is writing the software and configuring the electronics. Think printing presses, how it's made, and robots making cars. Frequently, my customers are making their first machine that requires special motion control, and they are coming to me because their own guys don't know how to do it yet. On more than one occasion I've been brought in to do an entire machine from scratch after that machine is already late, and they are losing money because of the late delivery clauses in the contract. On a few occasions, the in-house programmers flat out lead to their bosses about the state of the program, and in most cases this ended with them getting new jobs before being fired or being fired. One time though, the guy tried to pay me to keep up the ruse and pretend like the program was almost done and I was just going to help get it that last 10%. They were a repeat customer. I don't want to make myself look bad taking so long to do the last 10%, and the guy was offering an insultingly low amount of money anyway, so I snitched. He still works there, and every project I get from them is one that he's supposedly almost done with and needs some help, and it's always a blank slate when I get there. Turns out management know exactly what's going on, and they keep him happy because he does actually know the old system and is the only person that can service them, which is more than half their revenue. I used to work as a manager for a branch of a sales center that sold internet, TV and phone service for all the telco companies nationwide. I could talk for hours about the crazy calls I heard employees on, and just as wild ones from customers. Anyway, we were playing a sales game where whoever sold the most TV services won $200. I had a team member who was just awful. He was late 40s early 50s, and he talked just like Christopher Walken. Same voice, same speech pattern. Couldn't sell water to a person dying of thirst. And crazy enough, he worked for the guy who the movie Wolf on Wall Street was based on. For about a week, we had a pretty good sales process, and I had created a sheet that, if people just read, they pretty much would sell all the call they needed. Anyway, I'm walking my aisle and I just hear him go, "Beach TV is a great value. You don't want TV service, I don't want to talk to you." And then he hung up. We had a strict compliance team, so everything I just heard was pretty much enough to get anyone fired like 10 times over. I asked him what happened, to which he responded Beach didn't want TV. So I had a very long conversation about why he couldn't do that and how I had to send it up to the compliance team etc. point. So I pulled the call up and it went like this: "Thank you for calling about service provider. This is his name on a recorded line. Who am I speaking to?" "Elderly lady. Hi, this is her name. I was looking to get internet so I could email photos etc. Great, we have really good deals on TV." "Oh no, I meant internet. I don't want TV. You should get the TV. I don't want TV." "Beach TV is a great value. If you don't want to get TV, I don't want to talk to you." Click. Anyway, I sent that crazy call up, and for some reason they never reviewed it. Dude worked there another month before they finally canned him over something different. I worked at a gas station for a very limited time and the double standard with employees was insane. People would no call, no show with a skeleton crew of people, which meant that you would basically get stuck there for 2 shifts, praying for someone to come relieve you at some point, while they showed up at some point during the week with no explanation, and didn't get fired. People would spend all day on their phones, ignore customers, do nothing they were supposed to, collect a paycheck, never get fired, because we needed people point. Yet the people who were always on time, always there, would get legitimately sick and still have to come in. If you looked at a text, or talked to your mother, because she was diagnosed with a sickness, you'd get written up. It was the most outstanding example of good employees being held to task, while bad employees got to slide by doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do. I quit one morning when I covered a shift for someone who no-called no-showed for the 3rd time in 2 weeks and my boss wanted me to sign a reprimand for being on the phone with my mother for 30 minutes. This was when she was diagnosed with a very serious disease on the overpass shift. I still got everything done I needed to get done, by the way. I told her I quit, grabbed my stuff, walked to the door, got about 5 minutes away from the store and she called me saying, "If you don't get back here right now, you're fired." I literally laughed and hung up on her. Minimum wage job with a boss who would threaten to fire certain employees over every little thing. I already knew I had no job security and had another job within 7 days. Faking insane. He was actually the boss of this startup company where I was doing programming for the Sparks Kinect. He was trying to create a charades game and couple it with gesture recognition for other stuff. We get a project from an advertising company. They are not too keen on the charades game we are presenting. The boss shows them a video of software that Manuscript allows programmers to use to test and debug and experiment with the Kinect recognition. For the developers, it was the software where geometric shapes fell from the top and the skeleton from the Kinect interacted with the blocks. To clarify, this is Manuscript proprietary software that they deploy to developers to use to test. So apparently this advertising company somehow has no idea what a Kinect is, and the boss pitches this game of falling blocks as his own. He then continues to say, yes, we also implemented the skeleton recognition. At this point we are in a meeting, so I can't really say anything. He knows we didn't develop that software. He knows it's Manuscript software that is not to be distributed for sale. But here we are about to land big project funding doing just that. Let me add in at this point, this guy is one of those spoiled self-proclaimed geniuses who seems to think his technology of gesture recognition is the invention of all time. After the meeting, this is how the conversation went. Boss, we didn't make that software. We can't get funded for a project by displaying that software and technology as our own. It'll be fine, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Also keep in mind that I'm an intern, also only 21 years old, and obviously not a genius like him, so my opinions get squashed. But my name might go on this project, so I need to say something. I don't think you understand. Getting paid for this means we are selling Manuscript products as our own and making money off it. It's okay, I understand what it means. We'll be fine. But that means if anyone even slightly catches us, Manuscript can very easily take us to court and sue us. That's okay. I can take Manuscript on in court. I never did any background research on him, and he still owns this company to date. This was 10 years ago, but I had a sneaking suspicion he in fact did not have the money to take on Manuscript in court for blatant stealing of licensed products. So yeah, I'm really surprised he could own a company, but still have this mentality. We had just had a management change, and the new VP of sales came in, the new CEO's best friend. He was from Florida, and had no idea about the area we serviced. We were in the process of bidding on a hospital systems exclusive contract for our product. $20-30 million sales easy. Rhymes with Mesa. We were also in Northern California, where there is that hospital chain and 4 huge hospital chains all linked together. We had spent hundreds of hours on it. We were in the final top 3 and our prospects were looking good. The chain came back and asked us to lower the bid a little to match a competitor. The new VP states on a conference call with the higher-ups at the hospital chain "We are not a bunch of pussies who are going to get pushed around by the likes of Japichaku faces." They hung up after telling us don't bother resubmitting the bid again. He then turned to us and said "Fuck 'em. They aren't that big." We then pulled up the map to show him the 100s of 500 to 1,000 bed facilities they had in California, and that we were pretty much locked out forever. He then turned around a week later and fired us. The company collapsed 6 months later. So far, none too faked up. But we do have a member of our team who, we'll call him John, is rarely on time. He is late 9 times out of 10. One time he was late by 2 hours. Then the faker didn't care to adjust his hours and left as if he came in as scheduled. We work shifting hours in batch operations, so punctuality is highly valued. It's also a huge burden to the shift you're relieving if you come in late. Our team leader has tried having John hitch a ride with one of our technical leads who lives near the serial latecomer. He made our tech lead wait more than once, so he got left behind. Our tech lead wasn't going to compromise his attendance incentive for that point. Commits the second most errors. Batch ops is a pretty easy job. The instructions in tasks given to you are spelled out to the last detail, including the file name. If anything isn't detailed enough for an operator to do, the change or request manager is authorized to direct the owner of the task to specify that particular detail. If the time is incorrect, you can gotta keep that too until they update the document. And if the change/task manager isn't able to gotta keep the vague details, the assigned operator can be the ones to do that. We in the operations team are given this much authority because the tasks we are given have direct impact to production systems, oftentimes involving money. So there is very little room for error. John committed 3 human errors in 1 week. That was a particularly awful week for us, with 5 human errors, but 3 of those were his on other days. We generally leave him to his assigned workloads, but there are days we need end up have to watch what he's doing. Most operators can be left alone in the floor when others go on break, for example, and everyone is trained to be able to work independently. We have a support phone for emergencies. John is one of 2 members who we cannot leave alone. Our team leader is not confident in his abilities to work under pressure. 3. Takes long and or frequent breaks. This is a new ailment of his since he discovered vaping. We are allowed breaks of a total of an hour and a half. 3. If your shift is 12 hours long, he regularly logs 3.5 hours of break time during 8-hour shifts. That's without bathroom breaks. There are other members of the team who vape as well, but they do so within the prescribed hours. And they do so without leaving their workloads hanging. 4. Once developed feelings for a coworker, which he took too far. She just did not see him that way. But John persisted. She liked someone else, but he insisted that he would fight for her. She was initially too nice to ignore him after rejecting him, since they were still coworkers after all, but he insisted he would fight for her. When she has lunch out with a friend, he would message her that he was feeling jealous of that friend. When she had dinner with the one guy she truly liked, John took a break as well. Apparently he told them. Whether he found where they were eating that rainy night, we never knew. But he came back to the floor throwing a hissy fit. The last straw came when, during a task she had no one else to turn to, she asked John for help. He came over to her seat and nearly wrapped his arms around her if she didn't duck out of the way. They no longer share shifts. This dude is one of our senior operators and one of the highest paid members of the team, save only for our team leader, our technical leads, and our subject matter experts. He sees nothing wrong with what he does. He is an absolute waste of money, but our team leader has her hands tied trying to get rid of him. She has raised this issue with ours, but due to a previous wrongful termination lawsuit which the company lost, they instead blame this issue on our team leader, citing insufficient coaching and all that. We have another underperforming operator, but he is at least punctual and isn't a budding sexual predator. Fact John. Gay male coworker, 50s, made blatant, very disparaging comments about my 30F body and that of my teammate, 50SF. Things like, "Oh, you got the girls out today," or "that dress makes yours look big." He passed it off as joking, but as soon as anyone made any sort of innuendo jokingly, he got extremely offended. Guess it's okay for a gay man in his 50s to make sexual comments about his 30-year-old female coworker because he's not batting for your team. He also threw a fit in the middle of the office because I didn't heap praise on how he decorated our cubicle for the holidays. Hideous, dizzyingly patterned wrapping paper as wallpaper. All I said was it's okay, it's a lot to get used to, and he proceeded to spend the following 2 months bashing me as an ungrateful and unappreciative beach. His words, openly on Facebook when many of our coworkers had him as a friend. Another coworker put in a complaint about him bullying everyone in the office and he cornered me and threatened me, which everyone else witnessed. He was finally called in for a meeting with the director after that. He sent his 2 weeks notice and didn't say a word to me for those 2 weeks. 6 months later, while I was on my honeymoon, I commented on my team member's video of snow falling in October with a photo by the pool with palm trees, and this guy went off in the comments about how I was still a stupid cunt and some people never change. I literally have not spoken to him since February of last year, and he continues to try to turn people against me, then plays the victim when they stop associating with him. Front office worker of 10 years. She is in charge of company taxes and financials, but we are small, so she has no official title. Point offense #1. She knowingly used company money to pay for all of her children's, who all but one were not employees and the one was a temp, cell phones and plans. My boss finds out and takes it to the VP, slap on the wrist and a job title change to human resources. This bitch is now responsible for hiring employees. Offense #2. Us front office employees are responsible for weekly basic cleaning of the office. Ours bitch's daughter, the temp, works there as a receptionist in the front office. My boss puts me in charge of temp girl while he is on vacation, and when Friday rolls around I tell her what areas of the office she is responsible for cleaning, whole willingly taking responsibility for other areas and assigning responsibility without argument to hers. I get an email 15 minutes later stating that she will not be cleaning because her mom, our beach, is now, after 10 months of everyone else cleaning the front office and her never doing it, hiring a cleaning agency to handle weekly cleaning. Fact that he decided that it was worth it to contact the VP myself over intentional and obvious misuse of company funding. We had a nice meeting the following Monday, where I've never seen a person's skin turn so red with anger and embarrassment, because they knew exactly what they were trying to do. Beach, I don't care if I'm young in the company, if my boss has the VP's blessing to anoint me responsibility over your spoiled little beach of a daughter, I'm going to exercise it responsibly, and if you act like a cunt I have zero fear taking you straight to the top and dropping you off. Our beach still works there, regardless of other egregious lies, and her little spawn finally quit because her baby daddy finally got a job good enough to support them all. Just found out a week ago they split up. I hope he gets custody because he was a hard-working man just looking out for his woman and baby girl, and she switched over to some man less than a week later. I plan on leaving this company as soon as something comes along. I'm in no way regretful for faking with those two absolute pieces of trash, and I despise my boss and the VP for not having the testicles to fire our beach after they have so much documented evidence. And we live in an at-will state. I'm done. Edit. I have a post about my girlfriend and my boss, and that contributes to my feelings about him despite his obvious spinelessness. I worked as a minimum wage teacher at the world's worst daycare, and one of the other teachers would loudly talk about smoking weed in front of students, turn her back on toddlers playing on concrete for extended periods of time, while she talked to another teacher, told children, who were no older than 5, that they were bad, and she didn't like them, would regularly show up to work late, hungover, and disheveled, and smoked cigarettes in the bathroom. She didn't get fired for any of this. And I know the director knew, because I would report all of this to the director, because children were involved. The director was trying to help her out though, so she turned a blind eye. One day, my sister, who also worked there, had her debit card turn up missing, while they were the only two working. On her bank app it showed a purchase at Walmart that night that was roughly the cost of 2 packs of cigarettes. My sister reported it to the local police, and it turned out this girl had been under investigation for something else a couple of years back and had left town. There wasn't enough evidence to make her come back, but the cop never forgot about it. When he saw the report my sister had made that mentioned this girl's name, he was all over it. Got the tape from Walmart, had my sister confirm it was her, and went to arrest her in one day. So, the only reason she got fired was because she got arrested from the daycare while parents were picking up their children. I'm a paramedic and was reviewing another paramedic's call. While reading the narrative, his part seemed fine, although a little disagreeable. And then the part went into cardiac arrest with no plausible warning. This can happen, but the way he had written it, it seemed like part is fine, dead. Didn't make sense. So I start reviewing the vital signs. Part was consistently around 100/64, 4 sets of vitals prior to the arrest, then nothing. Still didn't make sense for a otherwise healthy person to suddenly die with no signs and no social factors. I'm not saying it can't happen. There are sudden catastrophic things that you can drop dead from, but this just seemed odd. So I pull up a POC file from the monitor machine for checking vital, heart rhythm, respirate, etc. that shows exactly when things happened and what time and can't be changed. I should mention in our reports we can change all VS in case of an errand sign, but can't change the POC file. This motherfucker had changed all the vital signs from obvious shock VS to perfectly normal perfusing versus. The first one was like 98/58, the 87/50, then 78/44, them 63/40. The last two sets the PT's hours had dropped from the 120s down to the 40s, showing sinus brady. Then this paragenius defib on shockable RHYTHM. For non-medical people, defibrillator is shocking the heart and hopefully stops whatever abnormal rhythm you're in and resets in a normal fashion. When this para-idiot pressed shock, he stopped the PT's heart altogether. This is one of about 5 stories I have of his incompetence or sketchy behavior. He's still working as a paramedic. Man, I really hope I'm not late to get noticed, cause I got a wild one. I used to work at a restaurant in the downtown of American City. This place also just happened to be 2 blocks away from the train station. One day we have a guy walk in dressed pretty steampunky. Not full on cosplay, but more like I'm just your everyday weirdo kind of fashion. In a ho, he applies for a cook position and gets hired. Everything is cool at first. He's a little odd, but nobody notices, because as my kitchen fam knows, these jobs tend to attract oddballs. 2 weeks goes by and our head chef, who was just fed up with ownership, quits mid-service. Dr. Strange, that was the nickname we gave him, starts getting into the owner's ear about how he's such a great chef and he can turn this place around, yada yada, and the owner bit the onion and promoted to him head chef. Now things start to get weird. A week or so after he got promoted, he showed up to shift 4 hours late with a boohoo story about losing his place, and he just got off the train from Dallas and has nowhere to go. Q owner biting the onion, and next thing we know, the drive gets permission from the owner to live in the back of the restaurant for 2 weeks until his pay kicks in and he gets a place to stay. Just for clarity, this was an old building downtown and one of the first to be built in this city, built long before integration. That will be important later. But it had a hallway connecting our store to the other businesses around us. However, it was only used as storage for the restaurant. A couple months go by with this guy living in the back. He kept putting off him getting a place cause free rent. It's also relevant to know that the owner was very absentee, so I'm not sure of how much he knew about this. Also, we were very tight-knit, so at this point nobody was really trying to tell on him yet. This in between period he did and said a lot of weird shit, but here are some of the highlights. Nervous breakdowns in the middle of shifts. Paranoia about the crew not liking him to the point he shut himself in the office on a busy weekend for the whole day and refused to talk to anybody. Drawings posted around the kitchen that were pretty gory. My personal favorite was a unicorn stabbing its horn through the belly of a woman that bore an uncanny resemblance to the general manager. Bleak, dark poems and open letters posted around the kitchen that were garnished with thoughts of self-mutilation and suicide. But all of this was just the appetizers. One slow day, half the staff is there and we're just shooting the sheet like normal. Dr. Strange decides to open up to us about some of his history involving a 7-year stint in a Texas penitentiary. He had mentioned doing times often before this, but I think we all kinda took the stance, if you don't want to know the answer, don't ask. This day Doctor Strange decided we all needed to know and proceeded to tell us how he got locked up in Texas for beating his fiancée near to death because she challenged his very extremely fragile sense of manhood. Does his time moves to Kansas City, meets a new lady who said he had a small Johnson and beat her as two. And instead of going back to jail he hopped on a train and landed in good old American City, where he got off the train and walked directly into our restaurant and got hired on the spot. Needless to say we were all shocked point, but like any good infomercial, wait there's more. At this point, worried for the safety of our coworkers, we decide to check out his living hall in the back one day when he wasn't around. Nestled in stacks of hotel pans and trash cans we found his fort he made for himself. We found blankets, pillows, empty liquor bottles, 2 full 55-gallon trash cans filled with crushed up 24 Oz Steel reserves, and oh yeah, 6 used meats, and about a ball of heroin to boot. At this point every other manager is like, this dude needs to go, and starts telling the owner about all of this. Now I'm not privy to exactly what happened in those conversations, but I know he still didn't get fired. In fact, a couple weeks after that a bunch of us were going to a party after work, but we had to make a couple stops first. We ended up having to backtrack past the restaurant an hour or so after we all left. Now the place was on the corner and had these huge bay windows on both sides. On our way by, we see Doctor Strange laying on the bar in underwear and drinking straight from the bottle and watching TV. I guess it's a good time to note that there were no liquor stores in walking distance from this place, and it's safe to assume every bottle of liquor we found he stole from the bar. Upon seeing this, we sneak up to the window and snap a picture to send to the GM so they can show it to the owner, and guess what folks, he still didn't get fired. Now anybody that stuck it out through this text wall probably wants the resolution, so here is how he finally got fired. A few days after that, the owner comes down during the middle of the day to check on the restaurant. Doctor Strange is doing his thing as happy as a clam. This was a special day for him because we let him connect to the Bluetooth speaker. Usually we kept it far away from him because his music was always some depressing angsty teen shit. Now while Mr. Owner is milling around, Doctor Strange decides to take a poopy. Remember about this building being built before integration? Well, it's time to shine. The place had 3 sets of bathrooms. The white only bathrooms, the black only bathrooms, and the actual working restrooms. The black restrooms were used to smell test our sugar and flour or to burn pesky plants. The white restrooms were used, one for storage and the other for the employee sheeting throne. Doctor Strange takes his phone with him to the throne, and after a period his music goes off, and we start to hear the sweet sounds of streaming porn. Everybody in the kitchen is like, what the fuck, including Mr. Owner, but after a while the sounds go off, and we just laugh about it and carry on. Now the throne room shared a wall with the kitchen, and even though much sound didn't get out, if you were too loud and the kitchen was quiet you could hear what's going on. As we're sitting there quietly chopping vegetables, we hear a huge sigh of relief, promptly followed by Doctor Strange returning to his cutting board and picking up his knife and going back to work with the food we are supposed to serve our customers. Kicker is the sink in the throne room doesn't work. Mr. Owner is livid and tells him to get the fuck out now. TLDR. Old boss gets caught acting cringy, stealing liquor, doing heroin and sleeping on the bar after hours damn near naked, and doesn't get fired. Alt because it's ongoing, and I don't want to expose the people. I worked at this car dealership on the East Coast. One employee there, we'll call him Antonio, had been stealing gas with the dealership's gas card for over a decade. Antonio is smart. He knows when to get the card, and he knows when to gas his car up with it. He's a former lot attendant, and I was also a lot attendant, so I know that the lot attendants get to hold onto the card for their shift to gas new and used cars and such. So while he was a lot attendant, he started a gas stealing ring. Slowly more and more lot attendants got in on it. Antonio is now a salesman and still goes to the lot attendants to get the gas card every now and then. My buddy, we'll call him Brandon, started working there a couple months before me, and he was like, dude, we get free gas, and I'm like, really? So eventually he got me to apply because he said it was a chill job. Sean and Franco were like the 2 senior lot attendants / lot attendant managers were the ones who got Brandon in on the ring, and when I started I was like, so is this whole free gas thing really true? And Sean is like, yeah, just don't like tell anyone besides us. And Franco is like, I mean they give us the gas card all day and nobody has ever said we can't use it. And the managers use it all the time, so why shouldn't we? Long story short, there was as many as a dozen people in on this. Each gets gas about 3 to 4 times a month. So let's say the average person was stealing $200 worth of gas a month. Antonio had been doing it for as long as 10 years. If his rate has been somewhat consistent, this is $24,000 on him alone. Include everyone else that has come and gone, and it's easily been $100K plus that has gone missing under this dealership's nose. The dealership has caught a couple of people here and there and simply fired them, but they've never gotten more secure with a gas card point. It's quite the lucrative side business, if you ask me. An employee let 3 pallets of crackers and cookies expire on store shelves. I fixed it and got punished for not being sneaky about endangering customers. I used to work as a merchandiser for a few different companies. One of the biggest was a large cracker and cookie distributor, half the cracker aisle big. I was covering a store I normally didn't work because a coworker had a nap that morning. No big deal, not an unusual situation. Now, the job requires you put the new product in the back of the older ones to ensure fresh product, and sometimes I would come across shelves that weren't in perfect order. That's not usually a big deal. Sometimes people are in a rush that day and fix it next time, as these products have a shelf life of several months. What I found in this store that day was not something I'd ever experienced before, my entire career, or since. Every single product had been filled from the front for so long there was thick dust on the back of the shelves, so I knew it was bad from the start. But oh my, had I realized what I was getting into, I would have called my manager right away to come and deal with it. I figured I'd just need to check the dates and put the newest stuff in front. It would take a while, but it should be doable in a reasonable amount of time. The very first row of crackers I took down had several expired boxes, so I put them aside and fixed the rest. Same thing the next one, and the next. I really got worried when I found boxes that were over a year expired. I had to get an extra U-boat to place all the expired product on, so it wasn't all over the floor. I was very particular about not leaving a store in bad shape, and I knew I would be held just as responsible as a regular employee if I left it that way, so I kept working 4 hours longer than normal. For so long the store manager asked me what I was doing. I couldn't lie, so I explained I found a bit of a mess and I was trying to take care of it. I should have told him how much expired product there was, but I knew my own boss would be very angry, and I also didn't want to risk the job of the regular lady. After 6 hours of this, I had accumulated an entire pallet of expired product. And I wasn't even done. I kept trying to call my boss, but he wasn't answering. I didn't know how long I should stay or what to do with the bad pallet, so I kept plugging away hoping he would call back soon. After another 2 hours, the store manager confronted me with some of the stuff he pulled off that pallet. One of the boxes was 5 years expired. All I could do at that point was tell him I was trying to pull all the bad stuff, but I didn't think I could finish that day. He was surprisingly happy with my decision to solve this and sent me 2 of his backroom helpers to get it done faster. I then left another message for my boss to warn him that the guy knew and to accept to have to explain why it was like that to begin with. I worked 10 hours that day and came back for 6 more the next. In total I pulled 3 full pallets of expired product. My boss accused me of intentionally getting the store manager involved and told me I should have handled it quietly. The woman who normally did that store was placed on a different route, and even though the manager specifically requested me to take over, my boss refused and made me tell them that I didn't have the available time. This was to prove that I was still a team player, since he didn't want to reward me, but couldn't say that to a store manager who has every right to expect merchandisers to do their jobs. Even after all of that, he gave me less stores from then on, and I had to find another job that would give me the hours. Back in 1982 I worked in a factory just outside Belfast, Northern Ireland. We're in the World Cup in Spain and had an evening game, I think against Yugoslavia, and I was on the evening 3 PM to 11 PM shift. About an hour before kickoff was due, a shop steward and a supervisor came round and told us all to evacuate as there had been a bomb threat for the factory point. Though this was at the height of the troubles, no one seriously thought that the threat was real, but nevertheless they had to evacuate the place plus a couple of neighboring premises in the industrial estate and search the large factory grounds. We were all told just to go home as the search would take well until the next shift. So everyone facks off to the nearest bar to watch what turned out to be sheet game point. The next day we were called into the canteen. When we arrived at work, there were cops there. They had created the call to the payphone in the canteen, but didn't have any way to tell which one of the 30 or 40 or so people on the shift made the call, though they were obviously hinting for someone to admit to it or inform on the culprit later. The penalty for making a hoax bomb call is still quite heavy, and was even more so back then. No one ever did. I know who it was, not me, but would never tell even 37 years later. This happened to me yesterday. My boss has hired a new kitchen manager, and his second day there he started trying to approach me, and I made it known that I did not want a relationship with a fellow manager. He continued to touch me when I didn't want to be touched, and he kissed my hand when I tried to pull it away, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. I talked to my GM about the situation, and she spoke with him about it, and he continued to get drunk at the bar and yell out my name. I ended up getting fed up with him and made it clear that I was not interested and I would never be interested. He ended up getting off work and sitting at the bar again, continuously drinking, and I witnessed him kiss two of my servers on the forehead and cheek. Both of them looked at me immediately and gave me the "what the hell was that?" look. I emailed the owners of the restaurant immediately and described the sexual harassment. The next day they pulled me to the side and asked me about everything. I was working out my last week of my notice, and they told me I could continue working at the sister restaurant for the remainder of my time there to separate me from the situation. The kitchen manager I was working with previously followed me down to the sister restaurant, and I could clearly tell the owners were not going to do anything about the situation. He pretty much got away with everything. I ended up having an anxiety attack, and it was my last week anyways, so I walked out of my job. I found out later that night that the owners were telling staff members that I was lying about the harassment in order for me to leave the company earlier. The owners and that kitchen manager can rot away for all I care. Several of my employees are now putting in their notice and leaving the company due to loyalty for me and no longer wanting to work with the creep. I have a better job lined up, so now I get to relax and enjoy my friends until I leave the state for training. I worked at a little hole-in-the-wall organic grocery store and deli. All the kids working there were in high school except for me. I was 23 and a co-worker who was 25. Now the 25-year-old came from a good family that was very well off. He just happened to be a total piece of shit. Since high school kids worked there, a bunch of high schoolers would come in. Now I know what you're thinking. This dude was totally scamming on underage chicks. I faking wish. The dude had a homeless friend. And I mean dirty, could barely speak, destroy your bathroom for fun type of homeless. He would let this guy into the kitchen and sit on the meal prep tables. He would let this guy touch all the food and back with his dirty hands. And the fact would periodically sheet all over the bathroom. He also had these favorite short shorts that his homeless balls would hang out of. Now I would let the owner of the place know about this douche and homeless fact, but she didn't believe it. I believe she fancied the 25-year-old, which he wasn't bad looking. He was just in love with this homeless 40-year-old goblin who was interested in tween girls exclusively. So yeah, my coworker would bring a garbage-eating homeless fuck into an all-organic expensive Afbauji deli with his balls hanging out cheating on the walls, and he still wasn't fired, he was praised. I worked in a daycare for 3 years. We looked after children who were as young as 6 weeks old up to middle school age. We would split up the rooms in the mornings by age, and usually there would be 3 of us working due to the high volume of kids. One morning I was working in the room with children under the age of 3. I had a baby who I was feeding with a bottle, and I was sitting in a chair looking into the room and keeping an eye on everything. My other co-worker was cleaning up toys and main areas, and my third co-worker was on her way to redirect a situation she saw. Essentially a baby boy who was able to mostly walk couldn't talk, had gone to the tiny coloring table and knocked the crayon basket off the table and onto the floor in an area where a bunch of toddlers were sitting. The baby was still standing around in that area, surrounded by other babies, and I guess she got frustrated by the situation because he was still picking at them on the floor. She grabbed onto only one hand on this little boy and lifted him up and swung him to her right over other children and set him down back to his feet, barely able to hold his balance because of his age. My coworker and I both gasped and looked at each other. Picking up a child by one arm like that can result in a dislocated shoulder and can be very dangerous. Later after my shift I reported it, as well as the other girl. Didn't get fired for another 6 months. I work at a hospital. I've seen quite a few people, from housekeepers to doctors, lose their jobs because of their addiction to drugs and alcohol. One guy that I worked with still has his job. We'll call him G. G's job is to transport patients and give out assignments to the rest of the department. He's what you would call a functioning alcoholic. Sometimes he showed up to work drunk and still come into direct contact with patients. Let's put it this way, he did it so much that everyone caught onto certain habits that he only displayed when he had a drinking binge. After my first few weeks on the job, I reported G to our boss when I noticed that he smelled of alcohol. My boss's response was to laugh and say maybe he was out partying. I couldn't believe it. Everyone in our department knew of his addiction and kept it to themselves without thinking about patient safety. Other people acted just like my boss and other coworkers. They liked G, and while they got annoyed with him about this problem, nothing changed. It made me sick. I came into work one day to find out that a charge nurse in the G.I department was concerned because they smelled the alcohol on him and noticed a slight slur in his speech when they bumped into him that morning. They wanted to know who they could report him to and asked me about it. I told them to contact the new boss we recently got. They thought it was weird how no one noticed it. I told her that everyone knows and our complaints fall on deaf ears. She took note of it. A few days later I come into work and was given very quick and brief instructions to hold down the fort by G, who looked really nervous. I asked a coworker if G was okay and she said, "I'm not allowed to talk about it, but G transported a patient to G.I and the charge nurse smelled alcohol on him." She was pissed and called, insert boss name here. G got taken to the health office, then sent home. He was suspended for a week. The boss played it off like he had a family emergency. We all knew the truth though. He curbed his habits a tiny bit. Somehow he still has his job. All I know is if I did that sheet then I would have been fired almost immediately. This is lengthy but all true. I worked at a media company doing on-air and a ton of stuff behind the scenes. I created a bunch of shows, a brand new genre of the type of medium we did, and a successful channel with a bunch of shows that I helped create, launch and run. This was on top of another full-time job that I did for the entire department, which was extensive in itself. My pay never reflected all of the other jobs that I did, and only the one full-time job that I was originally hired to do. But I took the initiative, had multiple conversations with my boss about getting not only a proper title that was indicative of everything I actually did on mic and behind the scenes. My former boss sat back, made promises and watched how everything I set out to do not only was successful, but how I accomplished every goal and task that I set out to do with limited help and at a very high level. I outworked everyone around me based on building a diverse set of skills and training / giving opportunities to people who needed it and would not have had the chance otherwise. All races, sexes, religions, gay and straight, it didn't matter. If you worked hard and gave your all, I would do everything to help you. Fast forward 10 years into my tenure. My channel launches, the show I created and hosted, which was the genesis of all the other shows and channel I created. The former boss hires someone out of nowhere, screws over some really talented and productive employees to create a useless position for this person. One of the people was one of the hardest working, accomplished and loyal employees I ever had the pleasure to work with. The former boss gave this person's job to this hack that was hired while they were on vacation without telling them, and they only found out when his team that loved working for this individual and respected them started blowing up their phone asking why they were leaving the company, and sent a screenshot the person who was gifted their job had posted on Twitter congratulating themselves on accepting this person's job. To add insult to injury, when this person returned to work that Monday after their vacation was ruined because they weren't sure if they were coming home to no job, my former boss gave them an ultimatum that if they didn't accept a more labor-intensive job without discussing compensation, so it was more work for the same pay, so they'd have more responsibilities for the same pay, they would be fired. My former boss said that they wanted to make the announcement during that day's meeting. So this person now had to sit in a meeting with the guy who was given their job and had to look like everything was fine. I will give you bullet points for what happened with me now, so this is a little shorter. My former boss made up things to punish me for when I didn't violate company policy and do anything wrong to take certain aspects of my job away from me. Not actual work tasks. Things like pull me from the weekly meeting for the channel I created so they could put this person they hired in my place, so people would think that they were responsible for the success of the channel. But I was told I was welcome to give the hack my ideas beforehand so they could present them as their own. Also, I was forbidden from attending important events to cover them for my job. Intentionally withheld important info and data regarding the success of my channel so they could pretend that the channel was failing so they could put their golden goose in and act like they saved the day. Called me into an impromptu meeting and lied to me, pretending that the channel was failing. I got my hands on the numbers unbeknownst to them, and not only was the channel not failing, it was doing extremely well. It is one of the top channels to this day. Knowing I couldn't call them out, I asked if we could look at some data to see where the channel was failing and what we could do to fix the issue. I was trying to see where they were taking this. When I did that, they decided on the spot that my show that had always been really successful and had been greenlit to go 5 days. We made the announcement to our audience and were a week from that happening. Was going away and gave no reason. This was literally a decision made on the spot that was clearly a terrible one. Started attacking my on-air work after years of getting stellar evaluations and my boss being nothing but complimentary and producing stellar and productive content. When I asked what I wasn't doing well, they provided zero feedback, since my work and evaluations were nothing but top-notch. Twisted my words around when they realized there was nothing to say to explain their accusations. Cursed me out and kicked me out of their office. On my way home, I received an email telling me that I had to meet with them that following Monday to talk about my role moving forward, and eventually, when that day came, I was pulled off of the air channel I created and was running, and told if I didn't accept a demotion I would be fired. They did it over the phone, so if I didn't comply, they would have fired me, deactivated my security badge, and would not have been able to get into the office to defend myself. Oh yeah, and they had my title changed behind my back, so it reflected the demotion that they intended on making me take weeks before they pulled the trigger and did this. They then made their underling my supervisor. Guess what? The underling didn't supervise me and just pawned me off to another person in the circle of sociopaths to do everything to get me to quit or do something to get fired. All they did was tell me I wasn't doing a good job and that my boss wasn't happy with my work. But when talking to people at the brand we had a partnership with for the show, everything is great. We couldn't be happier with the show. Despite me doing everything I was supposed to do and not falling into this situation where I was set up to fail, they just kept saying the boss wasn't happy. When I confronted the boss and asked what I needed to do differently, they said that everything was fine and keep doing what I was doing. I was made to do things like check in every day at noon with my non-supervisor, even when I wasn't scheduled to work, like I was on probation. Finally, they grew tired of trying to get me to quit, and my former boss's underling asked if we could take a walk, made some small talk, and sneakily walked me into ours. This was the first time in 10 years that I had ever been in an hours meeting. I'd never been written up or gotten in trouble. That was the last straw. I told the hour person the truth, had everything documented, and guess who wasn't there for any of those final meetings? My former boss, who'd obviously been going 2 hours behind my back and saying I wasn't doing my job. I asked the hour person if I could have a one-on-one meeting to provide my side of my story, and they said of course. I figured it would be better to provide all the documentation and evidence I compiled uninterrupted and without the ones involved present, so they would have details, and if the people involved like my boss lied, they would be caught red-handed. They said nothing except the same: the boss isn't happy, the show needs to get better, and I was giving actual facts and a timeline that disputed everything and could be backed up. Sent home early, and they locked my email. I wasn't written up for anything, so that was shady. The next meeting, my boss still didn't attend, and now they had 2 more people join the underling to speak on their behalf. One was not my supervisor and the other I never even worked with. Same thing. Me telling facts, them saying nothing. At the end of the meeting I was told I would be on a 31-day probationary period, even though no wrongdoing had been proven, and I still wasn't given the one-on-one with her that I was promised. I said that I didn't feel I should be on probation when nothing was proven, but if that was hours needed to see I was telling the truth, then so be it. Came back the next day, did a full day of work, and was called into hours. I grabbed my notes, evidence and headed to the office thinking I would get my chance to prove their guilt and my innocence. Again, my former boss is nowhere to be found. I saw a green folder on the desk, and I instantly knew they couldn't fire me since no wrongdoing was proven, so instead I was laid off. The reason ours gave me was that the job I was doing, which I was forced to take or be fired over the phone, was part-time, and my former boss and their underling couldn't think of anything for me to do. Despite the channel I created being understaffed, shows that I could have hosted/worked on being there, and a few weeks after the company parted ways with me, they posted a full-time position for the channel I created. Lastly, I'm part of a protected class, and the person my boss sabotaged me for to take credit for my work is of a certain ethnicity/religion, same as my former boss. The person they hired for that full-time position, same ethnicity/religion and way less experience, accomplishments, and skills than me. I created the channel from the ground floor, so really no one is or was TLDR. Worked 10 years at a media company with a stellar record, evaluations, and accomplishments. Had my former boss and their underlings target me, discriminate, slander and punish me, just so that some person they hired, who is probably related to someone they were trying to help, could take credit for my work and look like they were doing something. When I got called into hours, after doing nothing wrong, and denied certain right, since they couldn't fire me, they laid me off and said the demotion I had to take or be fired was part-time, and they couldn't think of anything else for me to do. I used to work at a grocery store. I worked there for about 3 years as a manager-esque position where we handled all the money that our cashiers used, counted it, logged it, etc. Point after about a year working there, they hired this chick that used to live about 4 states up from where I lived, and apparently she came here to follow her boyfriend who was being transferred around prisons. About 2 months of her working there, we noticed her drawer would be $5 short and a pack of cigarettes would go missing. About 2 weeks after, my superiors figured out she was stealing. Upper management shrugged it off. This went on for about 4 months until $10 started going missing every time she worked. They were well aware that she was stealing even at this point. One day, I counted her drawer. The drawer was $100 short. I was astonished, so I recounted the drawer to make sure I didn't make a mistake. Exactly $100 short. The next day, one of my fellow employees counted her drawer. It was exactly $200 short. Next day, $400. I came in after the $400 went missing. She was supposed to come into work that day. Finally, upper management had enough. They instructed me to tell her to come in for a talk. They intended to simply talk to her and ask for the money back without getting some kind of authority involved for theft. She didn't come in that day. About a week later, we all learned that she had moved back up to her home state with the money. Lol. They did not pursue any action. These fools let her get away with $1,000 plus of stolen goods and money before they decided to talk to her. They have not retrieved the money, even today. Oh well. Worked as a tire and lube technician changing tires and doing oil changes, and we would store some people's tires on a big floor to ceiling rack along the back wall and would use a giant stepladder to access the higher up ones. Anyway, it was late one night and no authority around, and it was just me, the old Russian mechanic guy who just minded his own business, and two other 19 and 20-year old techs, and someone came in to get their tires changed, and they happened to be stored on the second highest shelf on that rack I mentioned. So younger tech goes up, and I see the 20-year-old tech grab one of his tires and position himself like 10 feet front the bottom of the ladder and set it up basically like a shield. And at this point I stopped what I was doing on the tire machine, was pulling a tire off of the rim to fix a puncture, for anyone wondering. And I see the guy on the ladder just start rolling them down with full force, and has about 15 feet high. So these things were traveling very fast and were definitely out of control. As soon as he let go, and the guy at the bottom proceeds to try and stop them with his tire and almost getting knocked over in the process. Meanwhile, the guy throwing the tires doesn't even wait for him to be ready for the next one. He just kept them coming, and the third one bounced over the railing halfway down the ladder and was heading straight for the back of the car he was trying to change the tires on, and the guy at the bottom rolled his shield tire and deflected it just in time so that the bouncing tire just deflected backwards and landed on its side, and the shield tire just fell under car. It was on a lift, so it was like 5 feet off the ground. While everyone is looking at this in pure astonishment at how lucky they both just got for not smashing the back of that car, the guy at top rolls the fourth tire down, and the guy at the bottom has to throw himself into it in order to stop it, and told the guy on the ladder to never faking ask me to do this again, and the other guy just laughed, but the guy stopping the tires was obviously pissed off. I also thought for sure, since there was cameras in the garage, they would have gotten caught, but nothing ever came of it, and I ended up leaving after like 2 more weeks. TLDR. 2 of my coworkers played catch with tires from the top of a giant stepladder with total disregard for any own safety and almost damaged the car that was getting its tires changed with a runaway tire, but the guy catching the tires deflected it at the last second, and even though there was cameras in the building, nothing ever came of it, and I left after like 2 weeks. Oh seat, I got a story. Anyway, this guy that worked here was faking insane. Mind you, he never got fired. He died outside of work point in the winter. He would say it's faking hot in here. Go outside and come back in completely naked and just continue working. Stand on his machine and helicopter his dick for all to see. The plant manager was showing around a potential new customer. This guy followed him around. Now the plant manager is a great man. He walks with his hands behind his back and makes fists, probably arthritic or something. So this dude pulls his dick out and keeps putting it in his hands. Plant manager is trying to ignore him and doesn't know what is happening yet. He finally turns around to tell him to go away, and at that point realizes he's been grabbing dude's dick for the last 5 minutes. He'd snort Oxy and Percocet right off of work orders. Anytime someone would threaten him, he'd say, "Oh yeah, I'll burn your faking house down." Straight-faced as fuck. Then that night he was at the plant manager's house in the yard pouring gas on everything, waving at him. He burned his own brother's house down over some dumb shit. How or why this guy got away with all that is faking beyond me. These are second-hand stories, but they have been repeated to me by everyone there. Also, we have lazy fucks that do zero work. They sleep consistently, fuck up, and my foreman does nothing. Point. If y'all want, I'll start taking pictures of the bullshit guys still get away with. I have a ton of stories and only been here a little over a year. Alright, sit down and strap the fuck in, folks, because I think I win this one and it's gonna be a doozy. But it is a long one. TLDR included at the end for you lazy folks. In my early 20s I worked for a small company with about 20 employees. It was a party rental company. We rented out and delivered bounce houses, obstacle courses, water slides, mechanical bulls, tents, table, chairs, etc. Now, except for the owner, everyone who worked for the company was aged 18 to 23, because it was actually pretty demanding work physically speaking, and the hours sucked. But the pay was good, and we all got company credit cards that seemed to have no limit, which we abused the hell out of. Our boss had been a massive partier himself back in the 80s, so he never cared. Instead he just deducted our charges from our paychecks. Because we were all young and dumb, we partied. We partied hard, and we partied often. Half the time it was the customer who supplied the booze. Needless to say, we were all borderline, albeit functional alcoholics during this time point. There was this one guy who I will call F, who is actually still a good friend and an incredibly successful electrician slash small business owner today, who had been with the company since the start. When the company decided to expand into another state, they tapped F to be the manager of the new location. So they sent him off with a couple brand new company trucks, some rental equipment, and absolutely zero oversight, since he was operating this franchise approximately 1,200 miles away. To say things went poorly with F in charge might be the understatement of the year. This guy started renting out equipment for cash, which he then pocketed. He hired some meth heads to be his workers who were caught by a customer smoking meth on the job. The final straw was him totaling a brand new work truck while drunk on the way to a delivery. Then he left the scene of the accident on foot to avoid arrest. I say final straw, but obviously they didn't fire him or he wouldn't be in this thread. No, they just relieved him of his duties as manager, brought him back to main location, and informed him he had two choices. They could press charges against him, or they could total up how much money he had cost the company, which ended up being almost $50,000 between his thefts and accident, and he could work the debt off. He chose the latter. Looking back, I'm sure it wasn't legal, as they were probably required to at least report the accident to the police, and they were essentially extorting him. To a young guy though, the idea of catching a couple felony charges seemed like the end of the world, so for the next 3 years the company took half of every paycheck he earned. Now you would probably think at this point F would have learned his lesson, but no. It gets better. The 3 years came and went, and F had paid off his debt, but stayed with the company working part-time on weekends for extra cash, while he apprenticed as an electrician. So one Saturday night after work, F and another co-worker, I'll call them, decided they wanted to hit the strip club. We weren't supposed to get paid until Monday, but remember those company cards I mentioned at the beginning? Obviously when he had come back to the main location, F had lost credit card privileges. However, M still had his. So the two of them spent almost $2,800 in one night on booze, lap dances, and booger sugar. They then told no one about what they had done until the credit card bill came in the next month. F and M got called into the office and again did not get fired. Nope, same deal. Charges or pay it back. They both chose the latter and worked for half pay for the next couple months. A couple years later, F and myself both left the company on good terms, and we're all still friends with the owner and his family to this day. In fact, I just saw F a couple weeks ago at the owner's son's wedding. And that is the most faked up thing I've ever seen or heard of someone doing at work without getting fired. TLDR, longtime employee gets promoted to MGMT and sent to open new franchise. Starts stealing from the company, hires meth heads as employees, totals a company truck while drunk, works for 3 years to pay it off, takes a company card to the strip club and spends thousands. Ends up leaving on good terms, and later in life, becomes a successful businessman himself. I run a commercial web printing press running very high-end catalog work like furniture, cabinets, and jewelry catalogs. I've been doing it since I was 18, and I'm 36 now. The press crews consists of 4 guys. A head pressman, a second pressman, a position we call roll tender that keeps ink and paper in the press, and a position we call jogger that catches and packs what comes off the press. A head pressman position is a very good paying job, but the only way to get into that position is to start at the bottom and work your way through the ranks, which can take many years because of the complexity of the job. The problem lies with the fact that the entry-level position as jogger is a very low-paying shitty job, so it's nearly impossible to attract smart hard-working people. You end up with a lot of undesirable, unmotivated, and unintelligent people. The upside to this is that if you do have a good head on your shoulders and are good at what you do, you're worth your weight in gold and basically untouchable. I worked my way into the head pressman position within 4 years. I took to it very quickly. I was 22 years old, and despite my inexperience, was able to very productive. Being that young and as wild as I was, there was lots of faked up stuff I did. Got caught doing drugs at work more than once. failed several random drug tests, got caught drinking at work a couple times. It was always just stern talking to, and don't let it happen again. Put about $800 worth of scrap aluminum from work on the back of my truck one morning, and took it to the scrapyard to get some extra cash. Got caught. Someone ratted me out. Well, this one made them take notice and they finally fired me. 2 weeks go by, and I get a call. They've changed their minds, and want me to come back to work, but I have to pay back the money. I'm older and wiser and sober now, so all this insane behavior is a thing of the past. But while typing this out makes me think that they were crazier than me for letting get by with this sort of behavior. A lot I didn't even list, like doing donuts on tow motors and flipping it over. Jesus, I have to stop. I'm starting to feel like a piece of shit. Current job, my best friend at work had her signature forged by someone on at least 20 documents, and when she confronted the forger, with multiple people present in the room, including managers, she was really upset. She didn't curse or act aggressively, however, she told the forger never to do that again, and one of the managers tried to grab her by the sleeve and push her to the side, saying, "I need to talk to you, one-on-one, about saying things like that to people." Like he was her father, and was ready to scold her. Mind you, this guy's in his early 30s and my friend is in her 50s, with the forger even older than her. I was livid when she told me, and I can't comprehend how the guy was willing to back the forger up, like she had done nothing wrong. The whole thing was brought up to our highest manager, including the forged documents, but she never sat down with my friend to discuss it, like it never happened. Last job, before I moved into the medical field, where I work now, I worked at a coffee shop in a grocery store. Beside us was the deli, and there was this guy about my age, that was the manager. The state inspection people came and found raw chicken that had been expired for 2 months in the freezer. After they had left, the store manager, a very obnoxious bro-y sort of guy, literally pointed at the deli manager mockingly, said, "Don't do that again," in an obviously joking manner, and then they both laughed before he walked away. The deli manager was awful and very incompetent, and I could think of so many people that would done a better job, but he got the promotion because they were friends' very first job. I worked in a different grocery store as a supervisor, and another of the supervisors was having an affair with the customer service manager. I'd always catch them together in the store manager's office at later hours, since I worked the evening shift with them. One time the customer service manager was talking about dating, and she said to me, "If I was single, I wouldn't mind dating you. You look so good in that tight white shirt." Lastly, about a month before I quit, the male supervisor apparently had went home much earlier than he was supposed to, which was unlike him. I asked around where he went, and someone said he left because the customer service manager's husband was coming to our store to beat him up, and he ran out so fast. Finally, my time has come. Even if I'm a bit late to the party, 7 years at a certain waffle diner in the south showed me the best and worst of the world. They took an abused kid and not only told me that I have a voice, but that I need to shout to be heard sometimes. They gave me work ethic, insurance, and a set of skills that would serve me for the rest of my life. And some faked up stories. On my shifts, I've had folks charge $20 a blue job out of the back door. Turns out she was blowing the store manager too, which it's why it took district finding out 2 months after I noticed she wasn't looking after her tables for her to go away play waffle frisbee in the parking lot. You take a burnt, but not carbonized waffle, add a slow as sheet second or third shift, and toss it around until it breaks. Last one to throw it has to make the next one. Close the restaurant, because we were out of clean dishes. Let me explain this one. The cardinal rule of the waffle? Unless there's been a robbery, natural disaster, or act of God, those doors don't close, and that sign never dims. And with a robbery, the store is closed just long enough for the manager to go get more cash and the cops to pull the tape. What's more, servers wash dishes as we go. If there's anything stacked in the dish pit, something has gone wrong. If every dish in the store is dirty, if someone wasn't dead, no one was. We all should been fired for gross incompetence. Smacking Myers a day. His sexual harassment case had been closed, which he didn't get fired for, largely because another lady and I had honestly never seen him make any advances. until it was closed as whole. Smoking 3 blunts to bring in the new year green, in the back room, between 5 associates. The 3 who didn't like pot split a bottle of whiskey. Best shift ever. And by that I mean that no one made much money, but we definitely had fun. They installed an additional camera back there 2 weeks later finally, the one that I love to tell, where she did get fired. My trainer was on an overpass shift with me. She asked to borrow my car, to run 3 blocks over, and pick up some cigarettes and snacks. It was totally dead, so being young and dumb I say yes. She comes back about 45 minutes later, and leaves my keys in the ignition, until I ask for them. 2 hours later, all of a sudden, we have a rush, and this lady is nowhere to be found. Point I make, do as best as I can, with my grill op helping me, when I see a couple by the window staring at something. You guessed it, my trainer is outside. Better yet, she's hitting a crack pipe. Now, I was an 18-year-old kid from the burbs. All I knew about crackheads is that I didn't want to share a register with one, but I didn't want to tell her that either. After a brief investigation, she was fired. I saw her 3 years later working at another store. Trainer, wherever you are, I hope you're having an easier time of it these days. I was a waitress/bartender at a pizza pub, so we were family friendly, but also had a full bar. Anyway, one customer had to wait a few extra minutes for me to come pick her checkbook up, since I was busy with a few tables and a full bar, but I figured it was better than dropping it and waiting there for payment. Didn't want to seem rude, like I was rushing her out. Well, lady is apparently past her breaking point, because she finds a manager and just starts screaming curse words at him, and some directed at me. Manager takes her outside, and instead of listening to her complaint and apologizing, he simply says look at yourself, as he gestures to her body. You're disgusting. Get out of my face. And he comes back inside. The manager came back inside and, no joke, bragged to us about how he handled the situation. I'm already embarrassed that I accidentally upset this lady to curse me out in front of the whole bar, but even more so, now that my manager called her disgusting. What? Anyway, it's now 5 PM. The incident happened a few hours ago. Dinner shift starts. I introduce myself to my first table. I'm co-murderer and I'll be taking care of you all tonight. As soon as I mentioned my name, all 4 adults at the table looked up. You're the co-murderer on Facebook. You're famous, UHM. Excuse me, the lady from earlier posted on 5 Facebook pages that were from the surrounding communities about the treatment she received from the manager. Over 1,000 people were fighting in the comments, half coming at our throats and the other half defending our restaurant. Despite the manager literally causing a social media shitstorm and calling a customer fat to her face, he still worked there for 4 more months. Until I finally called the owner and said it was me or him. Surprisingly, the owner made the right choice and kept me. A friend of mine and I had a reciprocal codependent addiction. Speedball fueled friendship almost 10 years ago, and she worked for a national fast food chain at a local mall. The manager of the store was an immigrant here under less than ideal circumstances. Her little sister worked at the store as well, and the 2 of them and my friend, Anglo. I only say this so you can see the picture later and take from it what you will. We're all pretty close with the owner of the store. The owner was an extraordinarily kind woman, frequently going to lengths that were both inconveniencing and expensive to help her employees. Surprised the shit out of me, flying right in the face of my hole. If they weren't exploiting you, they wouldn't pay you at all. Belief. But that's not where I'm going with this. In a hoe. Of course, as our addiction progressed, she began stealing from the register. Doing so in a manner that wouldn't leave a paper trail was pretty hard to detect. Barely enough to make an impact, and the amount she still consistently stayed around that minimal level for another few weeks. We cleaned up and lived happily ever after. Yeah, faking right. It got worse and worse. She took more and more. But because of how she was doing it, the only way they'd be able to detect the theft was the rise in loss and the dip in sales. And sure as shit, eventually the amount of loss became so great and the sales slumps became so great that they did notice. Now, she wasn't some kind of mastermind, who did this in a particular way in an attempt to cover her trail, but the manager and the owner started to notice that only during certain people's shifts would the take be remarkably less than what you'd expect, all other conditions being equal, and those two people were my friend and the manager's little sister. They sat my friend down and explained the situation and gave her the whole "if it's you, tell us now and all will be forgiven" speech. But no, she stuck to her guns and maintained her innocence. With a heavy heart, the manager fired her little sister. She can't wait longer than a month to start stealing again. The manager, having come in on a day off to observe her from across the food court, told her to leave there on the spot, and she never spoke to her or the owner again. When I say they were close, I mean like invited to family events and introduced as favorite employee, things like that. Point. We only got worse with the drugs after that, though. I have been this person. I did not get fired. I do not know why or how. Point to start. I altered a photocopy of my learner's permit to look like an actual temporary driver's license. I figured I was getting my license soon, and what did they care if I drove my car to my job illegally? I was in my 20s, so it probably helped it seem more believable. But then, Reddit, they promoted me. Then I was a supervisor driving other people around. Fuck. Still no one noticed. I quietly looked for another job, chalking this up to a huge lesson in lying. Point. Before I could find another job, I totaled my car in an accident and ended up with a few misdemeanors. My boss says, "Go to car rental place. We have a corporate account and you can get to work in the morning." Fuck again. Point. My dumbass goes to car rental place, and the dumbass behind the counter sees that my credentials check out with the company, but can't get my license to pull up anything. She knows I'm distraught from the accident, and she rents me a mother faking car to be nice. I have no license. I have literally been charged with misdemeanors this very day for getting into a car accident with no license, and she rents me a car. I drive the car to work for a week or so, just until my boss can get me a car from the company fleet. Point. I end up unlicensed with a company vehicle. Point. I finally get my license, and suddenly everything flags on the company insurance policy that has never shown up in the time I've been there. Sign this paper. No one ever says a word to me about it. I don't even know what I signed. I'm dumbfounded. Point. Twice, that car got hit in parking lots. One time at a friend's apartment complex where I wasn't supposed to be on company time, so I didn't even report it to the police. Still had a job and a car and a cell phone. Point. I had my personal phone shut off and ran over minutes on my company phone. They took the overage out of my paycheck in payments. I quit that job, and I'm still friends with my former bosses on Facebook. Point. I can't even believe that part of my life happened. I'm a great employee now, though. Oh boy. Let me tell you about Gary, not his real name, which be the only and true aspect of this story. I work at an electrical contractor. We established a sales division to meet directly with homeowners instead of doing everything from the builders. Gary was our third hire in sales. Almost immediately the people in my department, estimating and plan prep, start noticing that there are problems. Gary's houses nearly all have stuff he's added to the plan, but forgot to ring up. Following that, me and another guy decided to actually audit Gary's houses. It was worse than we thought. He was shorting jobs by close to $1.3k. So this guy and I approach our bosses regarding our audit on us. Hey, so like Gary really sucks and he's the absolutely worst sales guy. Here's our evidence. Bosses, this is great work. Thanks for catching this. We've also noticed Gary is struggling to catch everything. That's why we decided to promote him through head up model home sales. This idea, by the way, is absolutely faking nuts. The only division with less oversight than sales is the model home division. Point. I would describe it as a complete clusterfuck. But that wouldn't even begin to explain it. It's like clusterfuck 3. Nothing has gotten better. The fact it's model homes has made it worse. After a year of running it under Gary, my friend decides to audit his jobs. He finds out that Gary is still giving away about $1,200 per house. But then there's this whole new element of Gary selling things after construction has begun. And I'm talking fairly major stuff. Floor plugs after the slab has been poured. Recess cans after the ceiling has been installed. Electric car charging ports after the house is fully built. And the best part is Gary has been adding all this stuff to the jobs and not telling anyone. So we lose like $1.2k in extra stuff he just forgot. But then we also get dinged for the stuff he's selling, but not telling anyone about. As a double bonus, some of that stuff leads to back charges from the builder. My friend decided to audit the model division. All told he came up with like $85k in 4 months that we gave away. Thanks Gary. But none of that is why I decided to respond. Because the real reason for hopping into this thread is this. At one time he had to do a meeting on a house for a builder we don't do low voltage sales for. So our VP tells him whatever you sell, don't sell low voltage. Day of the meeting, our regional manager happens to be in the office, and he tells Gary whatever you do, don't sell low voltage. Our design team head tells him, whatever you do, don't sell low voltage. Gary goes into that meeting being told a total of 5 times, 3 of them that morning, times not to sell low voltage. Gary proceeds to sell $8k of low voltage that another totally unrelated and really our biggest competition electrical contractor has to install. Since they don't do those items normally, they tell the builder it'll cost them $13k to do it. So that $5k difference, that's the back charge to us basically for Gary being an idiot and ignoring all 3 of his boss's very explicit warning not to sell low voltage despite clearly costing our company probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in stuff we gave away, and him blatantly disregarding multiple orders from his bosses. Gary is still there regularly faking up nearly everything he touches. So I used to work on cell phone towers. The men and like 4 women in that industry are a different breed than someone in an office job, to say the least. My foreman was fucking wild. All kinds of tattoos everywhere. Bald head with the biggest tattoo. Gauges, pentagrams. I mean, this guy was crazy, but a cool guy. Obviously the nature of the job was dangerous, and this guy really likes to drink. He would constantly show up late, sometimes not at all for a couple days. Could never get a hold of him either. One night, if you have to take cell service down, it gets done between 11ish PM and 6ish am. He was complaining of stomach ulcers. Said the only cure is Ginger. We stop at drive-through liquor store in the work truck on the way to a job site. He gets a 750 milliliters of it, SRI, the whole thing that night by himself. Working on a cell phone tower at 3 in the morning. One time during 100 plus DEG temps, we ran out of water and we had to finish the job that day, so we didn't have time to get any. We were all really thirsty at the end of the day. We stop at a gas station after work. I get a lot of Gatorade and water, as does another coworker. The foreman gets a 6-pack of Coors Light. Driving back to the shop he encouraged us to drink it, since he was driving and drinking. I think the best part would be when he got a DUI in the work truck, when he was sheet-faced at like 3 AM on a Saturday or some shit. We didn't work weekends either. This motherfucker keeps his job, and we as a crew got paid to get it out of the impound lot. I miss working at that company. Let me tell you all about C, an incompetent ex-employee in an ig company. He's left the job now, but for the 2 years that he was here he's done more than enough to be forcefully removed from his position. Think multiple extended lunch breaks, constant phone use during work hours, long conversations with people from other departments etc., not to mention just the sheer incompetency and lack of quality control he had shown throughout his employment. The one thing that takes the cake is how he decided one day to mine some bitcoins using the department computer for printing receipts and admin use, built with spare parts, to supplement his regular pay to offset his personal and car loans. The whole day he was on the computer looking up how to mine bitcoin and downloading the necessary software. Then at the end of the working Friday he implements his plan to run the computer over the weekend and channel whatever money he gets into his account. His plan is rumbled very quickly when the 2ig and 3ig rock up on Saturday and wonder why the department computer is running so loudly for basic admin tasks. 10 minutes of checking CCTV surveillance, task manager and browsing history quickly unravels his plot for quick cash at the expense of the company. Luckily for him, the department manager was on leave, and it was the end of the week, so even though the COO was livid, he kinda forgot about it over the weekend. TLDR, ex-coworker was already faking it both the company and himself, decides to mine some Bitcoin using company resources to improve his financial position, but gets found out 15 hours in. Gets a slap on the wrist. My job involves a lot of survey work on offshore oil and gas installations. On one particular contract, my teammate and I were doing ultrasonic scanning of the pipework in a ballast tank of a massive production vessel called an FPSO. These things are massive, often larger than cruise ships. We were in the very bottom level of the ballast tank. Entry is strictly controlled, with the tank having to be ventilated for a prescribed amount of time after draining. Isolations for all valves and electrical apparatus put in place. Risk assessments. Full medical examinations before entry, continuous atmospheric testing, and lastly, a sentry at the entrance maintaining a record of all who enter and exit as well as constant radio contact. Upon finishing our task, we ascended the many flights of stairs and ladders to get to the exit hatch and found that it was closed. Locked. I got no response on the radio on our dedicated tank entry channel. Changing the channel cluster on those particular radios is quite tricky, but luckily I remembered how, and eventually got through to the control room, CCR. The operator on the other end couldn't believe that I was actually calling from inside a locked ballast tank. About 15 minutes later the hatch was opened, and when we stepped out we were greeted by every member of top-level management on board, all standing in a line, including the client rep. It turned out that our sentry got tired of sitting there, closed the hatch, turned off the radio and walked away. He never even got a disciplinary hearing, let alone being fired. He could have killed us both if that tank had been reactivated while we were down there. Used to work for the DWP, Department of Work and Pensions. The job centre where UK citizens can come in to claim benefits. Even though it's a small town, we still get rowdy people. Some people don't like to find out that, in order to claim standard benefits, e.g. they are fit and able to work but unemployed, they actually have to put some visible effort into finding a job. One guy started kicking off, initially throwing things from my colleague's desk at him, pens etc. Then he kicked over the chair, started to shout, then he started making threats, just escalating. The security guard, who later tried to have me fired due to a grudge over this, was this big, heavy-set woman, about 5 feet 10, and probably 240 lbs. She peeked round the corner then went back to watching the entrance. Two senior managers stepped forward to try to calm things down, herding the guy towards the door, while politely informing him that he'll just have to wait for a letter. The rest of us moved to be between him and the members of the public present, effectively standing up and going to the other side of our desks. He's still kicking off, knocking down displays etc. She just stands there. He says he has a knife on him, and if anyone tried to touch him, he'll cut them up. Didn't see it. Don't know if it's true, but for us that's now a direct threat of harm. Normally police time. Someone else enters, and she politely asks if she can help them, like some kind of receptionist. He gives up and leaves. The two managers, visibly shaken, sit down. The guard leans around the corner as myself and some of the other staff start clearing up and trying to make sure the members of the public present are okay. What is the bloody point in you? Someone says. She shrugs. The head of the center takes her into her office. Then a few minutes later the guard storms out and leaves. Was back on shift the next morning. Worked for an NCA company. We used an online logging system for tracking hours, so people could work from home if they wanted to. It was contract work, so overtime wasn't an issue. This guy would log in at home and copy and paste articles from other websites without changing anything, and would add Google image search images to the articles instead of using our catalog of company images. We finally found out, because we got a letter from a lawyer of Getty Images. They do not fuck around. I was the project manager for the client who received the copyright notice. I recommended immediate firing and was turned down. It turns out, I found out later, he was the son of the owner of a newly sourced client who had a lot of capital and was looking at investment opportunities. Or at least that was the line that the owner of my company was fed. Not a week later another SEA company which I had contacted to run on an analysis on one of our clients' websites found copyrighted material and basically told us they wouldn't touch us with a 10-foot pole. Pulled up the articles and lo and behold it was the same guy stealing shit from other websites. I got the two owners together and told them that we have a serious issue. I said he needs to go. I can be personally responsible in a lawsuit for this because of the way the company is structured and me being in management. Looking back, it was a very shady operation. They proceeded to pull up my browsing history from the route logs and show me how I had spent time browsing Reddit during work hours. I had done that mostly during lunch hours and told me that I had 30 days left with the company. I cried. I came in the next day, emailed some of my favorite clients to tell them who to contact at the company to get the things I was working on taken care of, and left never to look back. I haven't been able to find a job in that industry since, as I'm effectively blacklisted in my community. To be fair, I did not handle it in a very professional manner, but man, fuck them for choosing a plagiarizing as hat over me. Got hired on at an ad agency as the help desk specialist due to my extensive knowledge of a certain ecosystem. Let's say I used to work for the pear tech company and had 5 years of training and experience supporting every product available by Pear. The advertising agency used nothing but Pear devices minus 3 or 4 vegetable computers in the 300+ company. The 50-something-year-old IT director I worked under had been there for 12 to 15 years supporting all issues, but was not tech savvy at all and handled issues by belittling the users, except when they were a young attractive member of the opposite sex, which opportunity he took. Be friendly in borderline creepy demeanors. He usually had the more attractive staff come to the id office despite all issues being possible to handle remotely. Would even talk about them as they left the id office within earshot. Oh, did I mention he had horrible vision and had to be inches from his computer display at all times, while simultaneously having everything zoomed in to the point of needing to scroll around everything. Well, he did, and it slowed things down to a crawl when users called him for support and he remoted into their machines, or even the inventory and expenses paperwork he mainly handled once I started, because I became the go-to id support person for obvious reasons. When I started working, I quickly became more popular among staff, and he made it a point to do things that undermined my work and would also make backhanded racist comments toward my ethnicity when we were alone. He even removed me from the telephone directory system for a while, so if someone did not have my direct dial they would have to call him. I reported this to ours in hopes it would be heard and recorded so I could reference it as it continued. Instead, ours let him know immediately despite promising not to. So he stopped with the obvious stuff and would report me for being late, despite my answering the phone and supporting users remotely 24 hours a day. When I took an unpaid mental health leave, he hired someone with only tech sales experience to fill my role and started them the same day I returned to work. There are so many specific stories I could share, but to cut it short, this guy who was actually terrible at his job got me fired, citing tardiness despite my well-received customer service skills with staff, efficient and professional demeanor, minus the tardiness, which was his only citable offense of mine. My superior ability, not just boasting, I really could do laps around him. And gapless coverage, seriously, I handled calls middle of the night sometimes. I got fired just weeks before Christmas, already behind on bills from the leave of absence, missed all holiday pay / paid time off and bonuses. So today I'm at risk of losing my car and struggling to find a new job in the city while he sits comfortably. Notes to screen point: I'm not a good storyteller, but I hope I was able to get my point across. I'm going to go cry for a bit because this just happened and I'm still kinda depressed. Where do I even start? Work in an office with 2 other people who do the same job as me. One of them takes a 40-minute toilet break at the same time every day, takes over an hour for his dinner when we are all allocated half an hour, spends more time in the smoking shelter outside than in our office, to the point the wild place refers to the smoking shelter as his office. He also is supposed to start at 6 am. He regularly comes in 2 hours late, then rings ours and says he forgot to clock on and was there at 6 am. Because they don't start till 9, they don't question him. He does this at least once a week every week. It drives me crazy that they don't pick up on the lies. The worst part of this is that he barefaced lies to them while I'm sat there in the office knowing he did not turn up at 6 am. He maybe does 2 hours of work a day, and that's on a good day point. When it started affecting how much work I had to do to cover the fact he did nothing, I went to my manager with this information and proof, and he didn't even get a warning. Everyone is happy to let him effectively get paid to do nothing while I pick up his workload, because if I don't it won't get done. I don't know what to do about it. The excessive workload that is forced on me is too much for one person, but my requests for help are ignored. I feel like I'm going to have a mental breakdown because I'm ignored about this, and I'm not in a place financially to quit without something else lined up. Oh, and despite this, he is paid more than me and gets all the credit for anything I do. Worked as a retail supervisor for a luxury handbag brand for about a year until a new store manager took over. Everyone absolutely despised her. She was lazy as hell, would sit in the back on her phone for most of her shift, reeked of weed, so bad that customers complained, would offer to ring up your customers for you, and put the sale under her name. Our associates were on commission, she was not. She just wanted to make it look like she was selling, or actually doing her job. Had a volatile relationship with her baby daddy which led to numerous screaming and cursing phone calls while at work. Got caught recording overtime hours she never worked. Was caught by hours twice but never punished. Would constantly leave work hours early because of family emergencies. Would leave envelopes of cash in the safe and have her roommate come pick up the money she accidentally left at work. Pretty sure she sold drugs. And the final straw was when I walked into the office and found a giant bag of weed just chilling on the desk next to her purse. I immediately took a photo of it in its exact place next to her bag, sent it to our assistant store manager who instructed me to send the photo to our SAP. Within 48 hours, the district manager flew out to our location and sat down with the entire management team to explain that our SM accused me of rummaging through her purse to find the bag of weed and that it was against company policy to go through our coworkers' personal items. We had to sign a giant packet acknowledging company policy and privacy rights, whatever the fact that is. Every single one of us was beyond shocked. Not only was her claim a giant lie, her idiot has left her weed on the desk, but then I was reprimanded for it. My entire management team expressed their concerns about our SM during this meeting. We brought up how she was caught forging unworked hours, caught on camera stealing commissioned employee sales, caught on camera leaving early every other day, caught on camera on the clock screaming into her cell phone for over an hour, etc., and she was still never punished or given a write-up or anything. It didn't make sense to any of us. Still doesn't when I think about it. I left 2 weeks later, as did 3 other supervisors. I worked in a residential home for kids with issues. Lots and lots of issues. When I started there, I was the only person with the necessary certificate to administer and set up medications for the kids. About a week into working there, I started noticing strange signatures in the medication logbook. When I asked my supervisor, she waved it off as you must have signed off weird that day. Yeah, no point. Come to find out, the overpass staffer was signing the med log with my name. That's kind of illegal. Brought it up with the person above my supervisor, and she got in trouble. Then things started to get bad for me. I started being accused of all sorts of pretty bad things. None of them stuck, but they kept being thrown out. Then, one day, I did a med count, and things didn't add up. There were multiple pills missing. I immediately called the main office, and they sent one of the directors over. Oh, was he pissed? Not only were pills missing, but this was the first he heard of the signature issues. In the world of residential care, this is how you lose certifications and get into tons of legal problems. A couple days later, I was summoned to a meeting at the main office. The director, assistant director, counsel, my supervisor, and the night shift staffer who had been forging my signature were all there with me. Sheet went down. My boss and night staffer immediately started throwing the same accusations at me, which were quickly silenced by the director and the council. I stated that I could no longer work in the organization due to the issues, and resigned on the spot. Both my supervisor and night staff remained with the company until it was sued out of existence by multiple state agencies due to shoddy record keeping and suspect behaviors leading to loss of certifications. I still look back and hope the kids are okay. I'm the trainer for the support call center at my company, and a significant part of training is sitting with a headset tethered to an experienced agent and observe the process for a time before switching to taking calls while the senior agent monitors them and then eventually taking calls on your own point. So this one guy, I notice, is constantly texting people on his cell while he's supposed to be paying attention to how to do his new job. It's his first week. Soon speak to him about it, because if my boss saw him doing it, he would go out of his way to call him out in full public view and really embarrass him. So later in the day I notice that he's downloaded an SMS app onto his work issued laptop and is texting people with that instead. My knee-jerk response is, let's ditch this guy, because that is just so disrespectful. Like, it's personally insulting that he thought I was stupid enough for him to get away with this. On the other hand, he definitely should not have had sufficient permissions on that laptop to download a random, possibly sketchy app off the internet and install it, and this led to the head of the security team getting absolutely reamed by the CTO for allowing this to happen. And I hate the head of the security team. He's an obnoxious prick, the sort of person who'll try to cop an attitude with me in the middle of asking me how to do his job. So as it turns out, SMS Kid accidentally stumbled into the best possible way to endear himself to me by getting the security chief in trouble. When my boss asked me what I thought we should do with this kid, I said we should give him another chance. He still works here. Worked in a manufacturing warehouse where they had two guys who were completely incompetent. There was this old guy who was a severe alcoholic. He would drive to and from work drunk with an open container in his hand. His only attempt at hiding it was putting the booze in a paper soda cup, but that meant you could smell it all over his car. This guy's brain was so pickled, they could barely find anything for him to do. If they put him on a drill press to do actual work, he'd start complaining that it bothered his shoulder or bothered his back. So they kept him in a back room to stare at parts soaking in solvent, where he could sit and drink in peace. There he'd get so drunk that he'd fall asleep for most of the day, and they'd only bother to wake him up if he started snoring too loudly. If there was nothing for him to stare at, and he actually had to come out onto the shop floor, he'd always have a Mountain Dew bottle with him that obviously wasn't filled with Mountain Dew. The story was, he knew the boss and upper management from when the company had first started out, and he also knew about all the shady drug dealing that they had done to stay afloat. So imagine this cranky, drunk, old fudge who openly beached about his boss. How did you think I knew about his backstory and was paid to pass out? It took the boss actually having a heart attack and dying for them to fire him. Then there was this welder who was completely psychotic, but not in any funny, haha way, but in a seriously borderline dysfunctional way, so that he had to be on the strongest antipsychotic medication possible, and it wasn't working. He couldn't drive cause he had fried his vision welding so badly, and for some reason, he couldn't hear out to his left ear. You could smell him before you saw him, because he didn't shower, ever. He was ashamed that people noticed his rank bow, but he still wouldn't shower. Instead he made his stink worse by smoking. He smoked, and he didn't brush his teeth. He hadn't brushed his teeth in so long that they were falling out of his head, so he literally had death breath. Finally, all this welding, smoking, and heavy medication gave him cancer, and he had to be put on chemo. That's why they wouldn't fire him cause technically he was disabled. From there his job performance just went downhill. With all the heavy drugs in his system, he kept losing consciousness right at the weld table. It's a shock that he never electrocuted himself, cause you'd find him slumped over his machine with the arc still sparking from his torch point. The manager made him the shop joke to try and keep him awake, but that was really just an excuse to harass and verbally abuse him. Eventually, the bullying and chemo made his productivity take a nosedive, and it would have been kinder to fire him, but that manager liked having him around as a punching bag. The poor guy then tried to get more disabled to get out of having to work so that manager wouldn't yell at him. He came into the shop one day saying his ears hurt cause he'd blasted the volume too high while he was listening to his headphones. For days, he kept whining that the noise of the shop machines was so loud that it was causing him pain, even when he was wearing earplugs. Now, the company had to have an audio inspection of the manufacturing area to ensure that it was at safe sound levels. Naturally, his weld station passed, but he still wouldn't shut up and kept crying that my ears hurt so bad. So, the manager took him off welding and just put him on cleaning duty, sweeping the floor, and the dude couldn't even do that right. The manager kept yelling at him, so the sad sack of sheet tried to get even more disabled. While sweeping up in front of another welder's station, the guy saw a brief flash of arc light, less than a second, and suddenly he said his eyes hurt. Well, they had to treat it like a flash burn and sent him to the hospital to get checked out. Course, they couldn't find anything wrong with him, except for smell, so the doctor said to do what they were already doing and keep him away from the welding machine. Naturally, now the guy blamed his bad sweeping habits on his vision and wouldn't stop crying that my eyes hurt so bad. 2 incidents of inebriation. Same restaurant. Point: the owner/chef was a verbally abusive alcoholic who would rather be in the dining area taking shots with her friends, who just came in for the free-flowing alcohol. My first day was an absolute war zone. We were hosting a wedding reception for a former employee and the place was packed. My boss was already sheet-faced and in a terrible mood because a couple of her morning shift workers had walked out. I believe 1 or 2 people on my shift caught wind and quit/didn't show because nobody in the kitchen either had the skills to work the grill or knew the menu. I worked with the owner for maybe 2 hours tops before she vanished, leaving me and my buddy who got me the job running the kitchen, along with 3 to 4 prep guys and 2 to 3 dishwashers. It was ridiculously crowded and hectic. Neither of us knew the menu and winged basically every single dish based on the descriptions and occasionally interrogating a server before they ran off. Point: day 2. I didn't even go in. I couldn't stand the environment, how the owner treated people, how the food was prepared. A microwave does not belong in a commercial kitchen, period. Day 3. Apparently more people had quit over day 1 shenanigans. My buddy convinced me to come in because they were sinking. I was offered a higher wage, so I said fuck it, I could use the money, but I was going to need some mental support. I had an empty vial of liquid alprazolam, Xanax, and I figured if I did a quick rinse of that, there just might be enough residue left to help me steal my nerves. Turns out, there was some residue left in there, a shit ton, to be precise. I had blacked out before I even made it in. Anecdotal reports of me just being incredibly out of it, staring at walls, just being an absolute sheet worker from what I gathered. The owner told a co-worker later that she thought I was tripping on some sort of psychedelics super hard. All I vaguely remember is getting into a heated argument with the owner towards the end of the day. Point: day 4. Not sure if I got fired, but I showed up anyway, and not a word was spoken about the incident. 2 weeks later I was running the kitchen. The second incident was one of the dishwashers. Employees got a shift drink, but you didn't have to wait until your shift was over to enjoy it. And depending on the bartender, it could be several shift drinks. On this particular night, the bartender was in a pour your own type of mood. So this dishwasher helps himself to 2 pint glasses of gin before passing out in the middle of the kitchen with his head under the sink. One of the prep guys comes up and kicks him, and the dishwasher feigns like he's fixing the drain pipe down there until the prep guy drags him out by his ankles. The owner didn't see this one, but she heard the story later and laughed it off. I work for a beer distributor. A few years ago, a nationally recognized brewer had this big promo, a dunk branded with their logo. Point: for those of you who don't know, a dunk is a tricked out hoopty car, usually branded with some sort of product trademark. This particular brewery had poured about $100K into this thing, decked out with undercarriage neon, flashy rims, thundering stereo, the works, down to the logos emblazoned on the doors. Well, a crew was taking it to various distributors around the country and having promotional events at various locations. So they got to us, and a promo was set up at a very sketchy location. No judgments, but the same audience that got excited about cars like this tended to frequent pretty sketchy areas of town. No idea why. Anyway, this car had already made several successful stops in various states before they got to us. So they take it to this promo. They're there for about 20 minutes before a car pulls up, and 2 guys jump out and proceed to shove 2 very large handguns into our manager's face, screaming for the keys and threatening to shoot him in the head. So of course they get the keys. One guy jumps into the dunk, The other guy jumps back in his car and they haul us out of there. Okay, so a car like that would have GPS in it, right? Right, except that the GPS had been manually turned off about an hour before the promo. They now had no way to track this very expensive, nationally exposed car. They found it's burned out, stripped down Hulk the next day, and no one got fired or into any trouble of any kind. I had a manager at a pizza place who was a 55-year-old alcoholic who had to drive a moped to work because his license was suspended from multiple DUIs. He was from New York, so always had that New York shitty attitude and would tell the wildest stories of things he used to do when he was younger and living in New York. We are in a southeast state. We opened at 4 p.m. and the openers had to be there at 3 to open the store and get ready for the day. I was scheduled at 4 I think, and got there, and the store was locked, and no manager in sight. I used to be the assistant manager, but demoted myself to driver, because I was being outearned by drivers working 15 less hours than me. So I called the owner, and told him I was getting the key in the back to open the store. I get in, and get the store ready by pretty much by myself an hour after all this was supposed to be done. The manager shows up around 5. He is high on something, not weed, and is just gone. Things he proceeded to do: light up a cigarette in the kitchen. Walks to the front while stretching a piece of dough and sit down next to a customer, dough in hands, and just starts talking to him. Dropped food on the ground and tried to pick it up, put it on a screen, metal trays we put the food on to go through the oven, but I threw the food away before it went in. Remade it. Starts telling me that he doesn't like me, but appreciates that I work hard. I would be an asshole to him because he deserved for being a giantess to everyone. Talk about the female employees as all high school girls. I'm sure he did more, but it was 2 years ago and don't remember everything. District manager comes in, sends him home and takes over. I never got paid for opening his store and doing everything by myself for pretty much 3 hours. Other than my normal driver hourly pay was probably $6 an hour then, which is legal cause I'm supposed to be getting tips on orders. He eventually got moved from our store to another cause a new assistant manager came in and got tired of his bullshit and had everyone write down things that he did that were just terrible. All true though, but not fired. Eventually got fired for seeing a coworker out in public at the movie theater. The coworker was a white female on a date with a black guy and he asked her if she was allowed to he with his kind. I work a medium-sized software company. I'm an infrastructure, and we hired a guy several years ago who seemed inexperienced, but ambitious. After a couple years, it became pretty obvious he had no real desire to build or learn anything. He just wanted to be given simple tasks to do over and over and over again. We had enough of those to keep him busy enough, but other team members would tell me how they'd still find him goofing off pretty unapologetically. A few years ago, our team split into 2, and he and I ended up on different sides. Their side ended up with significantly less daily workload, so from time to time, I'd hear about how he was somehow doing even less, but still keeping his job. I guess any organization of our size has people like that, so as long as the customer/his teammates weren't directly suffering, I wasn't going to make a fuss. My employer started embracing remote work. I went full remote about 3 years ago, so of course, this guy lobbied pretty hard to get as many days working from home as possible. His teammates told me he routinely worked from home when he wasn't supposed to and even missed in-person meetings with them and their manager at times because of it. Still not fired. I flew back to HQ for some meetings, and while discussing my transition to full-time remote work, someone said, "At least you asked. Did you hear about?" Turns out this guy had bought a house 3+ hours away and moved without even telling his manager. He just stopped coming into the office, and when the manager asked, the guy informed him of the move. They still didn't fire him. He was finally let go a few months ago. My assumption is the move finally made his manager write him up and start documenting all the issues, and they eventually had enough evidence to do it without worry of legal recourse. My roommate works at Fresh Market and she's told me some stories that blow my mind. Male employee and female employee are arguing over a scanning gun. Maybe it was the only decent one in the store, who knows. In a hoe, the argument over the scanning gun escalates, and they start screaming at each other. Depending on who you ask, the guy may have put his hands on his shoulders to shove her out of his face when she got up in. She's had it and calls her baby daddy to come to the store, and whoop, this guy's as BD shows up with a handgun and corks a couple of times it in the store while yelling at the male employee. My roommate ducks behind a display and peeks over it like, holy shit, he's got a gun, everyone get down. Her other coworker looks over and rolls her eyes and says, it's not loaded. You can't cork a gun repeatedly if it's loaded. He's fronting. My roommate of course is like, well, that's useful info I did not know, and she goes back to her section, but is still watching this drama unfold. The two guys start fist fighting in the produce section, and suddenly an older woman, the female employee's mom, shows up with a baby on her hip and jumps into the fight. At this point I interrupt my roommate to inquire, me, wait, whose baby was it? Roommate, what? Why does that matter? Me, well, is it the baby of the female employee and her baby daddy, or is that her mom's baby? Roommate, I don't know. There was a baby. A baby was there. Me, okay, random baby, proceed. Mom, with baby still on hip, starts chucking potatoes at the male employee, and not single potatoes she scooped up and winged. Nope, with baby still on her hip, she picks up multiple sacks of potatoes and hefts them like an Olympic shot putter at the employee. After that, I don't know what happened, but roommate told me neither the male or female employee were fired. The following week the same male employee ripped off his shirt in the middle of the grocery store while threatening a female baker behind the frozen desserts case. He was not fired them either, and they wonder why FM has a higher turnover rate than Walmart. No lie. Right. So I worked at a bar recently, and that's where I have my main job experience. I have always worked in bars. They had a lack on employees, so kept hiring people that had little to no experience in the area. After a few weeks of me working there, they hired a guy, we'll call him Edition. Ed had apparently worked in a bar before and was a nice guy. After searching his Facebook I found out that his only work experience was at a comedy club sort of place for all of about a week, and I can only assume he got fired from there. He joined us all on the bar and was, again, a relatively nice guy, if not only a bit weird. He proved himself to be a terrible bartender. The bar was in central London, extremely busy and full of high-class clientele. After a while he started to show his true worth. It was an old-fashioned pub and the bar was extremely small considering the massive customers we received. He often mixed drinks wrong, some of those being jajabums, which he mixed half Jagger and half Red Bull in a shot glass and served gin and tonic. He consistently served gin and soda, he'd pour a 5-pound shot of tequila. It was an expensive bar, and tried to wedge the lime on the rim of the glass, which resulted in him spilling 5 pounds worth of tequila. This continued for a while, along with him putting all glasses back in the wrong places even after people corrected him, and breaking glasses, because he didn't know how to carry more than 2 correctly, until he got moved to bar back. For those of you who don't know, this meant his job was only to put glasses in the dishwasher and put them away, which he still couldn't do properly. He eventually got moved to glass collector. May I add, he was still on the same rate of pay as us bartenders and servers, and, my Christ, he still couldn't do that correctly. A lot of the people who worked there, including myself, would often stay after work, or come on out days off, to drink the drinks we had been bought on shift as a group. Ed would constantly pick up tumblers of whiskey from tables, just to have the customer tell him they weren't finished, put his fingers in drinks of people who weren't finished, yet and broke at least 250 pounds worth of glasses. Our wine glasses were worth 6 pounds apiece. I later found out that everyone who worked there was building up a list of mistakes he had made to try to get him fired, but it never worked. I left 2 months ago, and to my knowledge he is still there. He also used to complain about being on his feet all day, as if none of us had left the side gate open, leaving it open to burglars, and would go on his break when he pleased, including during the rush hour, when he needed him. How the hell he is still working there I do not know. I work for a well-known British supermarket, driving the home delivery vans. About 6 months ago, some absolute tool joined the team, and the amount of stupid stuff he's done is ridiculous. He is literally as stupid as they come. How they didn't straight up fire him on the first offense is beyond me. Anyway, here goes. First offense. I'll call him Captain Stupid for anonymity. About a month into the job, Captain Stupid decides to add all of the drivers and management on the department on Snapchat. Seems harmless, right? The guy's just getting friendly with people, fair enough. Captain Stupid then decides to film himself driving a work van around for about a minute and sends it to everyone on his contacts list, one of which was our manager. Straight in the office, guy had his as handed to him, straight onto final written warning point. Second offense. After his first offense, little Captain Stupid went into a sulk, stopped offering to do overtime, and realized nobody on the department appreciated him constantly speaking crap. He decided to be in work for as little as humanly possible, which is fair enough. I feel the same. However, on a 6 to 10 p.m. shift he had 4 deliveries. 3 between 6 to 7 p.m. and 1 between 9 to 10 p.m. He couldn't be bothered to deliver the last one, so rang the customer and told them the van had broken down. It hadn't, and that she wasn't able to get her shopping, and then went home. Didn't hear much about what happened with that, if I'm honest. Third offense. Again with the Snapchat, filmed himself doing a burnout in one of the work vans. £300 wasted in call out charges and a new tire. Called into the office, presumably nothing more than a slap on the wrist, because he's still with us. How? I do not know. And his fourth and most recent offense. This happened a couple of weeks ago. Captain Stupid has been working for the company for 6 months now. He claims to know the job inside out. He also claims to be a car guy, and yes, I'm one too, but I'm not as cringy as he is. He's one of those who can't talk about anything other than cars and blissfully smiles through other people's awkwardness about how boring the subject is. Anyway, with such a fascination with cars and whatnot, you'd expect him to know the difference between a petrol pump handle and a diesel one, right? I don't know what it's like in America, but petrol is green handle, diesel is black. Wrong. Captain Stupid puts 45 liters of unleaded into our diesel van and attempts to drive it 5 miles back to store. The van's engine is completely seized and requires a new one. This one's currently under investigation, but my guess is he'll get away with it because for some reason my manager seems to think the sun shines out of his ass. Oh man, okay, I used to work at a sandwich making chain named after an underground train, specifically the cleanest one out of surrounding counties for a while too. My manager, yes manager, did so much without getting fired during the 9 months I worked there that I wouldn't be surprised if she was sleeping with someone to keep her job. Things she did included she never brushed her teeth and drank coffee/smoked cigarettes on the daily. Her teeth were brown, and you could smell her breath from across the counter where you make sandwiches. She actually admitted to me and another employee she doesn't brush her teeth and refused to do so until a company inspector told her she had to. She blew the delivery truck driver for who knows how long. Previous employees under her told me she used to just tell them to watch the store and then would disappear into his truck. She stole food from the place constantly despite there being little tolerance for extra food. We were allowed to eat a sandwich if a customer changed their mind or if we messed up, but if they felt we did it on purpose they weren't happy, and that was the extent of it. And I don't mean she had a cookie or she made herself a foot long today instead of the free 6-inch allowed. No, I mean she'd take 1 to 2 foot longs, 2+ bags of chips, and a cookie, her and her daughter, like daily while still eating her employee meal during work. She didn't do anything except what was strictly required of her and just sat in her office playing games on her phone all the time instead. She never touched the dishes, barely worked the line, didn't really clean up, etc. And the kicker, she was blatantly stealing money from the safe. Soon after I started, she said a previous employee had been pulling money out of the safe when she needed it, putting it back after getting paid, got caught, and was fired. Almost the entire staff was rotated out, except her. Between that employee working there and me starting, I saw the safe be short and then go back up after payday repeatedly but never had any proof it was her. Well, then I switched stores and then she got moved to the new store I was working at. I was in charge of counting money / putting it in the safe at the end of the day when we closed, logging it, and putting the receipts for it away. The safe didn't always match what it was supposed to be at, but that was no big deal. I just had to report it. And then I started noticing that the nighttime shift report receipts that were actually in the sorting thing for all of them were saying adjusted report. So I got curious what she was changing, and she was changing the safe amounts to match what it was supposed to be, even though it would be short in $20 increments. So I started taking pictures after I printed them, and then another of the adjusted report the next day. She did this consistently for a couple weeks, maybe a month, before I felt I had enough proof and took it to the area manager. They did nothing. I left about a month later because I didn't want to deal with the bullshit anymore and had lined up another job. After leaving, I found out she had been fired because she was changing all the inventory amounts so they looked good, even though we were in a huge deficit. And she was doing this for so long the actual amounts of food vs what should have been were like hundreds shorter. No idea where it all went. TLDR food service manager had bad hygiene, was stealing from the store, and lying to higher ups. Was fired after I left. Never got in any trouble for her bullshit including stealing money until they found out she was lying about inventory. I worked in home caregiving for adults with developmental disabilities. Once a caretaker had an inappropriate relationship with a client, not sexual in nature at all, just too close. It impaired his judgment on health and safety issues, favoritism in a big way, etc. This client was 1:1 care except at night, meaning a ratio of 1 caregiver on the clock for just him. We would take our clients out, shopping, activities, or just hang out at their homes, etc. Pretty much whatever they wanted to do, as long as it was legal and safe. These are adults, remember. We had to log every 15 minutes of time spent as the caregiver as to what we were doing, what money was spent, what they ate, if they took their med count, on and on and on. While it sounds laid back in doing whatever, it is anything but, as every moment, pearl, penny and Dorito had to be accounted for. This is for client health and safety, as these are people from a vulnerable population. It was great. I loved my job. But it was a job. There are major boundaries. An employee once disappeared on the clock with his client. No one could get a hold of him. He was gone with him past his shift. Never did tell anyone where they went. Client said they went to a neighboring state, leaving the state where the client was not to be done without prior approval of the client's guardian. To a strip club. This particular client was not to be in places like that for personal reasons. Client was also a majorly compulsive liar, so he could have been telling the truth, could have been telling a fantasy. Never did find out. But that dude kept his faking job when he should have been blacklisted from the field entirely. He wasn't even taken out of that client's home. TLDR. Employed caregiver disappeared with client that has developmental disabilities and their time was never accounted for. He met no repercussions. This is a couple instances that surprise me, that this woman still have a job, but let me begin. Last school year, I'm a teacher. A fellow teacher in my department told another teacher in our building that he could wait for the copier. Now this doesn't sound too bad, but let me explain. We have 2 huge copiers for all the staff and smaller ones scattered throughout the departments. The large copiers have a 5-minute copy limit if other people are waiting. Now the teacher in my department, who I will refer to as Jay, is black. This is relevant to the story. So another teacher comes in while Jay is copying. He asks her to wrap up since it's a 5-minute limit and he has to make copies. She turns to him and tells him that her people waited 300 years so he could wait for the copier. No reprimand, nothing. Beginning of this school year, the admin finds out that Jay has been conducting a club, which is meant to be done after school and you earn extra pay for, during the school year. This has gone on for a year before they realized, and now she has stopped the club, because apparently if she can't do it during her normal workday then she's not going to do it at all. This is a big deal, because as teachers in a union we have a contract, and she was breaking that contract by double dipping and getting paid extra money during her normal work hours without approval, which jeopardizes our contract as the school can use her double dipping as a precedent to not pay us for extra work like that. Also this school year, Jay has a vendetta against a leave replacement that we have and no one really knows why. But she has turned the entire grade level team against this poor woman and is now turning other members of the department against her too. The poor leave replacement is at her wit's end, has made complaints to admin and been told to toughen up and is now taking it up with the union. As of right now, Jay still has her job and will probably continue to until she either hits a kid or stabs someone. I worked for the worst company a few years ago. Management was the laziest bunch of idiots I've ever seen, but they kept this tight group that supported each other's laziness and general stupidity. No, they would never fire or hold each other accountable, ever. The worst was the hour lady, who had no qualifications to be in hours whatsoever. Here's a highlight reel. She started an office pool to collect money for massive forest fire in our area. Lots of people's homes destroyed. It was awful. People donated thousands for the Red Cross, like it was a crazy amount of money. She came into my office with one of her cronies from it, plus the woman I shared an office with was in there. This greedy bitch tells us she donated the money on her personal credit card and pocketed the cash, so she could get the personal tax write-off, which is in the thousands, and then has the faking audacity to joke about how she didn't donate any money, but will get the tax write-off. Knowing her, we were thinking who knows how much she actually donated, and if it matched what our office collected. Like, knowing her, I wouldn't be surprised if she pocketed it all and donated nothing. She was a massive faking gossip. I got to hear all about my fellow employees' cancer scares or any health concerns, how much money they made, who she just knew was trying to scam WCB, the lot. If you told it to her in confidence, I knew all about it. She poured off all of her actual responsibilities. My office mate did payroll for her. She did our bank runs, and then would do her personal grocery shopping during the day or grab herself a lat. I never actually saw her doing any actual work, but she'd often be found bawling in her office from being so stressed from what I don't know. I guess sitting on your fat ass all day and gossiping about your fellow employees' mammogram results was tiring. I've been a permanent sub in the same high school for the past couple of years. Means I always report to the same building every day, whether or not they have someone for me to cover, and recently did a leave replacement for 2 months for a science teacher. He taught inclusion classes and had a co-teacher. The idea is that the co-teacher monitors her special ed kids and helps out the content teacher, who does most of the teaching. I learned from her that she basically did 100% of the teaching, while the science teacher would either interrupt and talk about sports or just leave the room. She was thrilled when I worked with her because I actually did stuff. It felt to me like I was barely doing anything because she was doing a lot of the planning and grading, but she said she felt like she was on vacation because she finally didn't have to do everything. The more I heard, the worse it got. Apparently, he uses the same notes he's had for the past decade and just puts them on the board for the kids to copy. He doesn't talk through or explain them at all, just projects them, and they copy in silence. His notes often didn't make sense and left out important details. Tuesdays, and sometimes Thursdays, depending on his mood, were textbook days where the kids copied out of an ancient textbook. Again, no talking. He never graded a thing and would just leave the classroom entirely, leaving the co-teacher by herself to do everything, which, in addition to being shitty, is also entirely against the whole special ed thing. He hated mess and disorder and wouldn't do hands-on labs with them. There's an important lab that everyone in the state needs to do, and apparently last year, he just demoed half of it for them and had them cross out the second half of the lab entirely. They didn't do anything at all. The bizarre thing is that a lot of kids seem to love him, probably because he's charismatic and funny and curses around them sometimes and doesn't teach for shit. He came back recently. He was out for surgery, so I'm back to subbing, and things have gone back to how they were before I took over. The poor co-teacher is stuck doing 100% of the work again, while he goofs off and does nothing. I'm shocked that he's been teaching for nearly 2 decades and none of this has come to light. My coworker attempted to run me over, so what started the incident? Dave is this Christian who's spent the last 2 years in Europe as a missionary, has come back to have a temp job for a month, and get married to some Eastern European girl. Has also this incredibly tall, huge redhead, with a noticeable beard. Him being a redhead is important. Dave is also a major dick to this other guy, Edge, who was born with some very noticeable deformities. He's not handicapped, but he's got all kinds of physical differences. Anyways, so one day Dave is picking on Edge like usual, because Dave is a prick, and Edge is an easy target. I, overhearing Dave pick on Edge for the umpteenth time, turn to Dave and say something along the lines of, Hey Dave, do you ever think maybe you won't get into heaven because you're a ginger, and as we all know gingers have no soul? Now I'm not a hero. I wasn't trying to get on Dave's bad side, and I'm not trying to rescue Edge. It just came to my mind as he was being an ass, so I said it. Rest of the office erupts in laughter. Dave goes silent and doesn't say a single thing the rest of the day. Next day Dave has off day after that. Dave comes in at the end of the day to get something. He leaves before me and I'm busy closing the store. Nearly 15 minutes later I'm done closing the store. I cross the parking lot to get to my car, and as I'm doing so, this crazy fuck of a dude, thinking he's on a mission from God, pulls out, whips his car at me and guns it. I had to run to dash a little to get across the street. Now that I'm older I know I should have called the police. This was years ago, so now it's just an amusing story. I thought I'd tell the boss. His crazy fanaticers would get fired and we would all move on with our lives. Of course boss didn't fire him, was too chicken to do it. So there was this one manager that no one really liked because she was entitled and rude and liked to spread rumors. There was also this one employee and well, she was exactly the same. So the two really did not enjoy each other and were at each other's throats a lot. Just to set the scene, we are at a fast food place that does delivery on a military installation. So one day manager asks employee to do something and employee says no because she's going out on delivery soon. Manager checks the board, sees that employee's name is like third on the dispatch list and the first person's food isn't even prepared. Tells employee to do this task while they're waiting. It was a crazy super simple task like wiping tables or something, I don't recall. She says no again and basically turns her back without moving from her spot near the dispatch screen. So manager says to clock out and go home if she didn't want to listen. Employee says no, I'm not clocking out. I want to deliver and make money. Manager says then do the task. This goes back and forth for a bit, while literally the entire rest of the shop is pretending like they aren't listening, even though we are all so close we could reach a hand out and touch each other. Eventually manager says get out, or I'm calling PMO, military police, and they can escort you out. Employee refuses some more, and then unleashes a slew of profanity, calling manager a bitch and a cunt, and I honestly don't remember what else. The manager walked over, clocked her out, said she was calling the general manager right after she called PMO if employee didn't leave, and that she'd be fired before the day was over. Employee left and was back on the schedule the next day. So I mean, technically she was fired, but it was less than 12 hours, so does it really count? I work in a mental hospital, and a lot of our patients have violent and sometimes sexually violent tendencies. That's something instilled in you from the beginning, so you have to be safe and never go into a patient's room alone. This woman continuously walked into patients' rooms and allowed the door to close behind her. She also got accused of stealing from patients, not just once, several times. She gave one of the most aggressive and violent patients in the entire hospital not one, but fuck into cups of Monster Energy drink. She constantly walked around with her shoes off. She couldn't adhere to a schedule outside of being on time for work, which didn't happen often either, making us all late for breaks, which are scheduled among other assignments, and she was never doing what she was supposed to at the time she was scheduled to. She was incapable of following simple instructions. An example of this is that our patients have a right to know who charts on them, so we have a board that the patients can look at, and it also helps the employees to know who to chart on. I instructed her to change the employee names so that we could see who to chart on. The first thing she does is starts taking off stickers that indicate a patient is being charted on by a certain person. Then she started erasing patient names. She didn't understand the phrase, update the employee names, so we know who to chart on. Nothing else. How much clearer can you get? Apparently not clear enough for her. She talked about abusing drugs with patients. Mind you, 100% of the patients in the facility I work in have a history of drug abuse. I wonder how many patients have been set back in their treatment because of that alone. There are probably more things, but that was all within a week. She was stupid. My girlfriend was a manager at a drugstore before moving to a different location a few months ago. There was a cashier there who was the biggest douchebag. He was like 42 and had completely uncontrollable ADHD. I don't even know his real name. She only calls him Hyper Guy to me and refused to take any medications for it. He was also gay, and when anyone tried to disciple him, he would threaten to file a discrimination report with ours, mainly to my girlfriend, who is a transgender woman. Anyways, so one time apparently there was a couple who came in, and the woman was easily 8 months pregnant. He was ringing them up, and the following conversation ensued. Hyper Guy, wow you're big, woman, oh, thanks. She's due any day now. Hyper Guy, hope you're going to be able to lose all of that weight honey. Woman, what? Hyper Guy, so many women who end up having babies just get real fat and don't do anything about it. You may want to put back the ice cream because it's not going to do any favors for you later because it looks like you're heading into that territory. The woman starts bawling and the husband starts wailing on him, of course. My girlfriend is the manager that day and she tries to defuse the situation. Unfortunately, since she's a shift supervisor, she's not able to write anyone up or fire them, but she had him go into the office so that she could at least reprimand him for his behavior. He claimed discrimination and threatened to report her 2 hours. She didn't care and verbally destroyed him anyways. The head manager comes in the next day and my girlfriend explains what happened. Not 20 minutes after, the husband calls the store and files a complaint against Hyper Guy for the way he treated his wife. Hyper Guy's punishment, nothing. My girlfriend was the only one who actually gave him any sort of discipline. Head manager said, don't do that again, and that was it. Between that incident and the time my girlfriend got fed up and left the location, he had complaints against him from customers for rudeness, sexual harassment, and talking on his cell phone while ringing people out. Never got written up once. I have no idea if he still works there, but I hope he doesn't. He was a nightmare. Body shop manager was asking the parts guy to bill out random items on customer vehicles, saying it was for another vehicle that was about to be totaled. His justification was both cars were the same insurance company and he didn't want customer A to lose their car because it needed one extra $200 part. One of the last ones he tried was a radiator for a vehicle that wasn't at our shop. Turned out it was for his mother's car, so he was caught charging personal parts to customers' cars. Upper management was informed with proof. Nothing happened. He was told to stop doing it. Another time one of the service advisors was going to parts and asking to get employee pricing on a repair for his sister or whatever relative he happened to invent that day. At first parts thought it was his way of getting a discount for customers so he could sell the repairs easier. After further investigation he was found to be taking the cash for some repairs from customers, then putting the entire ticket at employee rate, paying for it with the cash, and keeping the rest. So he would take $200 in cash from the customer, the original total, mark the ticket employee, go pay the $150 and pocket the extra $50. When management was informed, the response was, well, at least he knows we're watching him and he won't do it again. That guy was eventually fired for charging parts to a customer's repair order and keeping the parts for himself, similar to what the body shop manager was fired for. He then went on to become the service manager at another dealership, where he was fired for basically doing the same thing, but this time to the tune of thousands of dollars. One of my former coworkers, Adam, had a bit of a thing for a female coworker, Kelly. Adam and Kelly at first hit it off pretty well, but at the time Kelly has a boyfriend that she's pretty serious about. He tries to escalate their relationship, but Kelly says no and eventually tells him to leave her alone completely. Adam decides that this isn't okay. He tries to get her jealous by flirting with her friend, who he eventually sexually assaults by getting her drunk, taking her home, and forcing her to let him finger her before she threatens to call the police and starts to badmouth Kelly to several other employees. Since his tactics continue to not work, he decides that the most rational decision is to go into her office, start screaming at her to give him a chance, and upon rejection yet again, starts throwing shit around. Our boss goes to confront him, and he yells at her and threatens to hit her before the police are called, and he runs away. Despite our boss filing a report on his violent behavior, Kelly said that it wasn't a big deal and didn't put her name on the report, and he manipulated the boss who had previously obviously found him attractive, into not going into full detail about the incident. He had a meeting with ours and a few other higher ups, and they decided to just relocate him with no penalty. It's honestly fucking amazing to me how incompetent our management was at that job, and I'm so glad that I no longer have to work there. Years ago I worked for a major bank in one of their corporate offices in the mailroom. We had this one coworker, we'll say her name was Nicole, and Nicole was a freaking psycho. She had only been with the company for a week or two, and she complained constantly about everything. I don't think that I have ever met someone as bitter about the world as Nicole. She couldn't afford to pay her rent, so she got evicted, but her landlord decided not to throw her out into the street and put her into a small studio apartment. Presumably it was much more affordable than whatever she was staying in before. She would come in and complain about this, and my coworker and I were like, yeah, but he didn't have to do that, right? You could be homeless right now, so that was really nice of them to do. She didn't like that and flew off the handle and literally started cussing and shouting at us. We had a manager come in and ask what the problem was, and Nicole stopped, did this really loud, annoying nervous laugh, and said something, oops, sorry, am I being too loud? Sorry about that, laughed again. The manager just said, okay, well, watch the language and tone it down. People are trying to work and it's distracting, and walked away. About half an hour later, my coworker and Nicole are sorting mail while I was at the computer doing some data entry stuff, when out of nowhere Nicole asks my coworker for a pen. He doesn't have one, so she jumps up in a huff, marches the door and slams it shut, and goes to the other side of the floor. I looked at my coworker and asked what the hell was that about. With a puzzled look he just goes, I have no idea, but she's Pycho. And then she comes back a few minutes later stomping her feet the entire time, pen in hand, yanks the chair out knocking it across the room, goes great, then football spikes the pen on the table. My coworker had enough at this point and says, hey, what the hell is wrong with you, ya freaking psycho? She just screamed, oh my god, and starts bawling and shaking, then runs out of the mailroom and into the office area, and I don't know where she went after that, but my coworker and I went to our manager, told him everything that happened, and when we left he was like, don't worry guys, I'll take care of everything. So we thought she'd get the boot and good riddance. Anyway, she came back to the mailroom and I call our manager. She's acting like nothing happened. If anything, her psycho demeanor is gone, and she starts acting really nice and sweet. Our manager comes a minute later and asks her to come with him. She's all smiles and is like, sure manager, I'd be happy to. Like a complete 180 from how crazy she was acting about an hour ago. Anyway, about an hour and a half goes by and our manager comes and gets us, sits us down, and tells us that not only is she not being let go, but she is being moved to a slightly higher paid position out on the office floor. We were, what the fuck, seriously? She did all that crazy stuff and you're promoting her? What? His response, well, what if I let her go and she goes home and hurts herself? Can you guys tell me you wouldn't feel guilty about that? I was like, manager, if she's like that, she needs help. She needs to be in a mental hospital. My coworker was like, manager, let me get this straight. So if I start acting crazy and I threaten to kill myself, you're going to give me a promotion? Manager just goes, okay, well, that's all guys, you can go back to work now. Then they gave her a huge cubicle in the corner away from everyone else and continued working there. She had at least one other psychotic episode that I can remember, but it wasn't at work, but at an after hours coworker function. But that's a whole other story. I had a coworker who was a very good salesman. He made the boss a lot of money. After years of drug and alcohol abuse, much of it on his own time, he told everyone he quit. A few weeks later, he is caught doing cocaine off the owner's desk. He did not lose his job. A few years later, he borrowed money from a customer/friend, telling him that he needed to borrow it until he got his regular bonus check. I'm friends with the customer as well, and he told me it was $25,000. He did not pay the customer back. The customer then proceeded to cut that amount off from his next bill that he owed to our company. The owner asked why he would just cut such a substantial amount. The customer explained. The salesman did not lose his job. He was given a promotion. At this point now, he is my boss. He leaves his post, we work at nighttime, and we are located in a very bad area of New York City, frequently, and goes missing. Customers cannot find him, as he is now my boss. I need him to approve some sales I have made, and to assist in some inventory management issues. He is missing. Frequently. I complain to the salesman, as he is making it difficult for me to do my job now. He tells me to go fuck myself. I explain the situation to the man in charge of our night shift. He tells me to relax. I cannot point. I follow him one night when he disappears. He leaves our offices. He goes out into this bad area and purchases cocaine, and then gets a blue job from a hooker in his car. I get pictures and videos. I show the owner of the company. He does not lose his job. I left there about 2 years ago. I returned to see friends and say hi to old co-workers over Christmas. He still works there. He asked me if I wanted a Super Bowl box for $1,000. I told him to fuck off. This story is about a guy who I will refer to as Chuck. I used to work for a large logistics company as a truck unloader. Well, on this day Chuck, who also typically unloaded trucks, hadn't shown up. This is a huge issue as our workload requires all hands on deck. I essentially had to do his job for him to keep pace. Our manager called Chuck a few times and got no response. About 30 minutes later Chuck walks in without saying a word to anyone and clocks in. He grabs his equipment and walks past me as I'm returning to my area. I get a glimpse of his face and something just seemed a little off. We begin to work for about another 20 minutes before Chuck begins to scream in pain with every box he threw onto a conveyor belt. People stare at him for a while, and the manager asks him if he's okay, which he says he is. This goes on for a while before Chuck begins unloading the truck of a driver who needs to go back out with more packages. In this case the driver has to tell Chuck which of the boxes have to leave the truck and which ones need to stay. Chuck, out of nowhere, begins yelling at the driver to go away or he will report him for harassment. The driver had done nothing but do his job at this point and decides he should go ask some people what the deal was with how Chuck was acting. After a while the driver makes a complaint with the manager, who goes and checks with Chuck to resolve the issue. The manager finds out that Chuck has been drinking all day and came to work drunk. The manager then made the decision to continue letting the drunk Chuck work around heavy moving machinery, throwing boxes around instead of sending him home. They didn't fire him or require him to go to AA meetings. Nothing. They even let him drive home after his shift, still drunk. Everyone in the shift ended up getting the "if things are going wrong in your life, don't screw it up more. Come talk to us" talk from management after. And that was the end of that point. TLDR. Guy comes into work and starts threatening to report another person just doing his job for harassment. Management doesn't fire or send him home and lets him drive home drunk after his shift. Truck delivery driver, and I was his helper for the Friday afternoon load. It was going to a job about 15-minute drive away. We left the yard and stopped at a C-store where he bought a 6-pack for his lunch. He told me I could grab a sandwich there, but there weren't any. We went straight from there to park at the beach where he proceeded to drink 4 beers for lunch. After an hour, we left to do the delivery. On the way out of the beach parking lot, he saw a friend driving in. We turned around and went back to the beach. He drank the rest of his beers and some from his friend. After the second hour of our half-hour lunch break we left again. On the way to the delivery site, we drove by a friend's house. So we went inside to visit. More beer, and another hour later we left again to get to the deliver site. We get there and there is a ditch dug across the driveway and we will have a tough time with the delivery. He decides to call the office and tell them we can't do the delivery. I'm thinking we are more than 2 hours late on this delivery and he is going to get reamed about where he is. Nope. They sweet talked to him to talk him into making the delivery. We also did not return until after the office was closed, so he wouldn't have to see anyone in the office. This was the first delivery I made, and he worked there for another 1.5 years and none of it went any better than that day. We used to have a permanent crew at DuPont and this guy was kinda like a supervisor. They were painting a smokestack that had to be locked out before you could do any work. Mind you, DuPont is super and all about safety because they manufacture cyanide. Certain infractions get you suspended and some get you kicked off the plant indefinitely. This factor tells one of his guys to go put his lock on the lockout box instead of doing it himself, but the guy doesn't take the key out. Big safety violation. Both were at fault, but they thought they'd just suspend them. Feet goes into a violations meeting with the safety engineers and my boss and starts this whole rant about how he's a supervisor and yada yada, so they kick him out permanently. Faked up parties that this happened since I've been working there 5 years, but there's a lot of stories and rumors about why he's not allowed on other dupant sites too. People don't want to work with him, and he's not allowed to have any credit cards. I have to go meet him to put gas in his company truck and he don't pick up parts from places that we don't have an account for. He's been there for 20+ years, and outside of thinking that he's got some dirt on the bosses, I don't understand how he's still employed by us. Guy got extremely drunk on the job on his birthday. Apparently he intimidated the only staff member who knew to keep quiet. Then close to the end of his shift he asked the staff to take shots with him at his car after our boss left. Surprise, he got shot down on his offer because everyone was convinced they'd lose their jobs for doing it. The guy then peeled out of the parking lot all pissed off, almost hitting a guy on a motorcycle. Me being the employee left in charge for the night, and the other kid who was intimidated by drunk employee earlier called our boss, basically summing up the escapade, still in shock. She tells us that she'll talk to him. Drunk guy quits his job while trashed, then comes back the next day begging for it back. Our boss basically caves and gives it to him since she hadn't faxed his paperwork in. Her explanation? Well, insert blue smiley face thrift shop name helps these people. This is who we work for. Mind you, this was a normal employee, not someone who was a client in a program funded by us. The handbook totally prohibited drinking on the job. Final plot twist, guy gets super trashed again and quits again. Same song and dance, sobers up and comes back to find out his resignation had been faxed to the corporate office and it was too late. All of this goes on, and not once she considered firing him, let alone using disciplinary actions. TLDR, guy drinks on job, almost hits a motorcycle, quits job, gets it back, quits again, begs again to get it back, but the paperwork already went through, making his decision final. But he never got fired. Manager's brother was a total faking menace to the sandwich shop I worked in. We were all paid minimum wage, even though we all deserved a lot more. The owners were what I consider fake Christians. People who use the gospel to benefit themselves, but woe-betide anyone who wanted them to come off another $1 an hour or treat their employees like anything other than field hands. Anyway, the brother of the owner was a total menace. He'd show up wearing sunglasses, flip-flops, and shorts periodically to fuck everything up. Improperly put away trucks, try to run the register and fuck up your draw count, which he would blame you for, attempt to slice meat, and make an entire joke of the whole process. The owners were too cheap to throw away the shitty cut meat, so people would just get subpar sandwiches at college town prices for a few days before we got through it all. Worst thing he did one off game day was come in demanding his brother give him some money for something or the other. The brother refused. He needed to buy beer for some girls across the street at the swamp or something. He gets into a huge argument with his brother while the store is packed. By the way, this was the UF/Miami game day. The owner tells him he's not getting any money right now and to come back later. He looks at his brother, looks at our stuff to the brim tip jar, grabs it and just storms out. That tip jar was the one big reason people would work game days. You don't get paid more, but the tips were ridiculous. There might have been $200 to $300 in that jar when he grabbed it, credit card tips and all, and bolted for the door. We were assured by the owner we'd get compensated for everything, but he couldn't stop working to go after his brother right at that moment. He really couldn't. All in all, nothing happened to his brother, and we ended up getting about $20 a piece, as he claimed the jam to the tip jar only had about $50 in it. I didn't work there for much longer after that. Oh gosh, I actually have an answer for this. When I worked at juvenile court as a probation officer, one of the other officers was caught with a ton of porn on his computer. The computers in our offices belonged to the county and were not supposed to be used for any personal stuff. I saw people get in trouble for sending a personal email on their computer, but this is whole has a computer full of porn, and kept his job. Thanks to him, they enforced even stricter guidelines about our computer use, and pretty much blocked us from using the internet with the exception of a short list of approved sites. It was total bullshit. When he was caught, he tried to say his mom sent him some emails that must have had these videos as attachments. So really dude, that sounds better to you than just admitting you looked at some porn? You would rather say your mother sent it to you? Same guy was, finally, written up when he and a few other officers were caught going home and taking naps / playing video games / cheating on their wives when they claimed to be out in the field doing home and school visits. So not only theft of wages / time, but they were all forging legal documents that said they visited home / schools when they were home, or faking a coworker. They all got busted when a school called our supervisor asking if those officers still worked at the court as they had not seen them in months despite calling and asking for them to come talk to some probationers who were having problems at school. Point. That place is the good old boys club. Most useless employees I have ever seen, and in positions of power. Born guy is now a deputy sheriff. Dude working at height on an electricity pylon / transmission tower passed out and fell off into his harness. The harnesses are for safety, not comfort, and men especially need to be removed as soon as possible to prevent damage to their genitals etc. Brought him down, checked he was okay, recommended he went home. He said he was fine. Work was delayed through all this, by the way. Guy went back up, passed out again, fell off, repeat. Point. Sent him home, but he kept his job. What the fuck? He knew he wasn't okay to go up in the first place, but proceeded to work at height and pass out twice before accepting it. It was so dangerous. I worked for that company for less than a year, and it was always similar bullshit happening. One dude ripped the front off a truck and basically part scalped himself on the visor because he was driving too quickly down a temporary road. The road buckled and sent a shockwave back. He did lose his job, though. Same company, someone in the office bought a bottle of capsicum for some reason. The highly concentrated stuff that big kitchens etc. Point used to flavor huge batches of spicy food. Not for home usage, essentially. Everyone decided to try a bit. I firmly declined as I'm allergic to jalapenos. I carry an EpiPen, so fuck knows what capsicum would do to me. My colleagues mocked me and said I wouldn't be part of the club. I just rolled my eyes and said I'd rather not die. Thanks. 30 minutes later, one woman had to go home because she had actual cramps and was sweating buckets. A few of the guys looked very subdued and complained they felt sick, and the rest of them didn't look too healthy either. I'm late on this one, but strap yourselves in for a ride. Kiddos, I worked at Panera for around 4 years. We cycled through some of the worst GMs I've ever had, and then we got to the worst one right before I left. Constantly complaining, staying in the office her entire shift, talking shit on everyone, hired her family's members and friends who got away with everything, you name it. But what blew me away was the sheer stupidity of the thing that made me leave. Panera's soups all come in plastic bags. The leftover soups from the day are used the next day and eat it up using a water bath essentially. One day, it wasn't working, and she didn't realize until 11 AM, right before our lunch rush. Point. In a panic, she wanted to heat them up as fast as possible to have them ready for lunch, and instead of cooking them in the soup well at the highest temperature, or telling customers we were out of soup, or literally anything else, this dumb bitch puts them in the oven while they were still in plastic bags. The bags obviously melted, and I know there's no way that soup wasn't contaminated with either dangerous chemicals or bits of plastic. I took a picture, and honestly there was about 1/3 of the plastic left in the container, because the rest of it melted. Because I wasn't on my shift yet, she served customers all through lunch with the knowledge that that soup was not safe at all. When I got to work to close, a lower employee told me what happened, and I was floored. Horrified. I wouldn't eat that. No one should. It's faking dangerous and just shitty. Point. As soon as she left, I threw it all out and lied about using it on my paperwork. Sorry, but I'm uncomfortable with serving customers poison. I also sent a picture to her boss, who proceeded to do absolutely nothing about it. I left a month later once I found a new job, and honestly, it's better than I cold even asked for. TLDR, GM heated plastic bags of soup in the oven so they'd be ready for lunch. and served the soup all through lunch, while the plastic bags were melting into the product. Worked at a horrible French cafe in Sacramento where the owner just constantly abuses his employees. I was the manager there and ended up quitting without a 2-week notice because I had had enough of the baking assistant's bullshit after she started hooking up with the owner. One of my friends is still working there, and he told me about one server that we never got along with because she would forcefully invite herself to things and then get crazy wasted. She ended up getting wasted at work and then started trying to fight other employees, locked herself and cried in the bathroom after my friend found a bottle of liquor in her purse. Somehow they got her to go home. My friend ended up calling the owner and telling him about it, but because he wasn't there he said he couldn't fire her. In reality they couldn't keep any servers around as they made the baking assistant manager. She has no serving or management experience and is just as abusive as the owner. The perks you get from sleeping with the owner. Her next shift comes around and she shows up drunk. Owner said they needed to be more compassionate. Then she finally got fired after the owner had to deal with her drunk as himself. She ended up coming to work sober while the owner was there and got drunk at work while he was there, and she started crying and locked herself in the bathroom again. The funniest thing to me was when she showed up to my new job asking for a job and using my name as a recommendation. I told them to throw her resume in the trash. For some backstory, I'm currently stationed on a US Navy submarine. I work in the engineering department. We take care of the reactor, its support systems, and the electrical power distribution plant. And most people in England department fall somewhere in the category of weird, socially awkward nerd. Most guys are gamers to some extent or another, and there's a few videos out there of people LARPing or running around at training schools in weird costumes. There isn't anything wrong with that stuff. This is just to paint a bit of a picture. So, when there's a guy who is weird and insane compared to the rest of England debt, they stick out a lot by comparison to normal people. Here's some of the stuff he's done. While at one of our training schools, he had a brief incident with a female student. Apparently, he was standing behind her in class. This is common, since you will get yelled at to stand up if you doze off, and she backed up into him by accident. Unfortunately, he was in a state of arousal at the time. She apologizes to him, and he responds with something like, "Go ahead, I don't mind." Somehow, he didn't go to captain's mast and get kicked out of the nuclear training. Later, at that same training school, his roommate, we all had roommates, yelled at him for jacking off too much. He responds by getting out of his bed, walking over to his roommate, and continuing to jerk off in his face until they got into a fight. Again, somehow he didn't get kicked out. About a year ago, he caused an incident report while we were deployed. We were operating with reactor output near the limit and he wanted to adjust parameters to restore some temperatures to their normal values. This, by itself, is perfectly okay. However, to do that, you have to withdraw the control rods. Every person I've talked to, regardless of nuclear training, seems to know that withdrawing the control rods causes reactor output to go up, which is true. So, he does just that, and sends reactor output high enough over the limit to cause an alarm to come in. During the critique, a fact-finding discussion after incidents designed to determine the timeline of events and root causes, he stated that he did give any consideration to reactor output changing. When he withdrew the control rods a couple of months ago, he was performing routine maintenance on our reactor monitoring cabinets. The monitor and display things like temperature, pressure, coolant flow, neutron levels, etc. Part of the maintenance has you remove a couple sets of fuses and then later reinstall them. The 2 sets of fuses you remove have different amperage ratings, so it pays to be mindful and put them back in the right spots. I wouldn't be telling this story if that's what he did, and it ended up securing power to all but one of the monitoring cabinets about a year and a half ago. He called one of the crew, who is black, a faking nigger cunt. He has a large knife collection, both in size of knives and size of collection, and usually keeps a couple on / around him at any given time. Multiple times, he's had nervous breakdowns and given his knives to someone, saying he can't be trusted with them. This one's kind of a roller coaster. TLDR at the bottom point, we had this compulsive liar of a shift leader named Kenzie. She was cool sometimes, but she got on a lot of people's nerves because she had a really passive aggressive attitude over everything. She was also suspected of stealing money from the safe, but we never had any solid evidence of it. The only basis they had to go off of was that the bank was always short on the nights that Kenzie works, and this had faked up the counts ever since she came back to work. She was in basic training, but was discharged for medical reasons. To make it even worse, my general manager, Ally, was a total pushover, so she got away with a lot of things. It was Ally's first time running a store, so she had a lot of work in the confrontation department. There was a time where we were very short-staffed, especially on shift leaders. The only management left was Ally, Kenzie, and our assistant manager Carson. At this time, Carson went upstate every weekend to help his uncle on a construction project. So it was common for Ally and Kenzie to work long hours on Saturdays and Sundays. We used to have another assistant manager named Emily, but she quit over the summer. The management team were all really good friends, but Ally and Emily were very close even after Emily had quit. I was also very close with them, so that's why I know all of this drama. Haha. It's a good time to mention that Kenzie is adopted. She never really said much about it, and for all we knew, she always expressed how happy she was with her adoptive parents. Also, another relevant note that comes up later. Earlier in the year, Emily and Kenzie had planned to go to a concert in Arizona, which was only a couple hours away from where we were. They made these plans months before the following event happened, and when the store was still properly staffed. A lot of things came up at once over the week, and it seemed like a ton of people had quit or gotten fired at the same time. This particular weekend was very inconvenient, for Carson had to go upstate still, and Ally took a Saturday off for her niece's birthday. Ally had been working a lot because of the shortage, so she deserved the day off. Less than a week before, Kenzie comes into the store for her shift, bawling her eyes out. Ally and I were the only ones there, and she tells us that her birth mom died. She mentioned a couple weeks prior that they had gotten back in contact and were planning to meet during spring break. Of course, Ally and I showed sympathy, but unfortunately, the funeral, out of state, was the same weekend Ally needed the day off, so she would not be able to attend her niece's birthday. Apparently Kenzie had to go to the funeral because her mom left something in the will. Kenzie tells Ally not to tell Emily, though, even though they were all good friends. Ally finds Kenzie's secrecy weird. So that weekend she texts Emily and says, "I don't know why Kenzie didn't want me to tell you, but did she mention that her birth mom died?" Okay, telling Emily kinda broke a boundary of trust, but it was well deserved. After Emily said she didn't know that, Ally told her that Kenzie was at the funeral right now, and that's why she was working on her niece's birthday. Emily's reply, "Well, that's faking weird, cause she is sitting right next to me at a bar in Arizona, pre-gaming for the concert we planned months ago." Emily was livid. She cares about Ally much more than Kenzie, considering Kenzie's erratic nature, and she was pissed that she would take advantage of Ally like that. Emily ratted Kenzie out, but she didn't work at the store anymore, so she didn't have the power to fuck up her employment. Ally didn't do anything about it. She didn't even let Kenzie know that she knew. She was too short-staffed to fire her over it, and if she wrote her up then it would be her fourth offense, which would ultimately lead to her being fired anyway. To add on to it, I guess Kenzie felt at least a little bit remorse, because money had slowly been returning to the bank after she got back from the funeral. TLDR, problematic manager lied about the death of her estranged birth mother, and lied about going to the funeral the same weekend we were very short-staffed. Turns out she was at a concert with her friend. Never even got written up for it. To top it off, she was probably, definitely, stealing money from the store's bank. Back during the dot-com boom, I had an entry-level customer service job for an internet/network startup that was still in beta and had gobs of investment cash to spend. Since our beta customers got dealt with individually by the account reps, us 10 or 12 grunt CSRs had nothing to do. Literally nothing. All day. Every day. For like 10 months. Zippo. We each had Spacious Cube, a phone that never rang. Nice. computer with a really super fast for the time internet connection and no expectations or duties other than, I guess, to show up and log on every day for 8 hours. So I spent my time reading, downloading songs on Napster, learning how to use stuff like Photoshop, buying and selling stuff on eBay, like that. It was awesome, and it paid fairly well. I was moving overseas soon, so I didn't really care that I was essentially wasting my professional life for several months anyway. We had a guy on our CSR team that fancied himself a hacker and spent his time literally attempting to hack every major bank/company/government entity he could get his hands on. Some dodge dude served him a subpoena at the office at one point. I even think the guy was trying to hack our own company's stuff. Don't cheat where you eat, and all that. Anyway, he was warned over and over, and got some demerits, or whatever, but was never fired, even though he was up to some pretty illegal/unethical/risky shit in that cube. It's a three-way tie for me. Idiot #1. Her husband booked a vacation, and surprised her on her birthday. The vacation was 4 months out. She came into work, and asked for the time off. The boss said sorry, but I've had a huge vacation in Europe, booked for 2 months now. We can't both be on vacation. To leave you/other_Megan to fend for herself for 2 weeks. Ask your husband if he can get the dates changed. This girl decided to just not say anything else. Or 3 days after our boss leaves the country, I get a call from this girl crying. The boss promised her the vacation time and must have forgotten because she's on the schedule. Could I please cover her shifts? Now I didn't realize it meant working every day Monday, Sunday for 2 weeks straight. By the time I did, she was on a plane and also out of the country. Boss came back and found out what happened. She was livid. Girl came back from vacation and said, if you're going to punish me, I'm just going to quit because you need me more than I need this job. Idiot. #2. Loved to work out in his spare time and bragged about how he would always push himself. He was extra sore for about 2 weeks before we finally convinced him to go to the doctor. Turns out he really faked himself up and had doctor mandated bed rest for a month. We all bent over backwards to pick up his extra work. We were all miserable, but wanted to help him heal up and get back as soon as possible. After 2 weeks of no pay, he realized he's broke AF. So what does he do? Claims he fell on a wet floor at work and filed for workers' comp. My boss is pissed because she knows he's lying, but it's being taken as a serious claim. He ultimately got his claim denied because they couldn't find the footage of him falling on the day he said it happened. He ended up quitting shortly after, but he really should have been fired. Idiot #3 was hooking up with Idiot 2 even though he was her superior. He managed to convince her to lie and say he did fall the night he claimed. Well, while they were reviewing the footage to find his fall, they caught her smoking repeatedly in the back room. And not sneakily, she stood right in front of the camera and had at it. This one is the biggest surprise to me because even if my boss was willing to give her a warning, it was an immediate fireable offense by the people above her. I'd like to put out a disclaimer that the following events are all true, no matter how absurd they may sound. I worked in the fast food industry a whiles back for less than a year, and the restaurant had a contract with a local correctional facility to help convicts with a relatively good track record ease back into society by giving them real jobs with real pay that they could use back at the correctional facility. A bus would bring them to work every morning and take them back at the end of the day. Some of these convicts provided some of the most entertaining and outrageous moments of my career as a fast food employee. One elderly lady would literally sit in the dining area with the manager's office phone and use it to keep in touch with her friends. This was our only landline, and we had complaints from customers who called for getting an incorrect order because they couldn't reach anyone there for hours. Literally hours. That's how long this woman would sit and not work because our shift manager was too nervous to say something to her. She had a snarky attitude. She was still employed there up to the point when I left. Another chick, and by far the most ridiculously unbelievable things were performed by her, was not all the way there in the head. One night, when I was off, the restaurant's dining room had closed, drive-thru still open, and this employee was pissed off for being told by the shift manager to have the room cleaned. Out of protest, She paraded around the dining room completely naked and was screaming at the shift manager to do it himself. No customers were there, so only the employees working at the time had seen this happen. They were all too shocked to do anything about it and approach her, so they just let her have her episode until she was ready to put her clothes back on. Did she lose her job? Nope. Shift manager yet again chose not to do anything about it. Okay, buckle up, motherfuckers. I worked a job in a car repair shop for a major dealership in my area through high school and undergrad. I had a general gopher type position that saw me do anything from parking cars to unloading parts in the warehouse to forklift operation to helping with oil changes / brakes / tire mounting, etc. My position also closed and opened the shop. I had this job for about 7 years, and it was great, but turnover for my position was pretty high. This is the case with basically all maintenance shops, but especially my position, about 7 of us. Pay was just okay, and most of the people were either young and left for school, or older and left because we only made 10/hours. We eventually hired a guy who was just the worst. It was super shady from the beginning, as one of the middle management service writers got him the job and said that it was his brother-in-law. Then when pressed a while later, he said it was his cousin. Then when further pressed down the road, he admitted he didn't really know the guy for long before the hire, and that they weren't related at all. Super weird stuff. This guy was like a cancer. He was caught not clocking out for work on breaks / lunch / end of shift point. Then he was caught coming in a few hours early, clocking in, leaving, then coming back point. Then he was caught stealing from the shop and parts. He said it was a misunderstanding and he intended to pay point. Then a large sum of money went missing from the register in the parts department, a few thousand, on a day where he was the last guy out of the shop closing up. The money was there when the parts manager closed up for the day point. There was also a string of cars that had valuables / money stolen after dropping them off for maintenance. There was basically no way to prove it, and he sincerely could have not been the guy, but at this point, it was likely him. The day they installed cameras around the facilities, it stopped. Then he would constantly have shady dudes pull up out back. He would get in their car while still clocked in and working and leave the area. He would come back like 10 minutes later. Side note, he was constantly high or seeking a high. I was once prescribed pain medication, and he spent 2 hours trying to get some from me. I told him to fuck off. I wonder what his trips were about. If you switched shifts with him, he would sometimes just not show up, then try to throw it on you when no one was there, and management got mad point. Okay, buckle up, motherfuckers. I worked a job in a car repair shop for a major dealership in my area through high school and undergrad. I had a general gopher type position that saw me do anything from parking cars to unloading parts in the warehouse to forklift operation to helping with oil changes / brakes / tire mounting, etc. My position also closed and opened the shop point. I had this job for about 7 years, and it was great, but turnover for my position was pretty high. This is the case with basically all maintenance shops, but especially my position, about 7 of us. Pay was just okay, and most of the people were either young and left for school, or older and left because we only made 10/hours. We eventually hired a guy who was just the worst. It was super shady from the beginning, as one of the middle management service writers got him the job and said that it was his brother-in-law. Then when pressed a while later, he said it was his cousin. Then when further pressed down the road, he admitted he didn't really know the guy for long before the hire, and that they weren't related at all. Super weird stuff point. This guy was like a cancer. He was caught not clocking out for work on breaks / lunch / end of shift point. Then he was caught coming in a few hours early, clocking in, leaving, then coming back point. Then he was caught stealing from the shop and parts. He said it was a misunderstanding and he intended to pay point. Then a large sum of money went missing from the register in the parts department, a few thousand, on a day where he was the last guy out of the shop closing up. The money was there when the parts manager closed up for the day. There was also a string of cars that had valuables / money stolen after dropping them off for maintenance. There was basically no way to prove it, and he sincerely could have not been the guy, but at this point, it was likely him. The day they installed cameras around the facilities, it stopped point. Then he would constantly have shady dudes pull up out back. He would get in their car while still clocked in and working and leave the area. He would come back like 10 minutes later. Side note, he was constantly high or seeking a high. I was once prescribed pain medication and he spent 2 hours trying to get some from me. I told him to fuck off. I wonder what his trips were about. If you switched shifts with him, he would sometimes just not show up, then try to throw it on you when no one was there, and management got mad. Then he started picking a random couple days every couple of months, where he would no call no show. He'd come back a few days later and say he was sick. Still not fired. He would hide in the break room or in the back shop for 30 minutes chunks at a time. If you passed him on the way to the bathroom or to get coffee and said, "Hey, what the fuck man, we are slammed. We need you out there?" he would try and say, "Oh, I'm on break." Most of the time. A lie. Caught multiple times. One day, our usual courtesy shuttle driver had to take a couple weeks leave for an operation and got it all squared away with corporate and the shop manager, and 2 or 3 of us split part of our shifts to cover for him. One of the guys helping already had a vacation day on the books sometime during this period for some stuff he needed to take care of, and you just grabbed the keys and decided to be the driver for that part of the day. Whatever, fine. He's useless around the shop. Maybe this will help. Nope. He decided he was just going to drive wherever, and the shuttle was out for hours on a routine run that should have taken a third of the time. And he was reported to the sheriff's department by 2 separate cars of drivers on the road because he almost caused an accident with one and drove another off the road as he was weaving in and out of traffic at high rates of speed. What the fuck? Still nothing. None of this warranted firing, apparently, in a hire/fireable state. I was so confused for the longest time. I could not understand why. Then I figured it out. We were working with a relatively new shop manager. Kind of old school guy, but like in the super disgusting sexism and faked up racism, good old boy kind of old school. It is key to note that this problem employee is black. Whatever, I don't care about that. But, why is it important to note? Excellent question. The best answer I have for you is that said new manager liked to tell stupid inappropriate jokes. And he liked the N-word. And he loved using it in a sentence. Especially his jokes. And his stupid redneck brain thought, sure, I'll just tell black guys racist jokes to show them. I honestly don't know what. But I caught him using it a joke in front of sheetbed employee and I froze. Nothing happened and he just kind of laughed it off. Did a little bit of asking around, and the working rumor by many was that loser employee threatened that if manager ever fired him, he'd sue the shit out of the place and ruin his life. So there we have it. He wasn't a shareable, and he knew it. And on some level, I get it. He didn't owe anybody anything, least of all the manager. His meal ticket was punched, and he rode it for as little work as possible. He still sucks, but conceptually I get it. All of the complaints with no action at all made complete sense. It all clicked. But around my last month or so, I gave my fellow employees a parting gift. He was caught red-handed by another employee stealing something from the shop. When that employee explained he was going to report it, he threatened to find him in the back employee lot after work if he said anything. That was it for me. Fact that. No one has the right to threaten someone just doing their faking job. So I went into my manager's office and brought the assistant manager and the GM of the dealership. I explained the situation and had the employee who was threatened to corroborate the whole thing. The redneck dick face immediately went the route of, "Oh, so what, are you scared?" Completely patronizing. He of course is covering his ass for the racist sheet. But now I know. He isn't sliding today. And now that 2 other parties are witnesses, he can't cover it up. So I'll let it sit a beat. Then I threw out a few buzzwords like hostile workplace, deliberate indifference by the managers, assault, inform the corporate office, yada yada. I already had a month's notice in that I was quitting to start law school that fall. Now that I'm in my last semester of law school, I realize how dumb I sounded, but still. Most importantly, I pointed that the corporate company that owned us was a Fortune 500 company, and that it's ridiculous that any of us would have to worry about assault in the workplace for such a major corporate entity. That apparently struck a chord, because the GM of the place was like, "Well, are you going to fire him?" Manager had no other choice now, so they did fire him the next day, and everyone clapped. No, but really. This cheat sincerely, truly happened. No one ever really saw him again, except when he came to return his uniforms. I hated that guy. I also hated the manager. He was racist and a pervert. When female customers would drop cars off, he would talk to other employees from a distance about the things he would like to sexually do to them. Gross. TLDR. Worst employee I ever worked with had the opportunity to blackmail our manager and used it to do a terrible job with no consequences. Eventually was fired for threatening to assault another employee. This actually involves two people. First, there was an owner of a franchise. That owner hired yes men. Those people also hired yes men. Basically anyone that told them what they wanted to hear and provided results, even if everything they did showed that they were doing something fishy. Now the third person down the rung hired managers for the franchise locations. Hired an older woman that had all the appearances of being a hard-working ladder climber. That is, she busted her, but to make sure her store was turning a profit and had high customer satisfaction. I went into her store a few times for various reasons and got to talk to her and some of her employees. After just 3 encounters, I had all kinds of alarm bells going off in my head. I made multiple attempts to ask where they had hired her from, what was her background, and telling anyone in upper management that I thought something was really wrong in that store. Fast forward 5 months, district managers meeting. I'm sitting there waiting for the meeting to start. Should have started an hour ago. A permanagment is nowhere to be found. They finally come in 2 hours late and have to explain why nice hard-working lady was caught speeding down the highway. When she was pulled over, they found our franchise bank bags in the back of her car. Many of them. $350,000 of bank deposits. Apparently she had not been actually depositing the money into the bank accounts. She would deposit it into the store's local account, then draw it out, and claim that she had made a mistake, and that it was now deposited into the right account. Each deposit, withdrawal, deposit, depositee shortage money, withdraw overage money, over and over. She had found some way of totally blowing up the accountability built into the system, lower her to siphon off $350,000, but making it really damn hard to tell where and how. The money would definitely be missing, but sorting out through the rat's maze of transactions made it hard to see where and when she shorted it. She would short one transaction, but then put it back in with another transaction, then short another transactions, and make it appear that it had been repaid with another transaction, but in reality, it had not. Just looking at the records, a cursory glance at them, they would look like they should balance. Point seems that 3 days before she was interviewed, she had been released from prison for doing 5 years on just exactly this kind of scam. Manager hadn't even asked about criminal record, back when they still could in almost every area, and not that she would have told the truth anyway. Now, she has stolen money from us, and was self-admittedly skipping the county with it. So what do? Offer to pay her court fees, and ask the judge to go lenient on her, because she can now show us how she did it, so that it can't happen to us again. 6 months later, the chain winds up going bankrupt because of some other yes men decisions that caused the franchise to go under. But she kept her job there to the end, even got a raise. So did the doofus that hired her, became district manager himself, and I shouldn't talk bad about the guy. He was actually a great guy that cared about his employees and wanted to see the business succeed, so he was hiring people that were driven to success. Sadly, he made one bad judgment call that hurt the whole company bad, and that can happen to anyone at any point. Close bracket. Sexual assault. I was waitressing at a very popular restaurant. Our manager was a very aggressive and handsy guy, and would often come up to one of us girls and grab our resortigs whenever he felt like it. Also would say the most inappropriate things. One memorable one he said to me was, "I want to taste your pussy so bad," and then he reached his hand down the front of my apron and grabbed my crotch. This was the same manager I had gone to for help when he was new, because one of the line cooks had pinned me against the wall in the cooler and was rubbing me up and down. I should have seen the red flag when nothing was done about that. It wasn't just me. He did it to every single female that worked there. If we told him no or to stop, he would dock our pay. We told the district manager, the our department, and even called the hotline and nothing was done. Of course there was video proof he did this, and the paper trail of us reporting him. Finally the restaurant took action after one girl's boyfriend came in and knocked him the fuck out. One punch, in front of the whole restaurant. He was taken off in an ambulance and the boyfriend was arrested. The action the restaurant took. They paid his medical bills and sent him back to work. We contacted a lawyer, an incredible well-known and successful lawyer, and sued the restaurant. They finally fired the manager a few months after that, and the our department head and the district manager were fired as well. 2 years later, as a fun note, that manager ended up marrying one of those girls, one not included in the lawsuit, and her sister also worked there, and he did that stuff to her as well. Apparently that didn't bother them. Also my parents were selling their home in that town, and they attempted to buy it. Once my dad found out who the guy was and what he did to me, he refused to sell him the house. Holy shit, do I have a story here. So I work private security for a very high-end gated community. One day our regular 4 to 12 guy was absent, so we had a fill-in guy there. This dude was something. He hasn't worked my gatehouse in like 5 months and I'm still hearing about him. First let's talk appearance. Every guard wears a nice suit and tie, with a black shoes or boots. He didn't have his jacket, so he had a blue dress shirt with our logo on shoulder, no tie. He wore flip-flops, and he wore black jean shorts. He also wore a thin rope almost like a twine, instead of a belt. First thing he said when I walked in the booth is, "Hey man, you're going to die when you're 40. Gotta lay off the hamburgers. I'm going to live to be 250. I'm not overweight." He looked like a faking skeleton. Dude had cardboard boxes all over the floor and was holding a box of carrots, lettuce and bananas. He had a water bottle on the counter filled to the brim with healing stones from Russia, which he drank out of. He filled our coffee maker to the brim with pine needles he found outside. Because pine needle tea is amazing, he didn't even use a coffee filter. You know how long it took me to get them all out. Next is performance. Oh boy, here's a good one. A car would pull up. Standard procedure is every person shows their driver's license or ID card. We scan their registration sticker, then call the homie our winner or let them in depending on our lists. Now a car would pull up, and he would legit go, "You look like a homeowner," and open the gate. No ID, no scan. Our residents are used to new guys, so some were like, "You have to scan me?" So this dude just hit random buttons, pretended to scan them. They said there wasn't the red laser nor beep when you're actually scanned in, and then he would go, "Have a wonderful day," and close the door. Lastly is him leaving. He took his water bottle, left his carrots box, and closed the door. So now I'm like, well shit, let's get this stuff cleaned up. Well, he drove a red pickup, and as I was cleaning the back, I hear a screech of tires and you'd almost hit our automatic exit gate. He then proceeded to get out of his car blocking the exit, enter the booth, and started hurling shit into the back of his truck. He took the cardboard, which, when I asked why he brought it, and he just went, "I don't like the tile pattern, it's evil." He's still working for my company. I see his name appear on some of our other sites. Sorry for any typist. TLDR, normal guy was absent. Fill-in might have been on cocaine and a hippie. Edit, typus, grammar. TLDR, found to Coworkers faking after hours at work. While I was closing, I used to work at a local dry cleaners. I worked up front with about 3 other girls. I was pretty good friends with 2 of them, but one was straight up batshit crazy. She would throw literal fits about everything and anything that upset her. I'm talking someone would make an innocent joke towards her, and she would start crying and run to our boss complaining that we were bullying her. Our boss always seemed to make exceptions for her. We never understood why she didn't get fired. He had this weird favoritism towards her, to the point where some of us started to wonder if they were faking. So about a year into the job, 3 of us, not including the crazy one, we'll call her K, are working together trying to close down. We closed at 7, but frequently wouldn't get out until 9 or 10 getting everything processed. So Kay shows up with another male coworker of ours after we've closed and said she just needed to grab something from upstairs. This made sense because our break room and lockers were upstairs. So we let them in. The 3 of us then kinda get back in our groove and get back to work and don't really notice how much time has gone by. After about 30 minutes or so, one of us mentions they've been up there a while and suggest we go check and make sure everything is okay. As we are walking up the stairs, we hear something metal clinking against something in a consistent rhythm. As we get around the corner, we see Kay, pants down and bent over the table that we all eat our lunch at, with our male coworker plowing away behind her. They immediately panic, get dressed, spout out some incoherent excuses and gtfo. My coworkers and I just kind of looked at each other in total shock. I mean, who comes to their work to fag? I found out later she had a very serious long-term boyfriend at the time that she lived with, so I guess work was her best place to cheat. One of the other gals told our boss the next day, and wouldn't ya know, she still wasn't fired. I don't remember quite what his bullshit excuse was, but I'm almost sure they had some kind of relationship. No one in their right mind would keep an employee as unpredictable and unstable as she was. I worked midnights at a popular convenience store chain for 13 months. My manager began living out of the store. In my state we can't legally sell alcohol after 2 AM, so he'd open up a 6-pack, keep the box until 7 AM when he could legally buy it, and then proceed to get super obnoxiously drunk and do fun things like try to clean the cappuccino/hot chocolate machine, B, call his friends to hang out in the store, C, flirt with every customer. Like no one was free from this. He was maybe 6'3" and weirdly red and built like a brick sheet house with a worse personality, so it was kind of terrifying when he'd say stuff in his sloppy drunk voice about his foot fetish. On my last day, he passed out in the office and just didn't wake up, which was worrisome because the man's got health issues, and it was 8 AM when my shift was from 11 to 7. At 10 I was exhausted and hadn't been able to take a piss for hours, and he still wasn't awake. He was supposed to take my shift, and I was genuinely worried if he was dead, because he was a dumbass without an inhaler. So I called the police only after the store owner said just wait for him to wake up. 40 minutes later, he finally wakes up and proceeds to yell at me for embarrassing him. Never mind that he's living in the faking store at this point and has drained a 6-pack by himself. So he then started drunk texting me super aggressive sexual shit. So I called the owner and told him that he needed to control his employee or I would quit. He said, but who would be manager then? I quit. Bad manager still works at that location. Working in a retail store, one of my coworkers does some pretty fake shit. For context, I work at a suit store. Story 1. 2 ladies were looking for a present for their dad/husband, a mother and daughter. My coworker was the one helping them. Throughout the transaction they were all joking around a little, having fun. The ladies chose out their gifts, paid, and were on their way out. On their way out my coworker slapped both their bums and said, now you ladies get your fatters out to here. They didn't even complain. Story 2. Same coworker had a younger kid in for a suit. I think it was for prom. They had fitted everything. The kid was just trying on the whole suit/tie/shirt/shoes/belt/etc. combo to see how he liked it all together. My coworker looks him up and down and says, you came in here looking homeless. You're leaving looking like Stephen faking Hawking. Story 3. Similar situation to story 2. Some prom kid was all dressed up in the stuff he picked out. My coworker is double checking the fit of the suit. Doing so, he is caressing this poor kid's sides, gently running his hands up and down his hips and just generally feeling him up. He moves onto the seat of the suit, grabbing at the waistband, and while doing so leans into this kid's ear from behind and says, so, do you have a girlfriend? Somehow, he has never had a formal complaint. Wild. Deep breath. There's this guy I used to work with at my old job. Before I begin my 6 years at this place, I rarely saw people get fired/laid off for things such as coming in late or not meeting their quota despite many warnings. But this guy, I'm so confused why he stayed on so long, first talking with the boss for a little while the office allowed vaping. Of course he was the jackass who ruined it by puffing up large clouds of smoke even after the team leader told him to stop. Second, talking, being extremely loud and obnoxious one day. Well, more loud and obnoxious than usual. Third, he left a cup of cappuccino on his desk for about a week. Next thing you know, a bit of a gnat infestation at his desk. Fourth, on very thin ice he does this. A nation coworker is messing with him as she usually did, but one day he takes it bad and lashes out with racist slurs at her. This was on a Friday night, when the boss wasn't there. Monday, the boss asks him to follow him, and we're all looking at each other thinking, oh boy, this is it. He comes back, and sits at his desk, and continues to work. We all have what the fuck looks on our faces, but the Asian coworker takes this bad and runs off crying. That prompts another meeting, and finally he is out. But from what we hear it was more of mutual parting as he was planning to leave soon anyway. We weren't sad to see him go. Point bonus, not sure if this was true or not, but there's a rumor he also snatched another female coworker's glasses, and from the bathroom, sent her a picture of those glasses on his junk. True or not, I'm still scratching my head about this guy. TLDR, I worked with a pathological liar at a office retailer who talked constantly about people who don't exist to the point where he wasn't doing his job and distracting everyone from this. Faked a sonogram and miscarriage from a non-existent wife, made the underaged female employees uncomfortable, raged at me, caused a store-wide talk about personal hygiene, so he wasn't singled out, was reported to ours multiple times. Still not fired. The first time meeting my coworkers at this job, one pulled me aside. Don't believe anything Saul says, the guy's a liar. Nothing he says is true. Saul was 37, though he looked to be 20 years older, and he fabricated a whole family with personalities, and would incessantly talk about them for hours instead of doing his job, and distracted everyone from what they were doing. He'd go on and on about his sisters Montana and Jennifer, and his pregnant wife Amy. He'd force them into conversations that had nothing to do with them. I bought him a boba as I was grabbing one for myself, and he mentioned he'd never had one. The next day for literally hours he went on about how much his wife Amy loved boba. Point, there were no sisters. He subjected us to hundreds of hours of lies about. There was no pregnant wife Amy that he would talk to about with every other customer. In reality, he lived alone with his dad. His FB was found easily, and it wasn't hard to find posts that directly contradicted what he said. There also wasn't a shred of mention or evidence of these people he talked about seeing every day, not even a picture or passive comment. His FB was also covered in scantily dressed and in girls. If you came close to questioning his lies, he became irate. He went around showing a sonogram, and when a female co-worker questioned the year-old date on the photograph, he became aggressive towards her. He came in one morning acting livid and claiming that he had to rush his wife to the hospital 4 hours ago because she was bleeding. We asked him why he didn't just call out. We all knew it was bullshit at this point, and he got angrier. The second the two male managers left us alone together, he glared at me angrily and started pounding his fists on the counter. He was blocking the only exit I was afraid. Point, now the creepier parts. He smelled terrible and obviously never washed his clothes. The shoulders of his work shirt were covered in dandruff. After the store-wide hygiene talk he necessitated, he started using his own hair grease to tame his hair. That was his only change. At one point he started delving into sexual details with his made-up wife with various employees including myself. I wanted to tell him to fuck off with his fake life, but again, his rage. One underaged employee he would flirt with eventually started having me walk with her to her car, because this guy would talk at you as you're trying to leave for the day and trap you at your car door. He was especially creepy with her. He would talk about how he and his wife talk about her all the time. When he finally faked the miscarriage, like we were all expecting to happen, it was the subject of bits. He told this girl that his wife was working on a drawing to give her. It was the Superman logo with the E for her major instead of the S. It was almost finished, but his wife was working on it when she had her miscarriage and got blood on it. But she could still have the art if she wanted it. What the fuck? Her parents started picking her up from work after that. Bit late, but here we go. When I was 17 my uncle got me a job at a furniture store that was open only on weekends. Store is called Weekends Only. I didn't even go to an interview, was just told to fill out an application, and was told to come in at 8 AM on Saturday. So I go in, don't know anybody working there, report to the office. They give me my clock in /out code and the vest, and send me to report to a team lead in the back where the warehouse is. So I go and introduce myself, Some random guy said help me out with this. I stuck with him until lunch. I was beat moving all the heavy sheet to the loading dock. Come lunchtime, I go to my car to take a break, fall asleep, and I wake up like 3 hours later. Fuck it. I figure, I'm fired. Go back in. Nobody gave a fuck, nor did anybody notice I was not there. HMM. I go to the bathroom, take off my vest, walk out of the store, go watch a movie in a theater nearby. Eventually I make it back to the store at around 9 PM, go in the back, go to the employee only bathroom again, come out, clock out and go home. The next day I go in, clock in, go to the bathroom, take off my vest, walk out and go back, and watch 4 movies in a row. Back then you could pay for one movie, then as long as you stayed behind the line, you could sneak into other movies. Came back to the store, bathroom, clock out. This went on for about 6 months. Never worked an hour after the first 3 hours. Never got caught. Nobody even knew my name. I was just another body on the floor as far as everybody is concerned. Eventually I just stopped going. Never heard anything from anyone. Told my uncle. He worked in a main warehouse that distributed to other stores. I quit as I needed to focus on school. As far as everybody was concerned, I worked 12-hour shifts every Saturday and Sunday for 6 months, and got paid for it. TLDR, got paid for 6 months, and never worked an hour aside from going to clock in and clock out. I was a CNA for a while a few years ago, before I decided I didn't want to go into the medical field. At the first nursing home I worked at, we had a really difficult resident who was cruel to just about all of us, but most of us just let it go in one ear and out the other, not letting her get to us. But one day, she actually wanted to get up out of bed and was in her wheelchair for about 30 minutes before asking to go back. I went in and asked for another aide to help me. One of the not so nice ones came in, and the resident basically jumped from her chair to her bed and nearly fell. The other girl threw her hands up in the air, and I threw myself under the lady, so she wouldn't hit the ground. The other aide smacked her head. I went to help lift her up, and the other aide threw her into bed and smacked her bottom, and told her off. I went and reported it as soon as my shift was over, but she basically just got a slap on the wrist. She'd also been found stealing money from other residents' drawers, purses, etc. At a different nursing home, different state. I was training on the long-term wing. One of my first days, a man was screaming that he wanted to get up and out of bed. It was 3 PM. He was dressed, just not up. The aide I was training with brought me into the room, shut the door, told the man to shut up, and when he didn't, she yelled at him to stop his screaming, or she'd leave him in his wet brief all night. She also threatened me in that room, grabbed my arm, and told me I'd get fired, in front of a man who was very much awake. I quit the next day, and told them what happened. Supposedly this wasn't the first complaint they'd had about this woman, and I'm sure it wasn't the last. I have some great and happy stories from my time as a CNA, but there's a lot of bad people who take the course and get certified, and just aren't suited for caring for people. The moral of the second one is that you should never take a job where they ask you to interview. You show up, and they just ask what shift you want. Those places are desperate and can't keep aides around. So I kind of unwittingly instigated this, but here we go. I was working for a private ambulance company and was also in medic school at the time. If you're not familiar with EMS, at least here in the US, not sure if it's a similar culture in other countries, it's a close-knit community and a lot of people know each other. My boss was the nephew of the owner and was a total piece of shit, lazy, just barked orders, avoided doing calls, sat on Facebook all day, hired every female. I say female because that's all he saw them as, not really people who applied so he could try lay pipe, that kind of guy. Most of the women saw through his bullshit, but a few did not or genuinely liked him. Okay, cool. I honestly don't care about who's faking who, unless it interferes with me and my job, then I take issue. So this one girl, we'll call her Kathy, starts working there, and bossman, we'll call him Barry, starts doing his thing. They start banging, and of course she's partnered up with him every day that week, and they run maybe a total of 2 calls the entire time, while the rest of us are doing 6 or 7 per shift. So I'm pissed off. Get to class early next week and someone asks me how working at my company is going, and I just start venting about how Barry and Kathy are banging, and how she's a slut. Disclaimer, I hate that word, especially more so now, but I was really pissed off, and stressed out, and tired, and I really regret saying that about her, now that I know how hurtful something like that can be. Well, apparently someone in my class used to work with Kathy at another agency and was still roommates with her friend, and all the shit I was talking got back to her. I should not have said the things I said, and I take full responsibility for being an asshole and talking shit about someone behind their back. It actually makes me sick to this day to think about it, and this was years ago. So next day I get to work, and there are like 4 dudes in suits in the office speaking to Barry, my boss, and the owner. There were rumors floating that they were looking to sell the company to a larger, national, or regional company, so I figured that's what was going on. I poked my head in to just let my boss know I'm there, clocking in, and going to check out the ambulance. He nods, and as I turn around with the door still open, Kathy is in my face and screaming at me saying she heard what I said. How dare I gossip about her personal life? It doesn't matter who she's with, yelling and cursing up a storm because she is so rightfully angry. I'm totally stunned because I had no idea she heard about what I had said. So I'm just standing there taking it all right in front of these corporate suit wearing guys and our boss and the owner. One of the shift supervisors sees/hears what's going down and quickly takes us both out of the garage and away from the situation and each other. Point now, what I did was wrong, and I still feel terrible about it. But on the flip side, she didn't handle it well and possibly cost the company a decent sellout. I would have loved a change in ownership because Barry would have been gone as a boss in a nanosecond. But she didn't get fired or even written up, I think, but she started working regular shifts after that, and a fake they stopped hooking up, and Barry was on to the next girl. TLDR, Coworker was faking the boss and getting special treatment, increasing everyone else's workload. I vented about it at school. Word got back around to the Coworker. She confronted me at the worst time and the worst place, possibly cost the company a good sellout. Company went bankrupt and closed a few years later. A cashier who came in absolutely smashed every single day. Every day. I mean stumbling, slurring, obviously drunk. She got moved to the garden center register because it was the slowest. Nothing else happened. At the same company, a manager who was unabashedly sexist. He insisted all female employees, regardless of position, should work registers if it got busy. Never once asked a man to register, and forced the only male register employee to stock shelves because that was a man's job and register is a woman's job. I had an awesome coworker who started going to register every time I was called up because he hated that sheet as much as me. We both got reamed by him for disobeying. We argued that it made no difference what gender worked the register and which helped the floor, but our genitals were more important than our job skills. I quit because of that manager. Only time I ever said go fuck yourself to a manager before walking out. Sheethole rhymed with toes. Shop at the depot instead. Oh, almost forgot. Same place. Some early morning employees arrived one day and saw a drunk angry man chasing a woman through the parking lot. She ran to a car and locked herself in. The man started pounding on the car screaming at her. The employees stayed in their cars and one of them called the police. The man was arrested. That day, the entire store got called in front of our store manager and was told just how wrong that was and that if we ever witnessed something like that or feared for our own or other safety, we were not to call the cops. We needed to call our manager, who would call his manager, who would call his, until we had the permission of every manager up the chain to the district manager. It was completely unacceptable to call the police for literally any situation. He stressed that anyone calling police before going through the corporate chain would be fired and possibly charged. Point. That place was a literal hell on earth. I worked a shift once during a rush hour at a restaurant. The dishes were piling up and we couldn't keep up. One of the other waitresses ended up marching back to the kitchen to figure out what the hell was taking so long. There was only 2 people working the dishwashing that night, and when she went back there was only one. My coworker asked where the other was, and apparently the other guy didn't know. But she'd been gone for almost an hour. So she looks out the back door, assuming she had gone for a smoke. Lo and behold, the girl was sitting in her car, smoking a joint and listening to music. My coworker ran out and told her she wouldn't tell our boss if she got out and started hustling, but the girl ended up just crying and then going to the boss and telling him on her own anyways. She eventually got fired for posting stuff on social media about the job being trash and all that. But she was rehired in less than 2 weeks. This girl was notorious for being awful at this job. She'd send the dishes out still dirty, and when confronted she'd scream and cry about it being unfair. One time she literally laid on the flooded floor and just cried until she was sent home. She'd shove the waitresses out of the way when putting things away. She even yelled at the boss a few times, telling him that the job was too stressful and she just needed to be alone. Every time someone complained, she'd just get a warning, mostly because they would never be able to find someone to replace her. A year or so back, the company I worked for hired a new guy who thought he was hot shit. However, he kept getting transferred to different departments because he would fuck up or break anything he touched. So eventually they transferred him to the lathe department and assigned him to a machine that has 6+ hour run times in the hope that if he didn't have to touch the machine he couldn't mess something up. After a couple weeks with no issues later, he faked up big time. The parts that he was running were 20 inches long, 46 inches in diameter, and made out of solid stainless steel. He decided, at some point, that he was smart enough to start editing the program on his own. It's unclear what he actually changed, because there is no machine left, but it was a line of code referring to the speed and distance of the retract for a boring bar. When programming for the lathe, most programmers will use a code keeps the cutting speed the same at any diameter. In turn, that code limits the maximum speed the lathe can spin the part at. When he changed the program, instead of moving out of the part and retracting like it had done many times before, it stopped in the middle of the part and retracted as fast as it could, violently ripping the part from the jaws, all while simultaneously pushing the RPM up to the machine maximum. I think it was 5000 RPM. This giant hunk of steel plowed through the side of the machine like a cannon shot, destroying everything in its path, nearly hitting my coworker in the legs. It rolled about 50 yards and eventually it came to a stop several machines away. He wasn't even fired. I work in corporate hours and there are a lot of things you can do and not get fired, at least right away. Especially if you're an executive, especially in a country outside of the US, and also if you're a protected class. I worked with this one lady who was crazy, and on the hour team, she would hold meetings and start shaking and yelling at people, and some were shocked at first, but she kept going on leave for mental health issues and was allowed to come back for a few weeks or months and then went on another leave. She ran out of FMLA, but the company didn't want to get sued and allowed it because the legal team had a conservative risk appetite. Finally she resigned. It was a great day. In the US, where I was based, there was no tolerance for sexual harassment, but some of the other countries had weird stuff going on. I heard a rumor the hour director in Mexico used to have the admin assistants rub his feet and give him massages because they were his women. When I met him, he was very nice, almost too nice, like he was hiding something, and then heard that rumor after he resigned, so not surprised. I think it was a forced resignation, but not 100%. The Brazilian and Italian executives always had side women, and some of them at work, and were always given a lecture when they went on assignment in the US that she did not fly and to behave at work. One executive had his fairly large bonus withheld because I think he would get too flirty at evening events and someone complained, but I don't know the details. I just know he had $0 payout and heard the rumor one Italian executive refuses to respond to women, so the female leadership would have to ask a male leader to write an email on their behalf. Just weird backward stuff that you learn as you work your way up. It's all politics and understanding the best way to get your job done. Even as ours, you can only do so much sometimes. It's helpful to have a whistleblower hotline so that employees can bring things up that are handled with an external third party, and that way people are held accountable. For context, I'm 19 years old, female. I interned at a tech company in Texas last semester. For a company outing, my manager who is also married, took us out to a bar to celebrate my last day on the team, even though he knew I was underage. So I thought B was just extremely chill. My manager kept buying me tequila shots, but not for anyone else. And again, I thought he was being just a super cool manager. Eventually he gets so drunk he tries to make a move on me in front of literally everyone else on the team, and obviously I get extremely shocked and turn him down. I cried so much that night because I was extremely shocked, and he was extremely aggressive. The next day at work I didn't even know if I wanted to come into the office anymore / quit the internship, but I muster up the courage to after speaking to one of my coworkers about my concerns about whether I should just quit to avoid awkwardness. She told me that everything should be fine and not to think much of it. My manager comes up to my desk and asks to speak in private about what happened, and I assumed he intended to apologize, so I followed him out to take a brisk walk, but he just ends up trying to make a move on me again. I immediately headed back to the office after pushing him off for the second time. I told that same coworker I confided in before, who also witnessed what had happened that night, and scolded my manager for what had happened on the walk, and I ended up turning in my laptop and work phone immediately because I didn't know what else to do. Apparently my manager hasn't gotten in any trouble for what happened, and no one has spoken to ours about it either. I work in a grocery store, and my boss has done so much shit that for most places you would get fired for, but here nothing really happens. But the worst one was this. It was a Saturday, which is one of our busiest days. It was sometime around 1 PM and my boss, let's call her A, comes up to me and my other coworker saying that she is going to take her lunch break and her is our department phone. Okay, that's fine. So me and my coworker continue to be working on the floor. 30 minutes pass by, which is the time of our lunch break, and she does not come back. To us it's nothing weird, she will stay in the back doing nothing all the time. So we continue to work. After a while our area manager asks if he my coworker and I have seen her. We both tell him no, and it happens quite often. After a while, I realize that it's about 1:45 PM and I still haven't taken lunch, and I leave in an hour, so I give the phone to my other coworker and tell him I'll be back in a bit. I take my lunch, and as I'm heading back to the clock to punch back in from lunch, I see A running back in and punch in. I look over her shoulder and see that she was on lunch for an hour and 45 minutes. I punch back in and say nothing to her. I finish my shift and go home. The next day I come in and start talking to some other coworkers and find out that pretty much everyone knows that something happened. As I find out, A went on lunch and he iced to take a nap in her car. She did not set an alarm, so she just fell asleep. She ended up being found by our store manager and woken up. The store manager and area manager were looking for her. She got reprimanded and that's it. She also yelled at me and my coworker for saying that she is not on floor a lot. She still has her job. Lol. Where do I start? Someone got caught smoking weed in the bathroom. Fired. Nah, just right up. He continued to work there for 6 months until he got fired for other reasons. A delivery driver got caught with his weed oil pen in the car. Then he rear-ended someone. Then he got caught going to random places through the GPS in the car. He did about 5 other stupid things like this and only got fired when he no-showed for like 3 days. He even used to openly talk about porn at company parties. Lol. A coworker used to literally scream his head off and berate people. He still works there. In fact, he's been promoted several times. One coworker trashed a $10,000 roll of material out of anger. He's still there. Multiple employees have lost over $10,000 worth of parts. Most of them have left for other reasons, but some are still there. My boss, she comes and goes when she wants. She is toxic and incompetent and can't comprehend basic concepts. Still there. The owner of the company, he told a manager to fire someone their first day because they were too fat. He didn't want him ruining the seat in the delivery vehicle. This is just the very tip of the iceberg. I'm only saying things off the top of my head. Lol. Did a short stint at a call center in my early youth. Guy sat right by the only door into the second floor office space and was the only occupant in the rows of terminals on either side. Maybe a couple desks, 20 feet away from this main entrance point, guy was just chillin', leaning back in his chair with his hoodie up, going on an absolute spree, opening tabs and tabs of Bangbras. Scrolling a bit, watching a few seconds of a preview clip, opening a gallery here, going to a credit card screen there. Keep in mind we process people's CC info all day long in a job like this. Tabs and tabs and tabs, in like Internet Explorer 2 or some sheet, all with his headset on, seemingly still doing his job, and carrying on with chipper conversations, alt tabbing when necessary. Point a group of 5 or so of us sat, and witnessed this on the stairs to the main entrance for several minutes coming back from lunch. Cracking jokes and kinda just in disbelief of the stupidity we were witnessing. Now, I ain't no snitch, but in this instance I didn't even have to be, as one of the key witnesses on the stairs was in fact head manager of the training depth point. Guy was called into the shift supervisor's office along his depth head and the training manager. He came out, after about what seemed like 20 calm minutes, went back to his terminal, finished his shift and went home. He returned to work the next day, and the next, and every day thereafter until I no longer worked there. Point I think about him sometimes. An employee sexually harassing a female coworker on a daily basis to the point where he would purposefully try to get one-on-one with her alone. He would say creepy things to her and touch her in ways that she felt inappropriate. She talked about it with all the coworkers and was well known to 300 plus people working. Managers turned a blind eye simply because he was a decent forklift driver and had been for 10 years and literally laughed it off to her face. Also, a male employee was in our maintenance closet when a female employee attempted to grope him. He reported it immediately and was told that she was just joking with him. Point managers trying to take advantage of people's misfortunes. Don't ever talk about a death in the family too openly, because then word will get out about what you might inherit. A manager might ask you if you were willing to sell that item to them for cheap. Tell them no. They stop talking to you altogether and will just copy and paste your yearly review, which has been the same for years, because they are too lazy to give to sheets and don't want to invest anything into you. After that point, multiple reports were sent to corporate about these cases and they literally think the management there would take care of it. Little did they know the top managers were faking some of the employee in and outside of work, and we simply all found out that it was the only way to get a pro. Worked for a large ISP/telecom. They decided to implement Siebel. This was a big project, a major effort involving about 1/3 of the people in the company. Although we had a good core group of project managers, the company brought in an outside manager, someone who had no skin in the game. I could write a business case on what was done wrong, or what wasn't done. A few items. There was no schedule. I escalated that, and they produced one, but every task had hard constraints, meaning it was essentially meaningless. During a conference call with about 60 people attending, he threatened to beat up a vendor who was simply asking for requirements. When the project got down to the final weeks, he cancelled Thanksgiving time off, so hundreds of people cancelled their plans. Then he changed his mind, or had it changed, and the company paid for the initial cancellation fees plus the difference between original fare and new fare. This exact same thing happened at Christmas. Finally, Siebel went live and system performance was terrible. So bad that our salespeople would go to a competitor site to configure a service, then cut 2% off their price and quote it. A week later, the company owners, a Japanese telco, declared the project a huge success and turned Siebel off, saying they wanted to go in a different direction. After tens of millions of thrown away. The PM. He got promoted to Shio. Think he got fired later when they finally figured out what a giant douche he was. TLDR, my employer hired a drifter who stole out of the cash drop and got 2 employees fired over it before she quit. Full story. I worked at a hotel restaurant for years, waiting tables, bartending, room service. The new kitchen manager was always flustered, didn't seem to know how to do her job. I got along with her, though, and had enough experience to take on the nightly audits, zeroing out every check and inventory. In exchange, she gave me the better shifts. Then a coworker got fired out of nowhere. Rumor was that her nightly drop, where you take all cash revenue and drop it in the safe, was light several times. It's an easy mistake if you suck at math, but that was my forte. And before this new manager, I was the only person who was trusted with it besides the manager. The night I'm training the new server to replace the one who was fired, my manager offers to do the audit while I train the new hire how to stock the back room. I knew she was terrible at math, so I offered to do it for her. She got terse with me and told me she had it. After we're finished stocking, I see my manager is still having a problem with it, and she gets so frustrated that she just crumples the audit together and says, "I don't have time for it," as she stuffs it inside the nightly drop envelope. The next day I come in, someone else is working my shift. I ask around, and they said I was suspended for faking up the audit so bad. I explained I didn't do it, but they said, "But you always do the audit." I even went to the kitchen manager and reminded her that she did the audit. She said, "Well, that's not how I remember it. I think you just had a bad day. Don't worry, I'll get you a new shift soon." I figured arguing wouldn't help, and if it was just an accounting mistake, it would get resolved with no damage. A few weeks later, I was officially let go when I paid the hotel visit in person after nobody returned my calls. The sales manager gleefully showed me the shift calendar with my name scratched out. "Look at that. Your name isn't on here anymore." I had been the star employee for 2 years, working every holiday and special event. Fired over someone else's mistake? No. Turns out the kitchen manager was robbing the nightly drop for months. She made a solid effort to try to move cash transactions into bill to the room charges, which is why she struggled doing the audit. She made off with over $20,000 by the time they figured it out, which was a month after they got a new kitchen manager. No, she wasn't fired. She skipped town one day. Turns out she didn't even go by her real name. As far as I know, the management never pursued her with damages, but instead covered it up. And they wouldn't rehire me either. At a nursing home, a CNA flipped the former Don out of her chair and broke her entire face in the process. A bit of background. The former Don, aka Big Boss, was now living as a resident at her old facility as she now has advanced stage dementia. She was considered a favorite by many and directly worked with a lot of the older staff. Everyone was telling the CNA to slow down while pushing her in her wheelchair because she was prone to putting her feet down, and this could cause her to hurt herself if she was going too fast. This CNA was in a hurry and didn't listen, and right in the middle of turning around to say, "I got this," the resident put her feet down. The combined walking speed of the CNA and the sudden stop of the resident's feet hitting the floor trebucheted her into the floor face first. She got up looking like Rocky Balboa by way of Clive Barker. Her nose was on the other side of her face. Her orbital socket was destroyed. Her cheeks were turning the color of a smushed PB&J. And this isn't even mentioning the pool of blood. Then this bitch had the nerve to look at management and say, "So am I in trouble, or what?" It was ruled an accident, so she faced no repercussions aside from some gossip being thrown her way. Understaffing is a beach. Some guy I worked with would steal money from customers, foreign customers more specifically, the kind where they are just visiting or just moved and still learning the language currency. He told me how they could pay in cash and he would always keep a portion of the change because they didn't know any better. I thought this was horrible. I had never seen him do it, so I figured he was the type of guy to tell something like this to newbies and watch them get caught. I was wrong. I saw a lady hand him a $100 bill for like a $5 transaction. He gave back like $60 and kept the rest. I told management right away, and they said at the end of the night they will count the draw. They counted and he already took it out. I ended up getting eye trouble for falsely accusing someone. Several months down the road, a customer that was a regular, I asked her to pretend she didn't know the currency when he gives back the wrong change to make a big deal. So I gave her the money for this experiment so she wouldn't lose any money. She did make a scene. It was glorious. Management got involved and the guy swore up and down that he gave her the right change. They didn't count the register right then and there. At night it was balanced. But because this happened, they checked the cameras. Sure enough, they see him taking the money out of the register later that day before the end of the shift. They didn't fire him. They just wrote him up. I quit after that. Because I know if I did something like that I would have been fired. Not that I could fathom doing something like that. Had a well-paying job with an employer I had wanted for years. Worked for an awesome manager who was open-minded, knew me well, and trusted me. I was killing it. Living the dream. A girl on my team was a bully. I was her replacement. She moved laterally on our team, and I outperformed her old stats. She had a way of putting her opinions first, and if anyone dared to disagree or suggest alternatives, she told everyone how stupid and ridiculous your idea was. People were less willing to share ideas around her. Management was aware, and did nothing. She'd also walk around to her favorite Coworkers to gossip for an hour before sitting down to work each day. She gave me the cold shoulder. She once called me a beach in front of dozens of colleagues because I sometimes challenge ideas to work out all options and thought of a more concise way to word a marketing email. She often would whisper to colleagues, then they glance at me and quickly look away from across the room. When I mentioned to another colleague that she and I disagreed on a task, she declared in front of our team that I talk shit behind her back. I had my nose to the grindstone every day. My most productive days were her PTO and sick days. When corporate layoffs came around a year later, I lost the job. She stayed on. It makes me feel like bullying is more important than effort and rationale. The bully one. Used to work at a parts store at which we delivered parts to local mechanic shops, county service shops, private customers who order a large quantity, etc. Well, the main delivery vehicle was in the shop for repairs this particular day, so the boss lets the delivery guy, who's been working there 15 plus years, take his personal vehicle to make a delivery. Delivery guy leaves. About an hour later he finally rolls back into the store and boss man asks what took so long, as this delivery usually takes 20 minutes tops. Delivery guy, well, your truck wouldn't accelerate past 30 miles per hour, and once I reached the customer and was headed back it started to overheat, so I had to limp it all the way back. Boss man, let me go take a look. Boss man and delivery guy go to check out the truck, and once they came back into the store, my boss is screaming at delivery guy. How could you not realize the e-brake was on? And instead of calling someone to come get you, you continue to drive it despite it overheating. What the fuck? Boss man retired a year or two after that. New folks bought the business and delivery guy was promoted to manager. I left shortly after as I had gotten a better opportunity. Through the grapevine, I've heard he still works there. I worked at a car dealership earlier last year where one of the salespeople committed something so unethical multiple times that I still cannot fathom how he is still working there. Our internet sales managers enlisted one of the product specialists, we'll call him Luke, to help him monitor and disburse internet sales leads, since there were so many customers contacting the dealership online. They used a customer relationship management system, CRM. Once a customer contacted the dealership, they would input the customer's information into the system, which car they were interested in, and then assign that customer to the next available salesperson. Sometimes, if a customer inquired online through our website without calling, it would atomically populate this information into the CRM, but it would always assign that customer to the internet sales manager or Luke first. The dealership thought that Luke would make for a great salesperson, so they moved him into sales along with the 7 or 8 other salespeople including myself. What they forgot to do was take away him administrative access to the CRM that automatically assigned online leads to his CRM. Luke was receiving all of the online leads when they were supposed to be disbursed evenly to the sales team. I found out because I was one of the only salespeople who could see which new leads in the CRM were assigned to their respective salespeople, so I could see every lead that was being assigned to Luke's CRM, which was vastly disproportionate to the others. There wasn't a clear way for anyone to discover this oversight with Luke's CRM, unless they knew what to go looking for. Luke managed to outsell the dealership's top seller, even though he was completely new to the business and the dealership. It was also suspicious how Luke was managing to sell so many cars, even though everyone else was having incredibly slow months. By the end of July, I had managed to sell 2.5 cars, while Luke sold roughly 10 cars. I asked Luke how he managed to get so many leads, and he played coy, even though I knew the real answer. He was cheating. Shortly after that I left to go work for the manufacturer, but I later found out that he had managed to set a new record for the month of August. Unfortunately, the internet sales manager had to make adjustments to the CRM, and he noticed that Luke had access that a salesperson shouldn't have. As you can probably guess, Luke's sales numbers torpedoed, and now he's looking for a new opportunity because he hates how stressful and competitive the job is. Recently either a temp worker or operator dropped a metal paddle used as a spatula to scrape tahini out of buckets into the prep buckets. Well, let's just say they were too lazy to pick it up or at least tell someone about it. We make large batches of hummus in a pretty big machine. They dumped all the staged buckets into the machine and started the mixer/pre-cut of the beans. Heard a really loud thumping/grinding. Stopped the machine, opened the lid to look and see if anything was wrong. Couldn't see anything wrong. Started the machine back up to once again hear the grinding getting worse. Stopped again. They still could not find anything. 5 hours later, after not figuring out what was wrong and dumping approximately 10k worth of hummus, they finally get me. Since I'm the mechanic, I look inside after it's rinsed out with water to find not just the metal paddle bent in half as well as shards of metal that were chipped off due to the pre-cut mixing blades. Then further found the ceramic seal for the mixing blades is also broken into a million pieces. Further into the night then found pieces that made it into the pump which tripped the breaker. The pump head is shot now and bent to sheet. Had to shim the fack out of it as well as put it on a lathe. It was a clusterfuck of pure laziness. I don't know the total amount of money lost due to time as well as product and parts, but I would estimate it around 100k. Still haven't found out who the culprit was though. This happened the week before New Year's. My first ever job was at a summer seafood joint when I was about 15. I worked the first summer there and realized it was absolutely bonkers with underage drinking running rampant and an entire staff who just did not give a shit. Needless to say, it was an absolute blast with all sorts of cheeky shenanigans going on day to day. So next summer rolls around, I get the call that I'm welcome back, and I get my schedule to start in a few weeks. Naturally, I told my best friend about it, all the crazy drinking parties after work and free booze. Of course he wants a job, so I put in a reference for him, and they needed an extra dishwasher, so they hired him after a quick interview. The second summer goes by with similar hijinks, and he's obviously thrilled with the job. That is totally cool, serving 16-year-old son copious amounts of booze after work. So the next summer marked my third year with them, and the second for my friend. At this point he's totally comfortable with everyone, perhaps a bit too comfortable. At the very beginning of the season we started to prepare for opening day a few days beforehand. My friend seems a bit more lax than usual, messing around more and working less. Everyone can typically balance fun and work, but it seems like my buddy genuinely didn't give a fuck this time around. So for whatever reason on opening day he thought it would be hilarious to pull the old saran wrap on the men's toilets so they splash piss all over themselves prank. Keep in mind this is the first day of the season for a fairly upscale and popular beachfront seafood restaurant. Without telling anyone he just goes and wraps the faker up like an hour before we officially open. But this year was different because in comes the owner of the restaurant to check on things. He's never done this before on the first day and none of us are aware of what was just done to the toilet in the men's room. The owner makes small talk with the manager for a bit, takes a walk around, and then excuses himself to go use the faking men's room. Again, none of us aware of this little prank, so naturally none of us thought anything of it. About 10 minutes later we hear yelling. A lot of yelling. The yelling gets louder. Cursing begins to follow. It turns out the owner went in the men's room. He didn't piss and have it splash all over himself. Nope. He sat down and took a sheet on a faking toilet with a saran wrapped bowl. So the end result was this saran wrap glob of sheet and piss that made a huge mess, clogged the toilet, and generally made the owner feel like a faking fool. My friend's punishment? Go home and you are suspended for a week. They called him back to return to work, and he basically said hell no. So not only did he not get fired, he just ended up quitting after a short vacation. I believe a guy I used to work with was running some sort of fake model agency account on Facebook. He would stay all day logged in, checking female profiles, and another coworker once saw the username from this FB account and the name led us to this model agency, with job opportunity posts for events nearby, but requesting a lot of body pictures, using bikini or underwear, from the candidates. What got us the most angry and disgusted was that sometimes we got him checking profiles from girls who really looked underage, and this guy had, by the time, a baby girl, his first daughter. He just spent the whole day in that behavior, Facebook browsing and then spending time in the bathroom, leaving to have some phone calls, and he was really close to a guy who we thought that could be helping him not get caught or whatever, being part of that situation. Anyway, I was an intern and couldn't do much, but my boss told the financial manager everything me and the other 2 employees saw during some months. Curious to notice, my boss was a gay man, and me and the other employees women, and we were really disturbed about the possibility to be working with a perv/pedophile that very often offered us rides to leave the company. The manager called this employee to talk in private and gave him vacation a few weeks later. We thought he was going to be fired, but nothing happened really. He came back from vacation and the creepy stuff just continued. Thankfully for me, I was offered position in another department the next semester and didn't have to talk or work with him anymore. The former president of the company had to submit his expense reports to me because I reported to the president and he had to sign off on the errors. One time, former Pres gave me his expense report and I noticed that the receipt for his limo had an expired area code, so I called the number and the guy who answered had no idea what I was talking about. I looked at his past errors, years going back, and it was always the same receipt. He was using a receipt so old that the city changed their area code, but he never changed it on the receipt. I told my boss, but he basically blew me off. Then, as luck would have it, another employee saw the former president and his wife at the airport and witnessed them get into their own car and drive away. So I waited. I knew exactly what he was doing. Next day, he hands me his along with his limo receipt, plus tolls. I didn't confront him, but I again told my boss, who really didn't want to do anything about it. So I went to the company lawyer, because this guy was besties with the owner, and I was afraid of losing my job. She told me that my job was safe, and they confronted him. He came clean and the owner suspended him for 3 days with no pay, then gave him his pay back plus a few extra bucks for his trouble. He was constantly trying to ask me what I knew about it, but I just played dumb. He never knew it was me who figured out that he was ripping off the company for years. He eventually retired and moved to a ginormous house in FL. The first time my boss stopped working for my store, she got a promotion. When I cleaned out her office, I was shocked at how many empty bottles of alcohol I found, and how many interesting places she had hid them. She was pretty open about her drinking problem. For the first 4 months I worked there, she would hand me her bank card and send me on her liquor runs on the clock. Her promotion was to start a new company with my boss. Within 9 months, she was hospitalized for some pretty serious health problems. Turns out smoking heroin and drinking while on methadone is super bad for you, and refused to give anyone access to her email and customer list while she was gone. The company went under 3 months later, after I helped my boss deal with the aftermath of that, because she bailed immediately. It only took 2 years for my boss to rehire her in another new company under the promise that she was sober and getting her shit together. Only on methadone. Except she's nodding off at her desk again and slacking on her work within a few months. There were a few more instances that aren't worth mentioning. We butted heads a few times because I was running the retail store she had originally managed, but the final straw for me was that she left her sweater on my staff bathroom floor with 2 uncapped needles in the pocket. I told my boss because I was sick of confronting her and because I was honestly concerned for her health. I think I specifically told him that she was going to die at her desk one day if we didn't get her help, and he responded that her work ethic hadn't changed and it was probably under control. I left that whole shit show a few months later. The last thing I said to my boss was to make sure he kept that girl as far away from the retail store as possible. Advice he chose to ignore. He put her in charge of their books and bank account. About 20 months after I left, the retail store closed. Turns out she had stolen approximately $500 to $2,000 a week from each cash deposit. My boss didn't even alert the police. Point last I heard, she was still using, was covered in track marks, and had gained about 100 pounds. She's not quite on the streets of Vancouver, so the people I spoke to aren't totally concerned for her yet. All of my crazy coworker stories are from my bosses. They're all faking nuts though, so if someone says they want to hear it, I'll share. Point edit. Okay, 1 vote yes. Here we go. Point 1 of the first jobs I ever had was in the coffee/food service industry. My boss was always high, or about to be getting high. His best friend and shift manager, also always high. Everyone on the team, same thing. Everyone used together. I was 17, and my boss was 27. Everyone knew he that had it for me bad, and he eventually told me that when we first met/I turned in my application, he didn't know if he should hire me or ask me out. He also got me high for the first time and would regularly do so. Looking back, SMH. I needed the job, but if I had involved/present parents, there is no way this sheet would have flown. The next boss. First of all, he was an unapologetic racist and also a race supremacist for our race, which is not white. He would routinely antagonize customers into near physical altercations with customers, to the point that I had to call 911 a few times. He was also a terribly controlling bully, and gaslighting was his specialty. He also liked to get his gun out very obviously whenever a black customer was in the store. And he wouldn't fire anybody, no matter how incompetent they were. Wife of the boss above worked with us. She once lost a $750,000 item for over a week. She didn't steal it. She had no reason to steal it. I was there when she lost it, and it literally just faking vanished. Eventually it was recovered in an incredibly strange spot. Another time she let a customer leave without paying with almost $25,000 worth of customized products. It took us about a week and a half, some detective work, and a threat of police involvement to get the products returned. She also was a terribly controlling bully who used emotional manipulation and browbeating in order to get her son, my ex, and I to go along with either her or her husband's wishes. My last boss was incredibly mild in comparison, lol. But he was still a watered down version of my racist boss, so that was fun. We somehow lost our Amazon account because of the previous manager's mistakes, so he instructed me to basically forge documents and send them to Amazon in order to reinstate our account. I stared at him and told him that what he was telling me to do was fraud and that I couldn't be a part of it. TLDR, all small business owners are crazy facts, and most likely the reason they own their own businesses is because they have been fired from all of their other jobs. I started hostessing in college. In my very first shift I was standing at my station, and behind me was an alcove with a wine wall behind it. It was this pretty fancy upscale restaurant in the historic district of a major city, and had exposed brick and red velvet curtains. Kind of dark inside, and there were absolutely no cameras in the whole building besides one room with the safe. The first floor was small and just had a bar and a couple of tables. The main dining room was in the basement, so you had a spiral staircase leading down, and there was a big wine cellar where you could have a romantic dinner for two. Lots of proposals happened there, and this is where the expensive wine was. I was standing at the entrance checking reservations. It was about 20 minutes before the restaurant opened. At this time there's a bunch of people coming through the dining room getting ready, and I happen to turn around at the right time and see a server sneak 2 bottles of wine from the wall where it's a mixture of house wine plus some pretty good stuff, and put it in her purse. I was like, damn. I didn't really know what to do, because a couple minutes later I see the bartender taking a bottle of wine and taking shots of Jameson behind the bar curtain. At this point I'm like, well, I guess this is how this rolls. Throughout 6 months that I lasted I saw countless bottles taken by servers and bartenders. Honestly, the GM was crazy and everyone that worked there had some crazy tray about them. The bartenders did coke with the busboys, and the GM used to give pounds of weed to a couple of people to sell for him. It honestly was insane. Not to mention the amount of secret relationships and everyone faking everyone. I pretty much came to work and tried to keep to myself. I heard about a year after I left that they installed cameras. I always wondered how no one ever noticed, especially the GM, although I suspect he knew, and I guess didn't care enough. The restaurant had been there for over 30 years and had the same owners, so did they not notice either? Say very loudly if these N*** can't behave in front of my customers. Context: so I work in a restaurant. This guy, Francis, was a runner, food runner. He brings plates to the table, and he was the rudest and most entitled guy I have ever known. He would throw fits at the waiters and get in verbal fights with the kitchen staff and sometimes even the managers. He had an I don't give a shit attitude towards the customers. I have no idea how he managed to stay so long. One day, I was serving a table of 20 underage Afro-Canadian teens. Now, they're around 16, very fresh to going out alone at the restaurant without parental supervision, so a few of them were finishing off some McDonald's burgers they had bought just before. As nicely as I could, I told them to finish their food off quickly before my manager came along, and that I would turn my back this once, but they aren't supposed to eat food from outside, blah blah blah. They're really polite and overall really sweet. Now, I have to warn my manager that I might need more help with that table, explain the situation in case something else happens. Francis overhears me talking to manager and goes nuts. What the fuck? Why aren't we kicking them out and more in that style? When he runs their food, cause everyone ordered something, he actually puts the plates on another table and tells me to serve them cause I'm not doing anything for these idiots really loudly. He then proceeds to say loud enough for a few of my other tables to hear. If these N*** can't behave when they go out, then they shouldn't be allowed to go out. Point me, and two of my colleagues heard him. Our jaws dropped. I apologized to everyone that overheard and went straight to the manager, who was by no means racist. It took another 5 months for that dumbass to get fired. I'm in a bit of drama with my workplace at the moment. I'm working as a daycarer in a facility for elders who have dementia. My manager is pretty new, working there for 4 months maximum, and he thinks he can get away with everything. One thing I have to do when working late or night shift is bringing the residents to bed. That means I help them change their clothes and help clean them or help them brush their teeth and so on. I'm basically making them bed ready after dinner, which is my job as well. So one day I'm working night shift, and I was working on the first floor, while my manager was working on the second floor. One of my tasks is to bring some residents a snack at 9 PM, especially if they have diabetes. So I went up to the second floor and saw a resident covered in sheet. I told my manager, who was responsible for this resident, that this guy made a mess and hinted at him that he might clean him up. At 11 PM my manager's shift had ended and my first check on all the floors began. Guess what? That guy I found at 9 PM covered in sheet was still laying in his bed being covered in sheet. My manager just didn't give a fuck and left it to me, and one of my co-worker another day he comes towards me and wants to give me the medicine for some residents just because he is a lazy piece of shit. He wants me to do his job, and although I'm not even qualified to do that stuff, he insists that I take the medicine and give it to the residents. I said no to him, but I really wanted to say fuck you. You have to be really careful when you're in the care business, especially in Germany. A few days ago he observed me when washing residents and making them ready for the day. He didn't leave me for 2 hours looking after me every faking second in hopes I would do something wrong. I did not. He thought I did. He is the manager, right? He called me in his office and handed me a piece of paper saying that I would do dangerous care to my residents. I'm still in shock because it is absolutely not true. I got this warning saying I'm a threat to my patients. I called in sick the day after and packed all my stuff after that shift. They will never see me again. Fuck this guy. I work in a thrift store. I don't know if you'll remember, but back when the Austin serial bombings were happening, a Goodwill down there got a scare, which ended up not being a package bomb, but just some employees messing around with an old incendiary. Decide that was donated. Shortly after that incident, the store I work at quite clearly posted a printout of our procedures for when various explosives are found, including bullets, which basically amounts to stay the fuck away, notify the manager immediately. Manager calls police. Manager and employee who found the device fill out an incident report. Maybe we evacuate the building depending on the device. Bullets we keep doing our usual thing, but things like grenades we're supposed to evacuate. Just a few weeks after that was posted, one of my coworkers found a bullet. He immediately informed the manager. The manager took it and joked about throwing it in the garbage compactor as he fidgeted with it, tugging from hand to hand, while several of my coworkers were standing very close out of curiosity. He then threw it into his office, where it remained for several weeks until my boss's boss came for a visit. I've no idea what ultimately happened to it, but as far as I'm aware, my boss faced no consequences for how he handled the situation. Honestly, I don't really care about the fact that the incident report never happened, nor do I particularly care that he locked it in his office for several weeks. I was mostly pissed about what happened between it being given to him and him putting it in his office. The whole tossing it around thing and joking about throwing it in the compactor really irked me. And a few weeks later somebody found another bullet and gave it to the boss, and again, he just locked it in his office for a while, which leads me to believe that his boss didn't really say anything to him about how he handled the first one. I used to work at an electronics store and the shop opened. A coworker was cleaning out a display cabinet that was full of cameras. A customer walked in, so I served the customer, and after a few minutes I asked my coworker about a TV for the customer and he walked over to help me. He closed the cabinet, but didn't lock it. Customer ends up leaving, and we go back to the cabinets. We notice a DSLR is missing. Coworker panics and goes straight to the boss. The boss starts threatening him with sacking and abusing my coworker. While this is happening, I'm remembering that I didn't see any other customers in the store as it was right on open, but I do remember the boss lurking around while we were serving the customer. I walk into his office while he is still abusing my coworker and straight up ask if he took the camera. He looks at me like I just accused him of murder. He tells me to leave the office. As I leave I pass the floor manager whose desk is right out the front of the boss's office. I give him a questioning look and head tilt towards the boss, and he gives me a very sheepish nod. I got back to my station and the manager walks over and tells me very quietly the boss did in fact take the camera. I went back into the office and told him I know he has the camera and that it's in his desk drawer. That was a wild guess, but the boss just puts this shit-eating grin on his face, opens the drawer, and says he was teaching us all a lesson. Meanwhile my coworker is nearly in tears. Months later I come back after a week off and find out the camera had been sold by the boss and I think nothing of it until our Christmas party comes around and his girlfriend is using said camera. When we got back to work I looked up the invoice and the camera, it had been sold to somebody who had only one purchase on that camera, but no contact details. I put 2 and 2 together pretty quick. Edit: I should point out said camera was a limited edition red Canon that we only ever had one in stock and was quite rare at the time. There was no way it was different camera. After I quit I found out that he was fired for stealing multiple alliances and writing them off as faulty. I went to a Christian high school and I had an old and perverted crazed Afro-religion teacher. He once found a condom in the parking lot and picked it up in an empty candy box. He brought it class the following day and showed it to our classroom. He accused us of having sex before marriage because he found the condom. We had to write a 7-paged paper on why we should wait to have sex. Clearly it was our fault. For a daily chapel lesson the whole school listened to, he had one of the baseball players come up to the stage and wear a garbage bag. This was a reference to wearing a condom and how it doesn't offer much protection. He told my class why would anyone want to go see an R-rated movie when all they had to do was look inside his bedroom window. He had a large size 6-foot T-shaped cross that he would have a boy volunteer to stand on. There was a footrest and arm wraps to hold on, but he made sure to do this every year. Did I mention the boy had to take off his shirt as well? All his clothes, except boxers, was fine, as this helped us all experience the hardship and suffering Christ went through. Don't worry, he was banned from doing it. It only took 10+ years of complaining to stop the cross one. He never let ladies stand on the cross because Jesus was a male and they weren't dying on the cross with Christ, only men. He was only reprimanded for the annual cross demonstration. There are tons of other stories about this teacher. He left on his own accord due to many loyal years with the high school. Truthfully, I think so many people complained he was asked to quietly leave. Every semester, students would complain, but he would only get a verbal slap on the wrist. He was never given a warning or threat of termination. He made my skin crawl, and I dreaded going to class. Taking a corporate-owned stock Jeep Wrangler off-roading point. Now that might not seem like a big deal, but the person found a random field on Google Maps. Turned out to be private land. Took the vehicle off-roading and got it stuck. First he called a few friends to help him out, and they all got stuck. About 5 cars. Then they called a tow truck who also got stuck. Then the owner of the land came out and called the cops. Cops came with another tow truck that was able to get them all out. Got lucky and didn't get a ticket due to cops' shift change. How do I know this story? Well, the person we are talking about also posted the whole thing on Facebook along with pictures and selfies from the event. To this day this person is still employed by the company and is looked upon favorably. Another story, same person. This guy was flying back from a out of town visit. He got into the local airport very late. Security didn't open the walkway entrance to the airport from the plane yet, and he was getting impatient. So he decided to start pressing buttons and happened to press the airport breach alarm. Turns out that gets security's attention pretty quick. All the passengers got let off and security grabbed this guy and detained him. They labeled him a threat to national security and eventually released him on bail. He had to go to court and plead his case. Turns out this guy is lucky because the judge let him off with a warning. All the managers knew about this, again still employed and looked highly upon. My boss would show up drunk on a regular basis. I don't mean tipsy, I mean trashed. Would drink a 40 ounces in 24 hours and brag about it the next day. Drove company cars drunk on what I would assume was a daily basis and got in more accidents than I could count. Would show up bruised and beaten, probably from wiping out drunk. Lol, the job required interacting with customers, to which he failed miserably. One customer even telling him to go drink another bottle of wine and a Google review from another customer stating he was drunk. Kept booze in his desk and even would step out and sit and drink in his car. Would even show up on his day off looking like a bum. No offense to bum that are reading this. Disheveled, dirty clothes, looked like crap overall. It was so bad he was drunk when he interviewed me. All I saw was promotion, so I took the job fairly assuming his days were numbered. But it continued for 2 years and he felt he was a god in the workplace, blowing any small accomplishment he had into saving the world. Lol. Completely unrelated, I took a medical leave that I'm still dealing with, and within months the place was sold. This guy ran the company has the ground just about 1 year later, and he has been through 3 jobs and currently unemployed with his being fired for drinking on the job on at least 1 job. I know the guy who canned him. Crazy thing is it's a $150k plus job and he just drank it away. Even worse is he hired his son, who failed miserably, sales job, but kept him on and fired better staff. They would even trade drinking stories from the weekend. I know it's an addiction, but, well, what a tool. I live in a small Canadian town and used to work for an extremely popular spaghetti restaurant. Apart from the horrible management, there was no managers at the 2 different locations, only the owner and his ex-wife. That let rampant bullying, drama, and harassment happen. No matter what the issue was, if it wasn't easily provable then the person who brought the issue up was at fault and would be the only one punished. But the worst was how gross and unhygienic they let people be. I watched one cook, who was a bad co-worker and a horrible person, but that's a different story, drop a meatball on the dirty floor, blew on it, and dropped it back into the sauce, effectively contaminating the whole sauce of meatballs and sauce for the day. Sir cleaned out her dirty fingernails with the meat thermometer we used to take the temperature of our meats. *SHE also used to lick said thermometer and her fingers *YELL at another cook for losing her band-aid in the sauce, then continued to serve said sauce. And those are just off the top of my head. Owners are 100% aware of this and refuse to do anything as long as they get their money. And considering how popular this restaurant is, if I tried to tell the townspeople it'd be sued and ostracized so hard my ancestors would be crying. Edit. Forgot to add she was a known alcoholic. was caught with alcohol at work and was involved in her accident at 8:30 a.m. because she was either already drunk or was still drunk from the night before. She lost her license because she was at fault and DUI obviously if she wasn't older, and by my standard, ugly as fuck. I'd swear she was sleeping with the owner. When I was in high school I worked at a hockey arena in Florida. The arena hired mostly high schoolers to clean up the rink, help with birthday parties, score hockey games, rent skates, and act as a skate guard during open skate. In between open skate and other events that may be going on, there was a lot of free time with very little accountability point. Before I began working at the arena, some of the employees would use their free time to go out into the parking lot to smoke weed, and then would drive around some of the nearby neighborhoods and play mailbox bowling. These guys would be gone for hours and come back high, and our boss didn't even bat an eye. Some of the stories I was told surprised me, but then I got a job there. When I actually began working at the arena I learned very quickly just how relaxed the job truly was. Smoking cigarettes out back for extended periods of time was the norm. Going out into the parking lot to smoke weed became the norm. In fact, one of my friends and I were sitting in his car hitting a blunt when our boss came out and saw us, tapped on the window, and told us to get the fuck back inside. After going back inside my boss told me I was fired. Knowing that my boss's word didn't mean anything, I came back the next day and showed up for my shift. He never even acknowledged firing me. A coworker, who was one of the sleaziest individuals I've ever met, came into work on Molly for some reason and proceeded to hang out in the skate rental room for several hours enjoying his role. Eventually, our boss found out what was going on and told him to leave and to never come back. With no shame, the coworker showed up for his shift the next day and pleaded for his job back. Naturally, the boss hired him back. This is local to the city I work for, but it happens at many others. People who don't do anything get promoted out of the way instead of fired. Example, one guy was the lead of a department for several years because his buddy was pretty high up and just gave him the job. The guy got super fat and never learned the basics of his job. He can't do the work, he can't even barely read or write. New managers come along and give him one piss poor review after another. You call him for help and he says he's busy and can't make it. On your way back to the shop, you see him poking around at a garage sale. This happened all the time. He makes $40 an hour plus on-call pay and overtime for answering phones and dispatching people when he is required to do the work according to his job description. Instead of firing him, they give him a little office and hire another lead to work with him, but the other guy has to do all the work. He's close to retirement now, and there is not one thing done with his name on it in the 30 years he's been with the company. There is another lead that was so bad on the crew they promoted him to get him out of the way. He gets caught monthly stealing overtime by claiming he was there whenever an issue happens in his department after hours. He makes over $100,000 a year and hasn't worked a day since I met him 14 years ago. Literally sits in his office playing on Facebook or buying and selling cars on Craigslist. He doesn't even try to hide it. I don't know how the hell these people get away with this stuff. Everyone knows about it and they enable it. By no means terrible, but boy do I still chuckle about these 2-point training a new kid to serve during my college tenure at a Ruby Tuesday. End of the night I show him the coffee maker and the hot water spout on the top of the machine. I explain that we fill it in the morning, but have to hold the spout down and empty it every night. What he doesn't know is that it's hooked up to a water line. Poor sap held this thing down for 3 to 5 minutes as I keep telling him we must not have brewed a lot of coffee today. Manager finally asks what this kid is doing, calls me over, slaps my wrists, and we close out the night. Get home and the manager texts what an idiot. Same store. I brought in some bank snaps post 4th of July. For some odd reason the dishwashing area backed right up to where a couple electrical boxes were. Made complete sense. Anyway, closing out the night I toss a bank snap over into the dish pit. Dishwasher flips, looks around, goes back to work. Wait a minute, throw another. Same reaction. Over the next hour I toss one randomly here and there, and he finally pipes up. Does no one else hear these noises? We, the cooks, play dumb. Kid goes back to work, and I unleash a box of bang snaps right near the electric panel. Kid drops to the ground, which is covered in water, and covers his ears. Goes to manager, same manager in previous story, and says he refuses to go back into the pit until we figure out what the noise is. Manager is clueless, tells him back to work after looking at the electrical box. Minute later I toss a bang snap into the manager's office. We make eye contact. I toss him the bang snaps and he says UA asterisk asterisk HOLE. Didn't throw a bang snap in there the rest of the night. TLDR. Had a manager that was laid back and secretly loved my pranks. My coworker is always late and calls in sick. She uses her daughter as an excuse all the time that it became so predictable. My boss keeps her around because she feels sorry for her and her daughter. She gets the schedule she wants. Meanwhile we all have to fax a request to the office for our days off or vacation requests to even be considered. She also has horrible work ethic, eating samples and half-assing her job. Most of my coworkers don't like her that much. Working with her is like watching over someone or training them again and again, as if she has the memory of a goldfish. And when you do help her, she pushes people away acting like she knows what she's doing. She's kind of condescending when she speaks to you, and she always complains about body pain. Yeah, I get you're a single mother, but we all have stuff going on in life, and she makes it seem like her situation is the worst to be in. There are a ton of single mothers working and coming in on time, that it's not that big of a deal. This one time one of my other coworkers told her, maybe no one likes you because you're always so late. To which she replied, so who cares if I'm late? Why should they care? They don't sign my checks. My supervisor heard this and said, just because we don't sign your checks doesn't mean you can be late or absent all the time. What she doesn't know is that when she's late we have to wait until she comes before we can leave. SMH. Also, a lot of her past coworkers have approached us and warned us that she's a backstabber. So, lol. I think it's not fair they're keeping her because there are obviously more deserving people that need a job and work their ass off. About 10 years ago, I was working for a large company that did online car listings. Long story short, there was an executive from a car company whose deadbeat son, when pressed by his father to do something with himself, said he wanted to be a web developer. So he called up the CEO of our company and we were forced to hire him. He knew some basic HTML. That was it. One day, he started panicking. Holy shit. My code. It's gone. Oh fuck no, it's gone. He was in full freakout mode, and one of my colleagues rushed over to help him. He explained that he must have hit something by accident on his keyboard and now all of his code was gone. No worries, let me teach you about undo. And he hits CTRL-Z. No effect. HRMM. That's weird, my colleague says as the freakout next to him continues, and a crowd starts to build from all the commotion. Well, no worries, you're using an editor with a lot of undo states, so we'll just keep going until we get there. Now, he proceeds to hold CTRL-Z. After a second or two, he's wondering how the hell this is possible, and he's looking around the screen for some clue as to what was happening. Noticed that the little handle on the scroll bar was all the way at the bottom, extremely tiny, and growing. Realizing what's happening, he scrolls the seemingly blank file all the way to the top, where the code is magically still intact. Now the pieces were in place. This guy, remember when I said deadbeat earlier, had fallen asleep at his desk, as he had done many times before, with some part of his body on his space bar, and panicked when he woke up because he had no idea what to do. Remember, this guy had been hired to be a software engineer. Not only did he not get fired, but when the downturn happened in 2008 to 2009, he was one of the first people we identified to be let go as part of the layoffs. We can't fire him, but we can lay him off, right? That's not us being assholes, that's everyone recognizing that the economy is shit and we can't afford to be doing this kind of on-the-job training. So we let him go. A week later, he's back. I looked at my boss, who just smiled and shook his head. TLDR, idiot falls asleep at his desk with his head, or maybe a hand, on the spacebar, and believes he's deleted his whole code file, can't figure out for himself what to do about it, and was retained even through multiple rounds of massive layoffs as a software engineer. Peat moss harvesting bog. Regular operator got a tractor on track system stuck in the bog. Protocol forces him to stop trying to get out on his own, attach a tow strap to the front, roll it out, and go get his foreman. He does his duties, no problem. An hour goes by while the operator, his foreman and mechanic are attaching extra tires to another tractor in order to rescue the track's tractor. The field supervisor shows up, asks why they are at the garage and not out working the bog. They explain. He hops in his truck saying he's going to take a look. 20 minutes later the rescue tractor is ready. They head up, but it's too late. The supervisor thought he could get the machine out by himself, going against the company-wide protocol. He rolled up and put away the already attached strap and hopped in. Proceeds to bury the tractor even farther, almost to the bottom of the doors. Bails out and doesn't attach the strap. By the time the rescue crew shows up, the front of the tractor is sunk past the strap attachment point. Fast forward 3 weeks, an outside company with deep woods equipment was hired to pull the tractor out. By this point it had sunk to the mirrors and the cabin filled with water and moss. It's cost around $15,000 for the rescue of a $160,000 tractor, which was almost new, 600 hours, and then another $20,000 in repair costs. Supervisor was not fired or transferred, instead put in charge of the garage where he proceeded, fudge the books to cover up the cost of repair. Still no repercussions. This is about me personally. I thought I should been fired when it happened. Compared to some other posts, I don't think it's too bad, but I still feel bad about it. Maybe I should've gotten a warning, or a tune-up or something of that nature. Anyways, I had just found out I was pregnant, and so I was super tired all the time. I worked at a call center, and could only take short breaks. I decided I would stay at my desk, lay my head down for 5 minutes, and then the sound of my coworkers talking would wake me up. I just needed to close my eyes for just a few seconds. I don't know what my thinking was here. It made sense at the time. Well, my supervisor comes over and taps me on the shoulder to wake up, and then just leaves. He then messages me to come over to his desk to talk. He asked me if I was okay and if I realized how long I'd been asleep for. I was out for 45 minutes, just sound asleep. I apologize and then just go back to work like nothing. At my work, they also have quiet rooms. This is where you can go and diffuse after difficult calls or just need a break. The lights are naturally dim, or you can turn them off completely. In another instance, I was also feeling super tired, but also really nauseous and just sick overall. I decided I would go in the quiet room to just get a quick rest during my break. I ended up being asleep for over 3 hours. My manager requested to speak with me after this time. I explained what was going on. He just made me speak with hours and get intermittent absences approved so I could just leave if I were to ever just feel like that again.